Triple kill. Overkill. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Reversal.
Know you said stay out of this shit, but I don't get tired of it. Told me I'll never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but you're gonna see me on every battlefield.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Maybe I'm
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Tired of hollow heights. Tired of fixing scars that don't belong to me.
Double kill.
You're all I need. I don't wanna fight, I
Double
don't
kill.
wanna fall.
Killing
Standing
spree.
on the edge of the end of it all. Tether me to reality. I feel it in my body. It's you, when the world is falling apart.
Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill.
I've been waiting.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Triple kill. Perfect. Double
Took a
kill.
little longer this time. Finally,
Double kill. Triple kill.
every time I look at the sky, reminds
Double
me
kill.
2000 miles.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Distance is worse than I thought. Is this what I want? Everything's changed now.
Double kill. Triple kill. Overkill. Reversal.
Back to LA.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Distances are worse than I thought.
Double kill.
This what I
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons.
Reversal.
Spoil your rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are fiction.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
I have a billion reasons to keep. I have a million reasons to leave you.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Reasons to keep.
Overkill. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Perfect. Double kill.
Hello, and welcome to the European Halo League 4v4 Summer Cup. My name is Seal. I'm joined here by Wonderboy. How are you doing, man?
Hi mate, yeah, good to be back. So more Halo. It's time for another EHL tournament, which I know everyone looks forward to. Got a bit of money on the line today as well. We've got some new maps, new modes. I can't wait to get this one going. We've got a good round one here as well, Seal.
Yeah, definitely. Two very strong teams. Cut a little bit of a storyline here. Happy 9000 and Manxie teamed together at the previous LAN, but now they find themselves on opposite sides of the stage. Definitely going to be some bragging rights to whoever takes this game. Also some players that we didn't see on LAN, maybe looking to remind us all that they're some of the best the region has to offer. And looking at this map pool, is there any that you are particularly interested in seeing?
Oh, I'd just love to see a pit flag game one, honestly. It's the best way to start any series. You just go straight at the other team. 2 snipes, a rocket launcher as well. Oh, what more could you ask for? I'm looking forward to seeing these two teams really go head to head, especially here on this map number 1. We got some fun names here. Obviously, Zach and Cody, that's a fun name, right? But then some Spanish on the other side. I think it translates to Happy Cat Band. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure it's Happy Cat Band. So, of course, we know Stephen Graham, Outcasted, loves his cat-themed team names, carrying on the tradition here. This time in a different language. I'd love to see.
And we do have Happy 9000 on that team, so maybe a little collection of names. I'm not sure if some of the other players on the team are Spanish, not as far as I'm aware. But looking at these two teams, it should be a pretty interesting matchup. I do wonder though how much the players on either team have actually played Halo recently, as a lot of these players didn't play on LAN, and the ones that have probably taken a break since then. But it's a phenomenal start from Zach and Cody. 4 dead right now for Felix Gato Banda, and rockets in their hands of Zach and Cody, probably overshield as well.
Yeah, you'd assume so. You'd imagine some kind of low control for them as well. Looks like Spetta was able to grab that snipe. The OS, I'm not sure who grabbed that one, but you definitely argue, thanks to Happy's great start with the rockets, that his team will be in a much healthier position. But actually, right now, we're struggling. Excuse me, it was Slink at the start, wasn't it, with the rockets? I'm getting completely confused. These two teams obviously so neck and neck in terms of, like, on paper you look at them, they're so close skill wise, so it's going to be interesting to see who can make the big plays here. Seal, pit flag, it's all about controlling that high side of the map. You don't want to overextend on one side, but also you have to watch your back. You cannot leave one side unguarded, so it's very much almost like a jiu-jitsu match here on this map. It's going to be interesting to see which of the 8 players on the map will find those little gaps and make the difference in the end.
Yeah, you can see Square Melon there doing kind of exactly what you said, being that guardian of the low side. He's a player who likes to shoot from long range. He sort of plays that almost Royal 2 play style, posts up himself in a position on his own, and kind of relies on his teammate making that space whilst he just puts out ridiculous amounts of damage. It didn't quite work out from there, as he did get taken down. And Square Melon's a player that I have kind of had my eye on, actually. I've had my eye on Square Melon for a long time, ever since the University Halo League days where he showed up. But on LAN, he had a great showing. Day 1, he looked like the #1 guy ever, to be honest. Day 2, inexperience showed a little bit. Got taken down by Manxie and Happy. And Zach and Cody now are the team that are going to go 4 down. Swen looking here to attack these spawners, keep them boxed into their own tower.
Yeah, gotta be careful with these nades though. You're forcing spawns over towards cuts. That's gonna give potentially Slink an opportunity to put some damage down on the flag. And yeah, I think maybe those nades there could have costed his team a fairly safe flag run. If you just pin them back in courtyard, try not to do too much damage, just pin them in there. They have a longer route to try and wrap back through to the flag and chase it. So yeah, perhaps a little bit of inexperience there from Swen. Steve, Outcasted, will grab the rockets. He'll be traded. So 1 rocket on the floor. It's all about who can get there first. Who's going to be the man to scoop that one up, as now Slink can start to think about advancing on the enemy team side. Just a little bit of inexperience there. We've got snipes here in 10, though, Seal. So a chance potentially to make amends coming soon.
Yeah, 2 dead there for Felix Gato Banda. make that 3. Squaremelon's the only one alive. He's going to have to make a big play here. He can't manage to take down anyone. Still 3 dead. The spawners are coming up for Felix Gato Banda. They're going to have to kill Speta here if they want to stop this flag run. And as he was weak, they might just manage it. But no, he makes it through. He's down the long haul. But the grenade from Outcasted is going to stop that flag run. But Slink picks it up. Last man alive, but he is going to get that flag in. Maybe an attempt at a counter cap from Felix Gato Banda.
Very similar situation. We saw Outcasted spawn flag, I think, due to the pressure on those spawners. This time the flag had gotten far enough, the time just working out so that that flag can get a bit further progress. I think that snipe actually got played there by Squaremelon, so a nice throw off the map. But Sven and the boys, they are 1-0 down. They need to start running a flag here soon. A fresh 3 dead, and this flag already on the move. I mean, I never saw the optimization running through Mauler here. I mean, Legend started doing it when he first joined Quadrant on this map, but I mean, people think it's safer, but really, if you watch the right angles, it's just a bit of a time loss. Either way, doesn't look like any of Zach and Cody are here. Nice shot, takes him down to no shield. One more kill here for
Double
Felix Gato Banda. You'd imagine this is a cap, and wow, frenzy for Outcasted. Still alive on the Zach and Cody side. Just needs to stay alive until reinforcements arrive here.
Yeah, picking up those that killing frenzy for Outcasted, and as you say, still posted up in this position, still making himself such a nuisance. Is going to be a problem. Happy will go down first. Outcasted finds another onto Manxie. He's still alive. 16 and 7 to start this game. Trying to stay alive, keep this killing spree in his favor, and he's not going to go down to those grenades. Slink, sorry, is going to go down as well. Finally, Speta with a double kill will shut down that momentum from Felix Gato Banda. And all the good work from Outcasted, I don't think is going to pay off with a double.
Yeah, new rockets and OS coming up now as well. You'd imagine those are some important timing kills there from Zach and Codeine, but actually it looks like it's going to be a 50-50. Outcasted continuing his hot form, picked up the rockets, he's traded. Now Speta got stuck with the OS, so it doesn't look like either power item is going to be in play here. The next snipes are coming up in 40 seconds. Oh, and with the map virtually reset at this point, you'd argue Zach and Codeine, the happier of the two teams coming out of that engagement. You got Slink on the other side. 2 dead. I'd think about moving this flag if I was him. He's chasing more kills, but the window for his opportunity to move this flag is just dwindling. And yeah, I think that's potentially going to cost another round of slays here for Zach and Codeine. It's a 2v2, but this flag should have been home and hosed by now. Just gets around the corner. And I think he'll get away with that one. That was very scary from Slink, but he makes it work, and this should be 2-1 now.
Yeah, finally getting that flag in. And like you say, they definitely could have run that a little bit sooner. I do wonder, actually, if that is the sort of utility of taking it into Mauler, because you can get it up there and then you sort of have options about what you want to do. You can either leave it where it is for the time being, focus on slaying out again, or keep pushing through. Slink there obviously wasn't 100% sure he'd get that flag run, that's why he was looking for more kills. But, you know, we who can see through walls could see that he definitely could have gotten away with it if he just committed to running it earlier. Still gets it in, not a huge deal. Now with 3 dead for Felix Gato Banda, and Manxie having this sniper rifle over in the sword side, if he can pick up some kills, it could be a 3rd and final flag cap for Zach and Cody, and a great start to the tournament.
Yeah, this is the sort of pace of the game to expect when you have players in sword with snipe. Just going to slow it down a little bit. You have that power weapon able to lock down these long range fights. But yeah, safely going to play this. Knows this team's kind of on the back foot here with the Happy Cat Band advancing on their side. They still have one to work with. Speta and the team are not in too bad shape here. They are fighting backwards, but it's going to be fine because they're the team in the lead. They're getting the kills, and with the next rockets and a wet in 20 seconds, you can start thinking now about posturing up, try and force some positive trades, and see if you can pressure the enemy side just at the right timing as they're fighting for these weapons. Nice pick there. That's going to be Sven out of the fight for these new weapons.
Yeah, but Manxie goes down as well. 2 dead now for Zack and Cody. Despite that early pick, it isn't going to be the overshield in their favor. However, EU Assault with this rockets, manages to get some damage down, but not the kill. If he's lucky, that damage might have gone onto the overshield, negating it, but it's hard to tell from the angle we were at. But kills definitely going in favor of Felix Gato Banda now. Manxie with a very important trade, but that isn't going to stop his team from going 4 dead. Swen pulling this flag.
Yeah, this is what I like to see. Go straight up the platform, waste no time getting this flag as far as you can, and that is an excellent flag run. Made the right decision. I don't think he'll be challenged here. In fact, they're going to try and fight back and clear their own side. They are 2 down, so if they can win this 2-on-2 on the training side, should be an okay position for them. But the problem is, look at where they are right now. I mean, he's going to be spawning his whole team S1. If Manxie just looked at the flag there, potentially could have gotten a free stop. Does not matter. 2-2. We're now effectively in sudden death for the rest of the game here, Seal. This is a cracker of a game 1.
Yeah, I think it was a good play there from Felix Gato Banda to take that moment to stop and slay. Obviously, if they try and push that in, they might give up more lives, possibly open themselves up to a counter cap, and at this stage of the game, they could not afford to give up a counter cap. But they don't do so. 2 did go down there for Zack and Cody. Manxie goes down as well. EU Assault, finding himself all by himself on this high side of the map, will fall. 4 dead now for Zack and Cody, and Felix Gato Banda might just be able to get this flag in and win the game.
Yeah, timing's a bit weird here. Happy, I think, is going to be the player to watch out for, because he's the man tasked with watching all of those rotations back through cuts, back through pit. But I don't think anyone's going to catch Outcasted here. He's had a hell of a game, and what a way to put the cherry on top of the cake. The final and winning flag capture to put his team 1-0 up in the series. 24 kills and a decisive game 1 victory.
I mean, it was such a good start for Zack and Cody. They looked like the stronger team for a lot of that game. Even after Outcasted went on his killing frenzy, Zack and Cody still seem to have the situation under control. They got another flag cap. They seem to be in a good spot. They had a sniper in their favor. But all of a sudden, it just fell apart for them. And you've got to give credit where it's due to all of these players. Obviously, Outcasted putting up huge numbers, but everyone on that Felix Gato Banda team definitely stepped up after a rough start.
I mean, listen, it's a hot day here in the UK. I reckon Steve must have air conditioning in his house. I mean, surely, because that man was cool as ice, that map. We had the killing frenzy, the experience shining through. I was really impressed, to be honest with you, from the flag runs from the Happy Cat Band. They were just running it perfectly, wasting no time. We saw some hesitations from Zack and Cody. I mean, I don't want to see hesitations here in game 2. It's important on streets that you are decisive and you pinch with your team. If you're just a millisecond out of timing sometimes, then it can really be the difference between your team trading positively and then actually instead being put on the back foot. So very important that Stephen Graham and the boys of the Happy Cat Band continue their momentum into game 2 to go 2-0 up in the series. But we need to see a little bit more decisiveness from the other side. Zack and Cody feel a little hesitant, at least so far in this series after game 1. Let's see what game 2 brings.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the team of Felix Gato Banda, a team with Outcast and Happy on it is going to have really good comps. These are players who are very experienced and very vocal in game, great at talking to each other, and I think that will do well, especially for Square Melon, who his biggest problem on LAN, the thing that cost them their really good start in the tournament, was just the fact that he got caught out on his own a lot, and maybe his teammates just weren't quite able to compensate for that by getting him what he needed to do. But that seems to be what's happening now, and a really nice double kill from Spetter to start this game will secure him a camo, and it's hopefully a good start here for Zack and Cody as they're looking to answer back in the series.
Yeah, let me tell you, Steel, that is a big play from Spetter to have the wherewithal, whether or not he got a shout from a teammate, knowing that there was a player pushing towards posters, towards that head glitch, but to also hit the 5 and get away with camo. Sure, he doesn't put it into great use, and his team currently trail by, well, just the 1 kill now, make it 2. To have his head on a swivel and hit the 5 and live with camo, that is a big play from Spetter, starting off game 2 very well. And Zack and Cody will need that because they trail in the series. Now, what can the Happy Cat Band do on the back foot. Square Melon a little far away from the action here. His team are all down. He's no shields. A chance here. If I'm Manxie, I'd probably start thinking about the spawn trap, but Square Melon comes out with a kill? Surely not another one. Another one! What?
I told you, man, this guy's mechanics are ridiculous. I don't know if I've actually seen a player who's played the game, you know, not that much as Square Melon, but who is just so insanely good mechanically. The guy doesn't know how to hit shots. But, like I say, it's the lack of experience that sometimes costs him. But in a situation like that, that's where Square Melon really shines. And you can see that the players on Zack and Codeine kind of knew that they had to take him seriously, but they probably didn't take him seriously enough. They need to push in that together, secure that kill. And what that means is that what should have been a 4-kill lead for Zack and Codeine is actually now a 1-kill lead for Felix Gato Banda. It was a great push from Zack and Codeine, but they didn't manage to clean up that last kill.
Yeah. Tell you what, the boys decked out in blue here have done the right thing. Camo coming up. You don't want to be stuck over at B. You want to have sight lines. They've pushed forward, they've done so, but actually it's a second camo in a row for Speta. So after starting the game off very nicely, he's rewarded with another camouflage. Just takes down Happy as well, and another with the pistol. So Speta, definitely the player to keep an eye on in that kill feed and in this game too. Just gave his team and a very important lead change here. The camo player is going to be the man to watch.
Yeah, but you see these players now in that cafe side possibly getting collapsed on here. 2 dead either way. Square Melon's looking to stay alive, but finds himself as the last one up. Can he turn water into wine once again and find these kills as the last man standing? It doesn't look like he's going to try and escape. He's putting out damage, trying to stay alive. Doesn't manage to melee trade with that camo player. They do a great job there of shutting him down, not letting him repeat what he pulled off earlier.
Ah, Curse of the Observer there just went on an insane spree with that camo, pushing himself over the 11 kill margin in this game. Speta finally taken down, but that is the difference in scoreline right now. Speta with that camo going on that spree, a big play. Unfortunate not to catch any of that, but he keeps continuing his fine form. Slink last alive. It's a 1v1 momentarily, I believe, and Outcasted clearly not sure when that red gun's coming up. A very important gun on this map. It's going to be a tricky late game here, I feel, Seal. Because, I mean, what, our next camo's in about, what, 50 seconds time? Could be an opportunity to slow the game down. We have Zack and Codeine with a 5-kill margin. I mean, Happy Cat Band, they cannot, at any point here, relent. They have to keep going. They have to keep it close, ready for this next camo. 35 seconds until that comes up, and a 4-kill game. Ah, that could be the difference maker. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, these trades back and forth that were just happening on screen, they do favour Zack and Codeine. They've got a 4-kill lead here. Not massive, but it's comfortable enough that trading will not bother them too much. And somehow Slink finds 2 in that situation. That player behind him had a 1-shot right in front of him and didn't manage to clean it up. That's going to be another assist for him and another kill for Zack and Codeine. They've exploded out to a 7-kill lead just as this camo is coming up.
Yeah, this is great movement here as well from Speta, blocking these C spawns, giving them a very difficult B spawn for this camo. Nice shots. I don't know what Speta has had for breakfast today, but boy, he needs to keep eating it, because 15 kills and his team still have 10 kills to go. Yeah, this is game at this point. It's impossible to throw this game with this kind of scoreline. On Street Slayer, they should have camo in their chest somewhere as well. I think that might be in the chest of Assault. So, I mean, if he can play his cards right here, stay alive, there is surely no way that the Happy Cat Band come back. We're going to a game 3 with these two tied up 1 game each. I say that though, there's a couple of kills going the blue team's way. If Assault can get out alive, it might look a bit healthier for Zack and Codeine, but theoretically, I mean, they shouldn't lose it from this point, right, Seal?
I mean, you'd certainly think not, but they do take down Assault. And, what, it was about a 10-kill lead earlier, now it's down to a 6-kill lead, but Manxie does find that one, gets it back up to 7. As you say, even with some shakiness, it realistically should be able to just walk it in for Zack and Codeine. Yeah, Assault there finds 1 kill, Manxie's going to find another, Assault finds a second. 3 dead now for Feliz Gato Banda, and they know where the fourth is. Outcaster getting hunted down. He manages to find that kill, but will get traded out. Only one more needed now for Feliz Gato Banda, and Evasalt has his eye on this player. Bottom A, gonna retreat, gets taken down, but it's gonna have to be a 10-for-0 swing for Feliz Gato Banda. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening, and yet Steel get the teabag, understandably so, meaning we're moving to game 3. Oh, Lattice Oddball. Sorry, folks. Lattice Oddball is game 3, but either way, you know, at least it's tied up. It's a close series. These two going head-to-head. And I tell you what, Steel, I feel a bit sorry for Spectre. He's just had the game of his life there. That was a very, very, very impressive game. I can see he's streaming, actually, so no doubt he'll be watching his VOD back, admiring his handiwork. But he was the difference maker. When he grabbed that second camo, even the first camo, he really set the tone for the rest of the game. But that second camo, wow. I mean, that was the difference. That's the reason they were able to move from a tied game situation to what, a 4, 5, 6 kill lead, and they never really looked back from them. So well on to Spectre, +7 spread in the end, moving forward into this series. He is the hot hand right now.
Double kill.
Yeah, I think you are right. It felt like Feliz Gato Banda were essentially
Kill.
playing catch up the whole game. Even when the game was tied, it was usually them catching up to Zach and Cody rather than the other way around. And I think, as you say, that was basically a lot on Spectre. But I do want to highlight, I think it was Evasalt on 14 assists. Very nice. You love to see that in a Slayer. Getting lots of assists, not letting your debts get out of control. It's very good fundamentals.
Double kill.
Yeah, it helps he was missing all his shots as well in the fights we were watching him now. I mean, he won't want to see this one incredible. Oh, come on, man. Come on. What is that, a frame rate issue? I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, maybe we shouldn't have clipped that one for the highlights there, Infinity. You've done the man dirty, but well, given the benefit of the doubt, the statue was in the way. That hologram can mess with your eyesight, but yeah, maybe that's why more assists. I mean, good damage dealing for sure, but damage doesn't win you games. Points on the board do. Got to finish your kills. Got to grab some off-ball time here in game number 3.
Yeah, I think Lattice as a map, at least to my sort of conception of it, is always very snowbally. It's hard to break setups on Lattice. When a team has such, you know, strong map control where they're pushing out towards the enemy spawners, hunting them down, it can be so difficult to break out of. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to who can get that first setup and how well they can
Oh, that movement there, that zoning from Square Melon was just absolutely beautiful. Led to 2 assists, and yeah, Feliz Gato Banda, that is a mouthful to say. They are, well, going to be the team with the early control. Maxi obviously was taken down pretty much straight away off the rip. He was absolutely melted, so he'll be the first port of call. Just needs to sync up with his team. That's what I want to see on this map here, Seal. It is all about being in sync on your breaks. You cannot try and charge in one by one. You will be picked off. So the team, typically with the better synergy, is often going to be the team that comes out on top on this one. Nice body shot to finish off Outcasted. A pretty flashy play, and well, that's the last we'll see of the snipe. So no more fun for the next, what, 2.5 minutes? Ah, that's a shame.
Yeah, it feels like maybe a premature play of that sniper rifle. I
See,
think
it's winners round
so
1.
fair.
Like, what are we doing? It's winners round 1. We're throwing snipes off the map. I don't know, like, what's going on. Is it the mouse and keyboard players? It's probably that, right? I mean, it's
yeah, you
disgusting.
don't want Melon getting hold of that sniper rifle, as you know, the some of the teams on LAN learn to their detriment. That man is a demon. But I think Assault must have thought he was under a lot more pressure there than he actually was. There was no one in any position to take that sniper away from him. But throwing it off, you know, better safe than sorry, I suppose. Although, as you say, winners round 1. Come on,
It's
guys.
Brexit tactics. It really is. It's not what you want to see. It's poor form. But hey, you know, you've got a game plan. You've got to stick to it. Nice 5 there from Swen. He will be traded off, and well, after 2 minutes of play here on this map, the score is an almighty 3-0. It's looking like a World Cup score at this moment in time. Hope to see some more objective efficiency from these two teams, just feeling each other out, of course. But well, it's a 3 dead there for Zach and Cody. Means Swen can now start dribbling that ball away. But look at those spawns. Spectre and Slink have spawned so close to the ball that actually Square Melon is in a bit of a needless and pointless 1v1 here. Hopefully his team can secure the base over there towards blue. They do. Luckily for Square Melon, he gets his kill, so in the end it's not a bad play, but very dangerous, very 50-50 play there. If he loses this one, or his team lose the base behind him, oh, that could have been very, very difficult. Teams at the highest level will punish you for that kind of play, but here in, I say winners round 1, technically winners 2, right? But it's a winners 1 game, let's be real. New snipe coming up. Very important that you try and have some fun. That's the main thing. We're having fun here. That's all we want to see. Just have some fun. Don't throw snipes off, alright? Keep it on. Just have some fun.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a little bit more sniping there from those players. Big push going out of that door from these players, and one of them still manages to go down, and Outcast has got his hands on the sniper rifle but doesn't manage to connect with it. Uses 2 bullets, still alive, finds the body onto Maxi, but trades with that sniper in a situation where you probably didn't really want to be trading. That should be sniper in the hands of Zach and Cody now, and I think 2 bullets left in it.
Yeah, in an ideal world, you don't want to be trading at that kind of range. I mean, in an ideal world, you don't want to be hitting only 1 out of your 4 snipe shots. So better to waste and burn some of the ammo than you know, just surrender more for the enemy team. You do not want to leave it up to a coin flip spawn to see whether or not the snipe goes in your favor or the enemy team's. So very low scoring round here. Finally, we're seeing Zach and Cody with some semblance of a hold. I mean, the ball will be played here just as Zach and Cody go 3 down, but you'd imagine if Happy Cat Band are in position, and they are, this ball will be coming right back over here towards blue. This break is going to be so vital, Seal, for Zach and Cody. You have to be in sync. It's exactly what I said at the start of this map. You cannot push in 1 by 1. If you have the better synergy, you will break this 8 out of 10 times. But if you go in 1 by 1, you get picked off. Oh, no play ball, actually. This could be a bit of a blunder from Happy Cat Band. 4 down.
Yeah, 4 dead, and you know, as you say, an unforced error there, not playing that ball off the map. Now Slink is looking to do a bit of what we saw Melon doing earlier, getting in these spawner spaces. But similarly to Melon, he has actually let those others slip past him, and he doesn't manage to win the 1v1, so he's just going to be first pick on the map. Swen does go down, Maxi pinned down on that side, and Square Melon isn't going to miss that. The ball does get played at least. Zach and Cody still finding themselves over 10 points down, and as you say, this has been a very low scoring game. 3 of them did die, so now more time on the board for Felix Gato Banda. Level 50 / Slink is going to be the last one to fall, and with his death being very staggered, there's a solid chance that it's going to be a while before Zach and Cody can break in.
Yeah, Outcast is spawning tower here, should give Square Melon all the info he needs to know that the majority of the pressure is going to come from that left side, from inside blue. Very important to play the ball there. You do, in this instance, if you're a Happy Cat Band, decked out in blue, I mean, you've got a healthy 30-point-ish lead. All you have to do is play the 50-50s. The time is in your favor. There's 2 different ways you can win. I mean, ideally, you just want to let the clock run out. Did Swen get that trade? No, I don't think he did. Assault got away with one there. And that could be just a little bit of a door opening here for Zach and Cody. They, if they can play the numbers game correctly, which they have so far, have a chance here in the late round to potentially equalize this game.
Yeah, and Maxi's gonna get away into red. And I was just thinking earlier, like, we haven't seen a red setup all game. In my experience, the blue setup, obviously, you have a really nice play ball, but the red setup tends to be a bit harder to break. Players often struggle. I think the game really likes spawning you in blue, so unless you do, unless you cleanly break through red, you're going to have a hard time getting your spawns in, and that's kind of what we're seeing there. Zach and Cody still 4 up as they do find 2 kills. Spetta still hanging around this ice area, potentially being ready to play that ball or help in a fight. And that's exactly what we're going to see. He plays that ball out. Now the fight happening in towards A. Happy 9000 takes down Spetta.
Oh, no.
He's getting hunted by EU Assault. He can't find him. He's going to get taken down eventually, but now it's a 1v1 and Swen will win it with the help of some damage already down onto that player. But we can see now Square Melon, the jiggle peeking is really good. He's finding so much damage from across the map. He gets a kill, and now he's pushing into red. 3 dead for Zach and Cody. A 1-second difference between these 2 teams. I think Felix Gato Banda is just going to let this clock run down.
Yeah, I tell you what, Seal, this ball will reset around 3 seconds left as well. So, I mean, there could be no time. Zach and Cody need to touch this ball very soon. There you go. There's the reset. This round's over. That was perfectly played, perfectly timed, because Feliz Gato Banda. They go 4 down at the end, but they knew, they had the awareness that that ball would reset. That is incredible game sense. No doubt someone on that team there coming, don't touch that ball, it will reset. I think the last touch on it was around 33 seconds on the game clock by my estimation. And so with a very slender lead, they had the wherewithal to say, and more importantly, the discipline to act and say, don't touch this ball, there's no need to. Perfectly played. Love to see that. That's really high level stuff. And it results in them winning round number 1. You can go round 2.
Yeah, a split second in it, really. Manxie was on the ball right as it reset. So close to maybe getting that touch, but probably wouldn't have managed to get the second he needed. This fight, though, happening over in A. 2 went down for Zack and Cody, and 2 down as well for Felix Gato Banda, but the spawns coming in for Felix Gato Banda are good. We see players spawning on Cargo, and another one already pushed up so far. Slink now in a bit of a bad spot. He's trying to fight a 3v1, recognizes that situation and backs out. Now he's just looking to find a pick, and Outcasted is going to give it to him. He's going to find himself a second as well. Numbers advantage now in favor of Felix Gato Banda, but he does get taken down by Square Melon. The ball resets, so no one's going to be able to get themselves a setup just yet. And EU Assault, I think, might have rotated that into enemy hands.
He's thrown it to his teammate Spectre, who's not having the best of games so far. Was the hot hand in game 2, Street Slayer, but I mean, it's double negative at this point in time. Not what you want to see, so maybe struggling with connection. Maybe, I mean, I wouldn't like to read into it, but clearly making the call to say, you know what, I'm not having the best of games here. Let me have the OBJ. You guys slay out. But interesting to see Zack and Cody in the way they like to play. Obviously, we saw Slink there kind of play in ISO in isolation. Was working out for him, and so far 22 kills to his name, but not a single second of ball time. You'd probably like to see that change if you want to see Zack and Cody go up into this game number 4 following this map 3. I mean, it is as tight as you like right now in this series.
Yeah, and it looks like Zack and Cody have recognized that that red setup was working a lot better for them than trying to do the blue one, because they have been holding it in there. They've gotten themselves a little bit of a lead. Not much of one, but when you consider where the previous game ended, that 15-second lead that they had to start the game might make all the difference. When we get to the end of this, Square Melon goes down, not managing any hero plays on this occasion. 15 seconds for this sniper rifle, and it looks like Slink wants it.
Yeah, you probably have to give this up though, right? I mean, you would rather just take the extra 15 or so seconds of ball time, make Happy Cat Band a bit more uncomfortable, make them funnel one by one, make them make a decision. Do you wait for this snipe, or do you pressure ball? Looks like they're kind of caught in 2 minds right now. They're just pushing one by one. Absolutely no help for anyone, and Sven will be the latest in a long line of blue members going down as Manxie gets an overkill. Thanks to that push in one by one from the team decked out in blue. This has been a calamitous round for them. But for this man, an overkill joins Slink on 25 kills each. Incredible stuff.
Halfway to victory.
Yeah, as you say, we do see just a rock-solid setup there. Great map control. That push through ice did not work at all for Felix Gato Banda. However, they flipped the script now, finding 4 dead for 0. But they've given themselves a mountain to climb, almost 50-point lead for Zack and Cody. However, Zack and Cody managed to bring it within 1 last game after a similar deficit. So we'll have to see if Felix Gato Banda can repeat their success. And with snipes like that from Happy 9000, finding that first pick, looking for a second, gets the kill onto Spectre as well. 4 dead for Zack and Cody, and that lead is already shrinking rapidly.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. You can tell by the movements clearly when he sees no pressure, happy to try and take space. Also at the same time, needs to be careful not to overextend too far. Already a big pressure point on the map just by surviving. The enemy team are not counting bullets. So as long as you have that snipe on your back, they're going to be thinking, oh, we can't really rush this angle. Some nice shots. But this lead has been chipped away, and we're about to see the first lead change of the round thanks to Outcasted's 50 points in climbing in this round number 2. Where did it all go wrong for Zack and Cody? I mean, Feliz Gato Banda looked completely on the ropes, pushing in one by one. You'd think that Manxy overkill would be the catalyst. But now they've finally broken. It'll be another lead change here. How's the shape looking? You have Slink over at tower alone. You've got Assault and Manxy here working this right-hand side. Important not to give up a first blood here. You're already down in numbers thanks to Assault going down. You've also got Speta holding ball. I mean, it's essentially a 2v4 at this point. What can you do?
Yeah, not even managed to find that pick onto Happy 9000. Slink will clean that up. 3v2 on the map here. And Assault not managing to push out those shots are ridiculous from that range. Hitting that so cleanly. They've managed to get themselves back in the lead on Zack and Cody, but they can't afford to let Feliz Gato Banda go on another run like they just did.
Certainly not, and it comes back to what I said at the start of this map 3. The team on the same page more often than not will come out on top on this map and just generally on this mode. First blood to what win you this mode. Obviously you have to hold the ball and benefit from that, but that's the way to open the door. Swen here will come close to tying this round, but smartly understanding the numbers situation. Only 2 bullets to work with here. Oh, I like that. Use a bit of utility, grab that battle rifle, try and put some damage down for your teammate, but it's a 3v1 here. He won't get anything for all his hard work. And, well, you'd imagine there's only one push left in it for Feliz Gato Banda, but, well, I tell you what, Zack and Cody, they're late to grab this ball. They have not maximized the ball time here, Seal. Oh, I think they've just allowed the Happy Cat Band boys to come back in, get their slays, and break. Ooh, they might just be ruining not maximizing that ball time.
Yeah, if they hadn't picked that up, then it might have actually reset fairly soon. I don't think, as you say, they hadn't really been holding it. I'm not sure how long it had left on the clock, but picking it up then really didn't do them much good. They've lost the lead once more. Kills going down evenly on the map now. Another trade coming in, 2v2. Slink needs to take down Square Melon, will do so now. Outcasted finds himself as the last man standing. Slink looking to flank, takes him down. And even though there was a big mistake there from Zack and Cody, they have managed to recover. They broke that setup extremely quickly. However, EU Assault here can't afford to go down first, and he will find the perfect kill onto Square Melon. Only 5 seconds left on the clock. Happy 9000 is probably the only person who's going to be in a position. But Speta's right there. He needs to stay alive, but he doesn't. He's gone down with 99 seconds on the clock. EU Assault needs to kill his player. He needs to just touch the ball for a second. He will. And that was a hell of a lot closer than it should have been.
I mean, listen, the +1 looks good on the stat line. He just obviously won that big kill over towards tower, hit those shots. A clutch end to the round by Assault. But yeah, just grab the ball, man. I mean, it's 1 second. Your team's probably screaming at you. 1 second, 1 second. So, by the way, round 3 in map 3. We could not have picked a better round 2 matchup to watch first here on the stream here in our summer 4v4. These two teams just locking horns. I cannot call who will win this round. We need to see more in-sync gameplay. I mean, Slink is threatening a 50 bomb in this game. 34 kills by round 3. I mean, he's well on pace towards that. But we need to see both teams be a little bit less sloppy. That's nice work with the Quantum Translocator. But now, it is all about maximizing their pushes and maximizing that ball time. You have a good chance of winning this map 3 if you're able to do that.
Yeah, Manxy they're doing a good job of making himself inconvenient. Something I actually saw off the rip there was Zack and Cody played fast with that sniper rifle and immediately threw it off the map. They maybe recognized what work Happy was able to do with it last round. They know the damage that Melon and the others can do, and they don't want anything to do with that. They're playing denial to the other team, avoiding giving up any of the power items that they're scared of the other side having. It's smart play. If you want to win this game, you can't afford to let them have what they want.
So I think the Happy Cat Band boys, Swen and Happy especially, will probably be saying, you know what, denial is a river in Egypt. That is all we care about. We just want those weapons. We want to put them to good use. Nice shots. Finishes off Manxy. It's a 2v2 on the map. Is there any OBJ efficiency from either side, though? I mean, there's no urgency. Looks like it's the Happy Cat Band that are able to dribble that ball out, and it's important to not feed like that's better. No reason to peek. You had a teammate engaging, and now that's going to put your team at a bit of a disadvantage. This should have been a very clean break from Zack and Cody, but instead it's going to be very sloppy because now Speta always got a lucky coin flip spawn. If he spawned over a blue there, I would have been I mean, maybe it's good brain play, just knowing you'll get the side spawn and help your teammate out, but yeah, that's very risky. Some sloppy deaths from both sides. Speta especially just far off the pace. It's, I mean, it's like who wants to win this map? Do you know what I mean? It's almost like both teams are trying to avoid defeat at this point. We need to see someone really grab the game by the scruff of the neck and say, you know what? This map 3 is ours.
Yeah, I do agree there. I think it's recognizing these victory conditions as opposed to just trying to deny them to the enemy team. It's actually finding these opportunities to win the game yourself. You know, don't throwing the sniper rifle off the map, making use of it. And we see here Maxi in a bit of an awkward position, but the 3 dead on the other side will solve that problem. 5 seconds for this sniper rifle, and I'd like to see them making a move to maybe try and secure it. But Maxi is positioned himself kind of awkwardly here. He's in prime getting shot by a sniper rifle spot. If he doesn't get moving, however, he's pushing time on the board. We're seeing some more of that objective efficiency now. We're seeing Zach and Cody once again getting off to an early start. That was crucial for them in terms of winning that previous round. We saw the first round where they couldn't manage to get themselves off to that lead. They struggled. Sven, I wasn't sure if he was M&K before, but now I'm pretty positive.
There's no secrets
but he does
now.
get taken down. Not managing to connect with that sniper rifle. But we see players going down there. 3 dead. Happy 9000 falls as well. Swen, I think he's the first spawner. So that's going to be more ball time for Zach and Codeine. They have really taken control of this game recently.
Yeah, if you're Happy Cat Band, you're all spawning blue. It's all about not giving up that first death. Swen has gone down. That's going to be traded. Happy with a couple of kills. I mean, it's Happy now last alive in a 1v2. I mean, I don't know where these breaks are going wrong for Feliz Gato Banda, but they're constantly losing players in isolated fights. They're getting trades, but then also they're not syncing up on the other side. Slink has hit his 40 bomb. Obviously, no OBJ time to his name. That's to be expected, but look at this. I mean, it's 4 down. I think this is game. I think this round 3, just as we were asking for someone to grab this game by the balls, it's Slink with this snipe now on pace for 43 kills in this game. That's game 3 over.
Yeah, just about. I mean, someone needs to pick up another second of ball time. It's hard to
pick up the
imagine
ball,
that's
man.
Not gonna happen.
Pick up the ball. It's
as
1
he
second.
finds that kill.
Come on.
Beautiful one from him. But I actually love how Slink is using the sniper rifle there. It's something I've seen other people do, and it seems to always be quite effective. Holding it in red, instead of going out into the tower area, it looks like a nice place to snipe from, or even the window. Instead, holding further back, letting your teammates be the first one up, because it gives you that opportunity to catch people off guard. They don't see you straight away when they spawn, because they're looking at your teammates that are further up the map, so you just catch them like that. Square Melon's thoughts there are on the teammates further up. Same with Sven, the guy who's on top mid. That guy obviously wasn't expecting to get shot from back red like that, but using that sniper rifle to create so much pressure everywhere in your line of sight, combined with really good spawn awareness, is just devastating. Slink, 45 kills. Once he had that sniper rifle in that position, there was no life from Felix Gato Banda whatsoever.
Yeah, major kill differential between the two teams. That's reflected in the assist column as well. Zach and Coding clearly the team on the higher side of things in terms of being on the same page. Now we move into map 4, Recharge King of the Hill. Listen, this is a map mode you need to be on the same page. You cannot afford to give away just first deaths running off the spawn, especially on your breaks here on Recharge King. If you do that, these hills will go so fast. Let me tell you, we feasted on teams coming from the open bracket that just did not have the patience to play this map and mode. Even some of the pro teams, the discipline just was not there. So I want to see that from these teams, especially if you're spawning A, trying to break these blue hills. Dude, you've got to be a player that is not AFKing to tower. You cannot isolate your team from you if you're the first spawner. Well, that's what I'm going to be looking out for on this map and mode. It could be curtains for Feliz Gato Banda if they cannot get things done. As we look over some of the action we just saw there in map number 3 Seal, a big game 4 coming up.
Yeah, and I think for a team with, 2 MK players, both of whom are obviously cracked with a sniper rifle, to just not be getting much value out of that sniper rifle. And the one time they really did was Happy 9000, and he's a controller player. I think when you look at a team like this, you expect players like Square Melon and Swen to be picking up that sniper rifle, doming everyone in sight. Zac and Codeine did not let that happen. They are fully aware of what this other team's strengths are, and they are making sure that they don't get to play to it. And I think when it comes to this recharging of a hill, with no sniper rifle on the map, it might be the case that Felis Gato Banda won't be quite as fixated on it, and maybe they'll be able to be a little bit wiser. That was a crazy shot there.
Yeah, nice shots indeed. I've got to give a big shout out to Zac and Codeine. Obviously losing round 1 in the way that they did, it's difficult to bounce back from a bit of a heartbreaking situation where, you know, you feel like you've done the break, excuse me, and then the ball resets. I mean, it's great play from Felis Gato Banda, the team in blue, but I mean, it's heartbreaking. It's difficult to steady yourself. They did just that, and well, round 3, I mean, it was close until the mid game, and then Slink just took over. These shots with Snipe just absolutely finding the target, and Swen just had no chance on this break. Already a player down. Like you said, the attention's turned to the call outs on the player top mid, thinking he's the first kill, but of course you forget on the other side you've got Slink to Snipe. He finishes the game in style. And about as complete a performance. He only had 1 second of OBJ seal the whole game, and it was that second we just saw. That is very funny. You see in the chat there, vital 1 point. Absolutely vital indeed. That is premium OBJ work there from Slink.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you're objective efficient. Don't put any more time on the board than is absolutely necessary. That's what objective efficiency is.
That's exactly that. Exactly. I
But anyway,
I love that.
but yeah, I mean, Slink there using that sniper rifle in such a sort of fundamentally solid way. You know, none of the shots he hits then aren't mechanically crazy. You know, you put basically anyone in that position in that moment, and they'll probably manage to hit those shots. But it's about putting himself in the right place at the right time, about his team being that presence on the map that allows him to just do that, to just sit back and dome people, basically point and click adventure game. It's good teamwork from them, and it shows that there's a level of coordination and a level of game sense on this team that so far I don't think Felis Gato Banda has managed to match.
No, and they're going to need to match it. They're going to need to excel here on this map 4. Recon King of the Hill, I alluded to it earlier. You need to be on the same page. The team with the better synergy will win this game fight 10 times out of 10. And 4 down off the rip for the team that is spawning blue now. They spawned blue at the start of the game. They lost the tower fight. Now they're immediately starting to commence their first break of the match. The benefit for them is no one from Zac and Codeine is protecting tower right now. Tower is the place that I'd say the hill player is most vulnerable from, but it doesn't look like they're trying to utilize that. They could be caught in a very difficult rotation here if they cannot break this hill in time. They're forcing A spawns very, very soon. All it takes is someone from Zac and Codeine to try and backstab over at blue, and they've already lost spawns for news. So need to be careful with the routing you're taking here. This hill 1 is absolutely perfect from Zac and Codeine. Now the question is, the money spawns, which way are they going? Of course, they're going to go the way of Zac and Codeine. On these 2 blue hills, Seal, you need those glass spawns. Those are the side spawns you want the most. You don't want to be caught spawning A. You definitely don't want to spawn pipes. So keep an eye on that. It's going to be an interesting coin flip here, actually, to see who will spawn gold. And Zac and Codeine, they win the coin flip. This is going to be a difficult hold here for Felis Gato Banda. Square Melon goes down. And wow, Spetta, he just needed a buddy there. Instead, the gold spawns, the glass spawns, they go to waste, and now it looks like Zac and Codeine, they need to start from scratch, although they spawn glass again. So it seems like someone on that side surviving, getting that squad spawn in. It's going to be a battle for supremacy here on this hill very soon.
Yeah, you can see there that Felis Gato Banda didn't really know where the enemy was going to spawn. The Outcast was actually watching that tower position until his teammates spawned there. Just kind of gives the impression that they weren't really controlling anything on the map other than the hill itself. And I think that's what causes this. Like, they had a pretty clean win to that team fight a minute ago. But when you look at the hill time, they haven't actually gotten very much because it's just been a constant fight happening. These players trickling in through one ball. And Zac and Codeine haven't made a particularly good push into this hill yet. They were pushing in a little bit disconnected. But the problem is, that whilst they're still pushing in, the players on Felix Gato Banda aren't actually managing to pick up that much hill time. They've got the lead now, they've got a solid one, but there's still an opportunity here for Zach and Cody.
Yeah, we need to see the team in blue really stretch their legs here. It's a very important 2v1. I think Outcaster will get out with camo. Yeah, it looks like he will. They need to stretch their legs and try and get some of that gold and glass control. Right now, it seems like they're playing almost tunnel vision-y over towards blue, playing the short-range game. But you definitely need some map presence in order to lock down this hill. Think they will be okay to just lock out the rest of this hill. They have close spawns, they're spawning glass. Yeah, this should be a hill going to the team in blue. So we're all tied up going to P3. Now this hill, I mean, this is a tricky one to hold. You have to break those A spawns if you're the team trying to break. But how do you do that? Do you go from tower? Do you go from mid? It's always a difficult thing to do. So it's like Zach and Cody, though. They've fluffed their lines a little bit. Speta with some nice shots will win that fight, but he's traded off. Now those A spawns will actually flip. So despite Zach and Cody having the correct spawns at the start of P3, it's now been flipped. You got a new shot coming up, and look who's got it, the hero of map number 3. It's Slink, now with a shock rifle.
Gets taken down though, very short order. That's 3 dead for Zach and Cody. Yeah, as you mentioned, they had the spawns early in this hill. Looked like they should have been able to lock that out for at least a little bit. A great push from Felix Gato Banda, and EU Assault we're trying to one-man army his way in there. No one in a position to help him. I'm not really sure what the play was there. But Speta finds himself another pick. Gets traded out onto Slink, though. Happy goes down. And now these players have managed to break into A, but they need to stay alive. They need to keep pressuring this hill, but Manksy's going to fall. Speta holding this position top A, but the reinforcements from EU Assault won't come through as he gets taken down on the cross. Looks like Felix Gato Banda have a pretty solid setup here. Speta and Slink both fall. This should be a 2-1 lead now for Felix Gato Banda. I don't see Zach and Cody breaking in before this hill gets captured.
No, definitely not. And Manksy's got the right idea. This hill's gone. Try and control again those pivotal glass spawns. If I'm Assault, I put the brakes on here. I stick it in reverse. I go back to tower. And I stop engaging. But, I mean, this wave of kills, the momentum well and truly in favor of Felix Gato Banda. New camo coming up. Keep an eye on these gold spawns. Again, here's Seal. Looks like Zach and Cody spawning A. So, they are 2-1 up right now. They have camo. This hill is wide out in the open, and Zach and Cody, I mean, they're going to try and break this from blue. This is near impossible stuff. I remember back in, where was it? I think it was Arlington, first major of last year. We played Cloud9 on this in winners round 1. And I think there was about 3 minutes left on this hill, and we just bled them out because they kept spawning A, running through tower. They went to blue, and then just stood still because there was nothing they could do. With a player like Wootum cross-mapping them in the hill every time they stepped in. I think we bled out the entire 3 minutes in the end. So very important that you're proactive here, Zach and Cody. You need to flank, you need to get map control because you cannot win this hill from your position right now.
Yeah, it's such a difficult hill to hold because of that tower position, and Swen had no business surviving that, and he was going to manage to do so anyway. And the thing about Felix Gato Banda here is I think they've obviously elected to play, to actually try and capture this hill. But you do see teams play time with a lot of time left on the clock on this hill because it's such a hard one to capture. A remote deck kill there for someone, I didn't quite catch who that was. But, you know, once again, we're finding ourselves in this situation that you were talking about, where even though Zach and Cody have gotten into the hill, they're not actually in a position to hold it just yet. Finally, those spawns coming in A, but these players are already pressuring the A spawners, and that could flip the spawns over towards gold, which would be very bad news. That's exactly what we see. Square Melon spawns top gold. So now EU Assault is going to have to contend with these players running down long haul, and it's going to be a very difficult fight for them.
Yeah, they've done enough damage. I mean, they're taking this fight. I mean, that's better running and trying to play a bit of interference, but like, I think you're right. I mean, you read my mind with those spawns. They pressured A far too early. No reason to pressure A even remotely on this hill. And well, this could be a very tricky situation if Felix Gato Banda are able to maximize this hill time here. This could come down to almost a bit of a coin flip spawn situation again, where if you win that spawn over at glass, you could win the hill. This is a tricky one to read. An important stick. No, he didn't stick him. And Outcast finishes up the last 2. He's obviously worried about those glass spawns, but maybe Manksy's spawning over there. Oh, this is a mess here, Seal. I don't know which way this one's going to go.
Yeah, Outcasted has no business finding both of those kills in that situation. One of those players was full shield and just apparently didn't see Outcasted right in front of him. Gets taken down, trading no damage, and then Outcasted finds himself another one as well. However, for all of that good work that Outcasted did, 3 are going to go down. Spetter's suppressing Happy 9000 with so little time left, and EU Assault having that camo. They are going to tie up the game. Still camo in their favor, and I think EU Assault is just going to elect to sit in this hill with it, but no, he's actually going to start roaming and looking for kills.
Yeah, probably the right play, you'd imagine. I mean, there's not many places in the hill you can hide, but that went from, I mean, great to terrible. Out of all of the heroics from Outcasted, dude, I mean, he did everything his team could possibly ask for, but for some reason they don't grab the camo. They lose the fight in the end, and now, I mean, Assault can just play almost like a sentinel here on this map. It's going to be 2 kills, no doubt, going in their favor here shortly. I mean, it's a positive trade, 2 for 1. You've got more hill time than the enemy team in the hill. Oh, man, this is... I don't know how this has happened, but it's going to be still winnable here for Philly's Gato Banda, but it's very important that you play this as efficiently as you can. Try and spawn the enemy over at gold. But look at this hill progression, over half for Zach and Codeine, and you'd imagine this is the hill that would win them the series.
Yeah, a very solid hold Zach and Codeine had on that hill. It's not often, I think, that we see such a long, uninterrupted amount of scoring on a hill this exposed. That is what they managed to get. However, now Felix Gato Banda shrinking that lead a significant amount, but with 2 dead, Happy 9000 recognizes the situation he's in, knows he has to back out, and his teammates are making sure that they hold on to these gold positions. Square Melon did spawn there.
Big fight.
Really good spawn control.
Yeah, big fight here, Seal, and it looks like Philly's Gato Banda have done the business. I mean, it's a 2-on-2 trade, except now Assault's last alive. All the while, there's hill progression happening. Oh, there's been a split over at A, though. Zach and Codeine, they get very fortunate with that one. Keep an eye on this kill feed. Assault's still alive here as well. Oh, man, that split is heartbreaking for the blue team. They were not expecting it, and I said earlier it would come down to that coin flip. That coin flip is exactly what happens. Assault living at long. I mean, it's either gold or it's A the spawn comes from, and luckily for Zach and Codeine, they spawn at bottom A, flank the hill, and they retake the hill and finish off the progression. I mean, that's a heartbreaker. Still theoretically possible to force overtime here. 9 seconds left here. Assault last alive at tower. They're going to have to be pretty perfect, but if they can pressure tower early, that's definitely within the scope of things here for the team in blue to keep their winners bracket tournament alive so far.
Yeah, unless we forget that Zach and Codeine actually won this hill perfectly
God.
previously, so it is doable. But unfortunately for Felix Gato Banda, they will go 4 dead. They've got 30 seconds left. It's enough time. This is still winnable for them, but they've got to get a move on. They've got to make it happen soon, because they will need someone in that hill when this 30 seconds runs out. The push coming through A, they do trade out a player, but they manage to stay alive. They're going to find Spetter untraded. Manxie, the last man standing, is still alive, I think, somehow up in that goal position, and that's going to be a problem, because that's going to force any spawns further away. Manxie now in the hill looking to take down this player, and he does so untraded. However, they still gets taken down by Square Melon. Very little time left on both the game clock and otherwise, but those tower players find the kills. 4 dead now for Felix Gato Banda, and I don't think anyone is going to make it in time. Zach and Codeine, with only 5 seconds left, are just going to hold this vice-like grip. The nades from Slink are good as he finds that kill, and no one will get in the hill. Zach and Codeine will take the series 3-1, but it felt a lot closer than that.
Dude, how does Manxie stay alive? How does he not
I don't know.
scream that by his teammates? Saying, hey, there's a guy that survived with gold. I think he dropped from front gold in the end. Clearly used some kind of, route that just line of sighted the rest of the team. We can see it here at the end. I mean, this is actually past the play that happened. But we can see, I think it's coming up here, right? Thanks, Infinity, our producer on the replays. I mean, great bit of body disrespect. We love to see it, but I don't know. We can take a look here again soon. I mean, look at this, 33 seconds left. I mean, you'd imagine. All I'm thinking to myself here, it's Seal, is first bloods. If we can get a positive trade and trade positively towards the hill, I mean, we're doing absolutely fine. They trade more than enough. I mean, this is 3 for 1 at this point. Maxi is top gold. They know he's there because they're running him down. But Happy's focusing on spawners. He just jumps from front gold. Dude, he jumps from front gold, contests enough, and then Square Melon, I mean, he should be in front of this battery right here. I mean, it's an obvious line of sight from tower, but I think the play had collapsed so far before that the team was in a state of flux, completely frazzled. Credit to Manxie, making plays all series long, had that overkill on map 3. Then in game 4, making the heroic play, taking down the hill player. Wow, that is fun. That is a fun series to kick us off here today. I mean, I don't know where we go from there, but hopefully the rest of the tournament lives up to that one, because that was incredibly close.
That was incredibly close, and as you say, you know, a massive play there from Maxi. Also big plays from other players. I think it was Slink we were watching at the end, but you know, and we do see on the other side of the tournament, Maxi's fat, which weirdly doesn't have Maxi on it. And so I don't know if that was I don't know if that's like a.
Is that allowed? That can't be allowed.
I don't know. That seems a little bit mean, to be honest. For the record, Maxi isn't fat. So, you know, just make of that what you will.
Listen, I don't judge it. Listen, you know, there's those MPIC and stuff these days, you know, like Monjaro and all that, you know, there's ways around it. But I don't care. You know, be fat if you want to be fat. I don't mind.
We see that we do see Maxi's fat getting corrected on the thing there, but it's just because they spelled Maxi wrong. So, you know, we're still leaving that there, but that's going to be all for our first series of the day. It was an absolute banger, and we should be back with another one fairly soon. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you soon.
Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way. I don't wanna feel that way.
something you wake from day drunk, but it had to be fate between you and me. If it breaks down, then we'll fix what is broken. Yeah, it'll take time, but you know that I'm hooked. All the best things don't get built in an instant. Yeah, we can get back all the time that it took. Play our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back of my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was. Oh, baby, if it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Daybreak, the rain's gonna let up. It saves us. It had to be a fate between you and me. After the cloud, we make it all back. I can admit that I'm far from perfect. Yeah, I can break bread, take it all back. End of the day, lay your head on my chest. If it breaks down, then we'll fix what is broken. Yeah, it'll take time, but you know that I'm hooked. All the best things don't get built in an instant. Yeah, we can get back all the time that it took. Play our cards right, take a trip to the ocean. Yeah, back in my hand, I read you like a book. And honestly, I'm circling. Take me right back to the way that it was. Oh, baby, if it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low, you get the best of me. If it's a phase, then we'll both know what it's gonna take. Make or break, I will follow. High and low,
du cepat lah Robert. Tahu du. Jumpa.
Lost control, falling over, getting pulled in by your gravity. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now, I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone. Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through, claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance, show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way. I'm not the one that hurt you. Don't let it tear you down and touch me like you used to. So come back and fight it. We'll forget what I did. Don't let your color fade. I'm not the one that hurt you. I'm not the one that hurt you. I watched you as you cried. I'm sorry I didn't think enough to say the things I should. But can you let me know? Hold the
Hello and welcome back to the European Halo League 4v4 Summer Cup. We're back with another game, this time between Manxius Fat and I've forgotten who the other team is.
Wouldn't it be funny?
That's the one. I'm
the
joined
name.
by Wonderboy, who's fortunately more on the ball than I am. How you doing,
Listen,
man?
Seal.
You feel good?
Listen, we gotta start giving teams team names, all right? It's a privilege, not a right, to name your team, all right? We've got to start calling these teams, I don't know, like Team 1, Team 2, or something like that. Because if you're gonna come in here and directly contradict Microsoft terms of service with some hate crimes, all right? Manxi's Fat. I don't know if that's actually a hate crime. I've only heard that phrase used. But either way, that's insulting. There's no need for that, all right? Call your team like the Incredibles or like the Indestructibles or something like that. Not like Manxi's Fat. And then on the other side, wouldn't it be funny? Like, it's not very funny. It's not big. It's not clever, all right? I don't... Just give your team a proper name, all right?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to call them Neb's team.
That works.
And then blame him for the inevitable crushing defeat.
Look at this. Infinite's changed their name on the overlay to the Incredible. See, isn't that just a way better team name? You're welcome. I work on commission, by the way, so I'll invoice you guys real soon.
Yeah, $5 for that name.
Yeah. But listen, I don't make the rates, all right?
Get sued by the Incredibles.
It's only Disney, all right? It's only Walt Disney Corporation.
Yeah,
No
they're not
problems.
known. They're not known for being particularly stringent with their copyright laws.
Nah. But we can see the game types here. I mean, Oddball, Live Fire, Game 1 into a Slayer Recharge, and then Stronghold Streets are the first 3 game types. I mean, listen, it's great to see Stronghold Streets back in. I won't lie, I'm worried for Manxi's Fat, aka the Incredibles, because I feel like this should be, wouldn't it be funny, in 3. I mean, you got Cammy on that team. He's won 2 FFAs at LAN back-to-back, you know, both dream hacks. Obviously, Mose and Shad, they've played countless tournaments in the championship bracket and in pool play at majors. So you'd imagine that this should be a fairly comfortable game. But we've had wafts, obviously, in the chat come in and say, listen, I've been VOD reviewing a lot with Percussion, and he's ready to show the world what he's made of. So there could be some surprises. We're still waiting on 3 of the Wouldn't It Be Funny members. Okay, just 2 now. Nice of Shad to turn up.
I was about to say, how did we come back to the screen with fewer people in the lobby than we started with?
I mean, the game type's
I'm
not
not-
even right. Yeah, there's not even loaded the
Yeah.
right game type, so I don't know what to say. We could be here for a while.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure what's been going on with these guys, because I swear all of them were in the lobby earlier, and now half of them have disappeared again. At least Manxi's Fat have actually turned up to the venue.
Oh, here we go. All right,
even
just
if they
missing Mose
even
now.
if they are sick and twisted.
Hey, listen,
But,
I don't know if Snipe Drone gets it from Mose or if Mose gets it from Snipe Drone, but Snipe Drone was the worst. He would always be, as finally Mose joins the lobby, he would always say, oh, let me know when they're all in. He would never be like the first to join the lobby. He would always be like, oh, just, you know, let me know when they're all ready, even for scrims and stuff. And it always ended up with us starting scrims like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes late. Like, if we schedule a scrim for 3, we're not playing until like 3:30 because, like, some people queue arena and then, you know, people start warming up and then people are like, oh, is everyone in the lobby and ready? It's like, well, it doesn't matter. Like, you're not in the lobby and ready. So, like, come on, just join.
Yeah,
Honestly.
because you're waiting for them. They're
Exactly.
waiting for you. Everyone's waiting for someone.
It's like a standoff. It's the reason these tournaments run so late as well, Seal. Listen, I'm going to get on my soapbox because we've got a bit of time. Like, the game type wasn't even ready yet. If we all just be ready for our rounds and stop trying to queue ranked arena and stop trying to queue, like, little customs against bots and whatnot, like, come on. Like, what are we doing? Just come through and just, like, join the lobby and just be ready. And then we'll just all be ready and finish on time. That's all I'm asking for, right? Just a bit of professionalism.
Yeah, I played a draft tournament a couple of years ago. One of my teammates fell asleep between rounds, and we couldn't wake him up.
That's a pretty extreme example. I mean, like, that's the other end of the spectrum. Like, you don't want to be so ready that you fall asleep. But hey, look, we're loading in. Look, map 1's ready. See, that passed by like no time at all.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you though. It's one of those things where it's all the little things that add up. You know, it doesn't generally make a difference if one player's a little bit late, but when you have that sort of like nuclear standoff of people not wanting to join the lobby until other people have joined the lobby, then you never get anywhere. And I get it. I like shooting bots too. Like, if I'm gonna be waiting a while for a game to start, I do kind of want to hop in and start shooting bots. But I also want the game to start as soon as it can. So I'll usually hop in the lobby when someone tells me to, you know.
Listen, if you still get dopamine from shooting bots in the big 2-6, like, fair play. You go do that.
Your hands.
You go do that in your own time. But like, I'm here for tourney games. I'm here for tourney live action gameplay, and that looks like what we're loading into now. Oddball Live Fire map 1 between these two teams. The chance to feature in a winners final later on, I believe. And Mo's taking a bit of time before pushing Big Door off the start. It's worked out for Wouldn't It Be Funny, as they've got the first 2 kills and snipe. New camo 15 seconds. Yeah, you'd imagine this one will be off to a rip-roaring start here in map 1.
Yeah, TK2 with this sniper rifle, a very, very fast, very, very aggressive player, and a 2-time FFA LAN champion. One of the, you know, sort of asserting himself as one of the most mechanically skilled players that we've got in the whole world. The FFA scene hasn't really seen the same drop-off in terms of participation as the 4v4 scene when it comes to, you know, those higher ends, because, you know, you just show up, play a GP FFA, then hop off. It's not like we've had so many players stop playing, so those wins very significant. You know, defeating previous FFA champions like Command Station. TK2 is the real deal, and he is very mechanically skilled. But just as I'm actually glazing him, he's got 0 kills and 2 deaths. So I don't know what he did with that sniper rifle.
I mean, listen, to go back to back on that in free-for-all, dude, it's so tough. I mean, I'm thinking back over some of the great Halo players over the years throughout Halo 2 in free-for-all. It was obviously the likes of LA1, the likes of Lethal for that TSG team back that went perfect. I think it was XL2, 21-0, I think they went, something like that in games. Then throughout Halo 3, you had the likes of Vard who were putting up some decent performances, and I mean, just over the years, I mean, it's so difficult. Even some of those players struggle to go back-to-back tournament free-for-all wins. So credit to TK2. We'll keep an eye on him. He's got his first kill on the board. That's a big 1v1 here against Perk, though. Finally puts him to bed. Bit of a struggle there, but yeah, this is about to be almost a tied game, but I think Wabam will go down here before he's able to do so. And now Maxis Fat are going to be put on the back foot. You've got a camo here, 25 seconds. They're spawning towards mud, so maybe we'll see the red team just try and rotate over towards B. Forget about this camo. You don't need it to win this map of mode. Wouldn't be surprised to see Moz start to think about rotating this round to green. I think, well, actually, he's just holding it small door at the moment. Wabam with a nice perfect. Shouldn't interrupt the passage of play here, though. But wouldn't it be funny? We'll see what happens as that camo is coming up now. They actually get dummy spawns here, Steve.
Yeah, Maxis Fat off to actually a pretty solid start. Still, you know, noticeably behind, but with this camo in their hands, it will get burned. Yeah, 4 dead now for Maxis Fat, but they, you know, that passage of play, they got something out of it. It wasn't just them getting massacred and losing camo and everyone dying and it being sad. They did a pretty good job there, working with what they had, getting that camo burned. And, you know, the lead here is racking up for Wouldn't It Be Funny, but this, you know, this is a match that we sort of went into expecting Wouldn't It Be Funny to kind of wipe the floor with Maxis Fat. The level of skill on that team is incredible, and Moz, that 1v1 with the perfect shots, absolutely incredible from him. However, we do see the ball has been dropped. TK2 not feeling comfortable in picking it up just yet.
Yeah, just need to let the snipe do the work, get the picks, especially if you're spawning the enemy team over towards green. That snipe can be so deadly up here towards A-plat, the sandbags, whatever you want to call it. That long line of sight from scoreboard towards green, but it looks like they've cleared it out. Shad with 2 kills means that they can think about rotating that way if they want to. It's not strictly necessary. Typically you see that when teams feel like they're being overwhelmed and will fancy themselves in a 50-50 off the break. But I mean, we're about 5 seconds until this round 1 is already in the books. 2 stars in the kill feed, and this one will be round 1 going the way of the higher seed. Wouldn't it be funny?
Yeah, I think Banksy's Fat showed a lot of life to the start of that game, but I think generally a feature of these matches where one team is definitely better than the other, one team has that level of experience, that level of play that the others don't, is that they'll fight for a while, but then once, you know, in this case, oh my god, Perk, what a shot! Jesus Christ, Perk! He gets 3! What a play from Percussion! He might get the over as well! No! He doesn't manage to connect, but Perk, what a clip from him! The shots were incredible. All of that streaming the game paying off. We do see, though, the answers back coming from the players of Wouldn't It Be Funny Finners with this ball and sniper rifle in hand. He finds a shot of his own. Holding that sniper, holding that ball.
Unironically disgusting. That is unironically disgusting from Percussion. That is something special. I mean, all the while was no shields while he hit that 3rd shot. Perhaps got a bit greedy for the over, but who could blame him? That was a clip to end all clips, to be honest with you. He's just been taken down by the ball carrier, though. Cammy with a kill with the skull. I'll tell you who's just slipping under the radar a little bit in terms of their contributions at the moment. Obviously, we have Moves with 25 kill contributions between his kills and assists, but look at Finners leading the lobby with slaves so far. Shad obviously going to use this camouflage to his benefit. Just runs out, goes to the commentator there, but yeah, 17 for this man. It is very, very impressive to do this in a winners round 2. Obviously, we favour Wouldn't It Be Funny to come out of this one in close enough to a 3-0 sweep fashion. I think anything less they'd be quite disappointed with, but still, when you've got the likes of Shad and Mose and Cammy on your team, I mean, he's the man. We haven't really spoken about Finners. He's putting in decent performances and he's leading the lobby in slaves here so far in this series.
Yeah, TKC finds that kill. Looks like we've got Camo and QT maybe coming up fairly soon. Actually, it doesn't look like that QT is coming up. And despite that big play from Perk, you know, it's kind of what we were saying before Perk made that play. It feels like once a team like Wouldn't It Be Funny actually gets that map control, once they're in that position, it's just so hard for these other teams to break out of it, because you have to find those untraded kills in order to advance on the map, and these guys aren't going to give them away for free. When you've got that power item, these guys have the mechanical capabilities of making crazy plays, as Percussion has just demonstrated, but you know, without those in play, it's very hard to find the kills on these guys, and that, you know, that seems to be what we're seeing in this map.
I think Mo's caught in 2 minds there, wanted to try and grab the ball and throw it back to his team, but had too many blue players on his screen. Wafts, last alive for Banksy's Fat. You can see him on screen right now in this fight with Shad. That'll be a trade, and it's just completely outclassing the 2 teams. I mean, Wouldn't It Be Funny? They are outclassing in the Slay department. We haven't seen Banksy's Fat really, I mean, afforded enough time to do anything intricate. Definitely not executing the game plan as they would have wanted, purely based on that slaying differential so far. Got to be careful of these dummy spawns here soon. Obviously, you're pressuring green. Got to have your head on a swivel, but nah, good game sense here from Cammy, knowing his team's shape and getting the communication, and is able to, well, reach out with confidence. That's round 2 and game 1 in the books as quick as you like. And that is Wouldn't It Be Funny into a 1-0 lead.
Okay, so they may have won like 200 to 27, but that was a crazy clip. This is the real winner here. Like, look at this. That first shot was mental. The second one, even in slow motion, it's kind of bad. But it's also like the reticle placement on all of those shots is so good. He's lining that up perfectly. He doesn't have to flick. That's just fantastic, fantastic sniping from Perk there. Unfortunately, you know, it's not enough. We just see the level of skill on Wouldn't It Be Funny is unfortunately just great. The stat line. I'm not even gonna read the stats out because they're not looking good.
Yeah, it's not perfect, not even decent to be honest with you. But as you say, I mean, those snipes from Perk, unironically, one of the best clips I've seen. Not the best, but it's definitely up there because, I mean, it's difficult to do that off the break. I mean, think about it. When you're grabbing snipe off the rip on live fire, you're dropping down, you're already being pressured from up top. To hit the first shot under pressure is like pretty tricky. That's not something you could really replicate on a consistent basis. But then to hit two afterwards, very, very flashy plays. Glad we were able to catch those. We'll see if there is a change in his team's fortune here going into map 2. Recharge Slayer, it's a bit of a different pace, but something tells me that Wouldn't It Be Funny will keep that pace up. They will continue their good map control, their good positioning. They definitely seem in sync so far.
Yeah, it does look that way. And Recharge is another map that is, as you were talking about in the previous series, it's very difficult to play this map if you're not all on the same page. It's such a teamwork focused map, very cross-mappy, very setup heavy, even on Slayer. You can see here, funny, off to a lead at the start. TK2 doesn't actually manage to connect with that, but still, not a bad start for them. I didn't see what happened to the camera, but I would imagine it's either burnt or in the hands of Wouldn't It Be Funny.
It's either Shadow Finners, I think, that has it. Finners on the double here with this shot camo. Can he finish off the triple? Nah, just whiffs the shot slightly, and well, could go down here as well. That's a missed opportunity to continue his fine slaying form. Yeah, this is a map where, I mean, if you're not on the same page, you can almost kiss game 2 goodnight and see what's coming up in map number 3, because you cannot think you can just run in and kill everything that's in front of you and just ride off into the sunset. It's a bit more of an intricate map. I've lost countless game 5 Slayers this way throughout the years on my teams. It's really just comes down to who's got the bottle. So far, Maxy's Fat keeping it pretty close. I want to see one team really put a bit of a meta game and a bigger picture game plan into production here soon. Looks like Maxy's Fat is going to be the team that are in the better position to do so. I want to see him run between A and tower and just kind of play that line, get those stickies, get those pieces of utility in your team's favor, because it's all well and good slaying a team once, but you have to remember, when they're coming off the respawn, they're getting, what, 8 grenades when they all spawn up. So if you're not constantly refreshing your utility by picking up grenades and other things on the map, like, you're constantly at a disadvantage for the next wave. So very important to do that, something to keep in mind, and this is just a 1-kill game here, Seal.
Yeah, I think you were talking about maybe Maxy's Fat putting on that like big picture thing, but we did see quite a confident collapse then coming in from Wouldn't It Be Funny onto those players. Mose finds that first pick, and then those players all flood in from every direction. Just getting that clean 4 dead on Maxy's Fat. You can see that's sort of snowballed now into a 4-kill lead for Wouldn't It Be Funny. Maxy's Fat finds themselves very briefly 3 dead once again, and unfortunately Wops gets spotted out there. I don't know how TK2 managed to see him, but it just looks like the pressure here is so great. They're not getting all off spawn before these pushes come in. Wops and Wabam up there going to be taking damage already. And TK2 is just on the hunt here, trying to find these players, help his teammates. It's just going to be the easiest double kill you've ever seen to take them down. Doesn't find the triple as Perk will kill him, but it's only a consolation prize as Perk will last one time.
Yes, slight missed opportunity to really optimize it there. Mose is the player that you kind of, I don't want to say sacrifice because it's not intentional, but if Mose can get away with that camo and come out alive, I mean, you just had Shock Rifle come up 10 seconds ago. Another opportunity for Camo Shock could really push this game off and ride off into the sunset. But sadly, Mose goes down, and now we have Bam, who just had Shock. He's been taken down, so that Shock is now in a 50-50 position. If there's anyone over towards A, they're probably going to have it. That's why we see Maxy's Fat kind of rotating over towards A. I think they're going to be caught on this rotation here. Finish is just cleaning gold, but yeah, now Wouldn't It Be Funny have all the info they need to just kind of trap and slowly move in towards Manxie's Fat here and just pick them off one by one. So this shot won't have any comfortable sight lines to be used. Gonna have to hit some clutch shots here, Wafts, if you have that shot. I'm not sure if you do though.
Double
Oh, he
kill.
did. He doesn't anymore. It doesn't look like he dropped that shock rifle, unless maybe he used all the ammo from it. But if he did, he didn't manage to get a huge amount of value. And it just feels like every situation we're seeing here is going in favor of Wouldn't It Be Funny. There's not been really an opportunity for these guys to break out. They need to find some trades to get these numbers even, and then start, you know, actually working their way back into the game from there. But it's not really working out very well for them. The players are spawning split. They're getting taken down off spawn. And you can see there, damage coming in on Bert from a distance. Now he's already getting pushed much closer. And, you know, Nebula here forced to back away again. Bert gets taken down. Neb manages to find Mose, but will fall to Shad. And all of a sudden, it's a 13-kill lead. Make that 12. TK2 is the last one alive, and it feels like this is the first time since maybe like their 10-kill mark that we've seen a numbers advantage on the map for Manxie's Fat, and it's already gone just like that.
Yeah, with a new camo coming up as well. I mean, this game has, I mean, been and gone. It's been gone for what, around 2 minutes or so. I mean, that's a nice green gun shot from Wafts to negate that camo. But it's a micro play that goes in their favor, but it follows a bunch of negative macro plays. It's so difficult. I always kind of relate to it in a way that is like you're in a state of fibrillation. Like when you're having a heart attack, your heart is out of sync with the other ventricles and chambers in your heart. It's so important on Slayer, especially on recharge. If you are being split, if you're being collapsed upon, if you're in that weird stagnant rotation, it's exactly like you're saying. You need to just stop. You need to just chill. You need to put your controller down, put your keyboard, mouse down, whatever it is you're using, and just link up with the rest of your team. Strength in numbers. We did not see Manxie's Fat do that, and Wouldn't It Be Funny, they seized, I think they recognized it, they seized the opportunity, and Mose, the kill leader that time, finished just one behind him as we enter map number 3 with Wouldn't It Be Funny in the lead by 2 clear games. That was clinical.
Yeah, and we're going to a Street Stronghold, which is the first, might be the first Street Stronghold I've ever casted, actually. I'm not sure if it was in rotation when I started casting. It might already have been out. I can't remember when it got taken out now. But
It was like year 1, I think. It was very early on.
yeah, it wasn't in for that long. Yeah, so like I say, this might be the first Street Strongholds I've ever casted, and I think it probably will be a short one.
Let me tell you, we used to play this game mode with a rocket launcher on bottom middle, and I was just like, instead of just changing the rocket launcher, they just took the whole game mode out, and it's like, why have you done that? This map and mode was pretty nice to play, even with the rockets, but I mean, there was even drop shield back then, so yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this map and mode back. It's a fun one. You don't want to be caught on just the B stronghold as the one cap. I mean, again, I'm casting my mind back about like 5 years now since this map and mode was in rotation, but off memory, you don't want to be caught solo at B. You can play AC if you want to trap the enemy team over at B. You just need to be able to react quick enough and cut the rotations to take B off them if they push either A or C. So pretty standard stronghold stuff. We've got camo here in 10 seconds. Seal, over to you, my friend.
I mean, as you say, we are kicking things off with a setup from Wouldn't It Be Funny, but it is getting taken out from under them. However, Mose is picking up his ammo, and it looks like he's going to do so almost uncontested, though Wabam will drop down behind him like Batman, taking him by surprise. But Wabam's not going to escape with that camo, and that's 3 dead now for Manxie's Fat. Wasp tries to deny this camo. If he can kill that player, it could be huge, but he's not going to be able to do so. And I think, I'm not sure who that was who got away with it, but whoever it was wise. It was Finners. They waited until after they'd gotten that kill to pop it, making sure they don't burn it in a situation that is in their favor.
Yeah, Trip Cap is obviously very, very nice on this map and mode. From what I remember, you want to try and spawn the enemy team over towards Cafe, spawn them on this P Street. You don't want to really run that down. You want to keep that spawn lane open, if you will. Because even if they take their stronghold back and they spawn PD, I mean, PD to B, that's a tricky route to try and take. They need to try and break somewhere else. So they're constantly losing time on rotations. And I like this movement from Shad. It's exactly how he remembers it on his old Quadrant squad. just play A, C. You can give them B, make them make the decision, and they're still scoring this whole time. Now, Wabam doesn't know. Does he move forward towards C? Does he try and defend B? Does he go back to A? He does not know. Cammy comes through with the nades. Perk alone on C. And, I mean, it's A, B now. Now they're trapped in C. It's like pick your poison here, Seal. It's not fun no matter which way you shape it on this map. If you're trapped at B, if you're trapped at A, or you're trapped at C, you're still trapped. So, yeah, best of luck to Maxi Fat here. This will be a rough ride for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's bad enough getting triple capped whilst you're 4 dead. It's worse going 4 dead whilst you're triple capped. Because that's just, you know, about 10 seconds probably at least that you're not going to be in any position to put a stop to it. The spawn's coming in PD, immediately collapsed in on, and whilst they're putting C on the board finally, Finners was the last person alive there, but because Stronghold is a game mode that you can spawn while you can score whilst you're dead, Finners still being alive just means that they can continue scoring off of B, and because he stays alive long enough to get the spawners, despite the fact that Manxie's Fat was 3 dead for a second there is not a single point scored for Wouldn't It Be Funny. And now Mose has this camo. They're almost 100 points up already. And if Mose has anything to say about it, we might see a ridiculously big lead establish itself here.
Yeah, Mose has camo. You almost just have to wait Mose out here. I mean, you can't make any plays because he'll read them. If your team lose the fight at B, then Mose will just take C behind you. You can't commit full numbers to B because of that fact. And now you're constantly going to be spawned in C. Looks like, Wouldn't It Be Funny, not confident in their shape at this moment in time. They don't want to push for a trip just yet. Looks like now is going to be the call with Cammy moving in, dealing damage. Oh, that's a beautiful pre-nade from Wafts though. Oh my god, is he stream sniping? Dude, that's insane prediction from Wafts. Clearly got a call from a teammate. Maybe it was some comms on another player trying to take a tricky route. I think it was Cammy, wasn't it? Pressuring top Ivy, so maybe Wafts was wondering if he had managed to get to trash somehow. Either way, I mean, that pre-nade is so unlucky for Mose. And, I mean, the series kill leader so far is Finners, but Wafts is up there on 12. He's got more than his entire team combined so far.
Yeah, the problem is, even though Wafts is having a good game and he picks up another really nice kill there, it's not paying off in the score department at all. Not a single point scored for the last couple minutes for the side of Maxie's Fat. They're 3 dead again as we're approaching the 200 point mark. There might not even be an opportunity for them all to get off spawn if this pace continues at the rate that it has been. Shad pressuring Wafts off spawn, putting shots towards the push as well. They're not even going to manage to capture a Wonder Boy, as those players are going to go down. Finners holding on, and now there's just so little time left. Only 20 points remaining, and they're going to be scoring 2 at a time. Unless a miracle can happen here, it's going to be over before we know it.
Yeah, this is definitely the game mode I remember, except, I mean, without the rocket launcher on it. I mean, just add a rocket launcher into this mix, Steel. It was just awful to try and get any kind of semblance of control. I think we played up to Valencia on this map mode, right, with rockets on. I can't remember if that's accurate or not because I've slept since then, but still, definitely a map and mode that you need to watch your P's and Q's from the very get-go, because I mean, this is the type of scoreline we were accustomed to seeing time and time again. And yeah, this is a formality, both C and B being captured. It's going to be a swift 3-0 here in upper round 3.
Yeah, which it was an unexpected result. I don't think Maxie's Fat are going to be too torn up about that. They're playing against a very, very strong team here. Former professional players, up and coming, essentially future professional players. It's just it is what it is. You know, you're not going to be too worried about it. And if you perk, you came away with like the best triple kill ever. So listen, that triple was like a movie. It was definitely the highlight of the series that we saw. It's a shame that, again, there wasn't more of a fight being put up by Maxie's Fat, but it was, as you said, just a golfing class. Shout out to Wafts, by the way, 15 kills. He led the lobby. That is impressive to do when your team is getting consistently outgunned on the map. Really trying to put his team on the back, but it didn't work out that time. The Scouse is bested there in upper round 3, and that sets up our winners final, baby. Yeah, I also quite like the quadruple 11 kills on the side of Wouldn't It Be Funny.
Very pleasing.
Very uniform stat line. very satisfying. Well done to them. It's distributing the kills evenly, you know.
That's what we like to see. It's the well-roundedness of that squad is evident in both stat line and also gameplay. Yeah, it's lovely to see that. As we can see, our lowest bracket is just about. I mean, thank goodness we're not covering the Feliz Gato Banda versus Stich game, which, by the way, I did some research. It is, I believe, a type of cake. It's a type of German cake, Bienenstich. I believe it roughly translates to bee sting, and it's a type of German cake. So there you go. But don't say I'm not prepared, Seal. I don't speak German fluently, but I know what that means.
Yeah, I don't speak German fluently either, but I did get an A in it at my GCSEs, so
Wow.
you know, I'm something of an expert on the subject. I didn't know what that was though, and I'm not an expert on the subject at all. But that will be our winners round 3, technically, winners semi-final, something like that. Game. We've got our winners final set up next, and we'll be back with that shortly.
Made a house, a home, got comfortable, no complications. But something pushed you right over the line. Read you like a book, it's written all over your face, and your lips aren't on the same page as your eyes.
Double kill.
If I lost you, I don't know.
Reversal.
If I lost you, I don't know. Put it down.
Killing spree.
Get a little freaked out. Are you honestly happy right now? Say you love me so loud. That is
Snipe.
sounding like a thing
Triple
you
kill.
know.
Snipe.
Get a little freaked out. Are you honestly happy right now?
No scope.
No, I really can't.
Snipe. Kill. Perfect. Double kill.
If I lost you, I don't know. I don't know. If I lost you, I don't know. Put it down. Get a little freaked out. Are you honestly happy right now? You say you love me so loud. That is sounding like a thing in yourself. Don't know the parts of me I'd upset me enough to keep you around.
Double kill. Perfect. Reversal. Killing spree. Snipe. Triple kill. Snipe. No scope.
backseat lovers? Am I just wasting my time? Moving fast undercovers, 'cause I know you'll never be mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely.
Killing spree. Reversal.
I'll just take the backseat.
Double kill. Killing spree.
I'll just take the
Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Perfect. 1 minute remaining.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to it.
I'll go. I thought you were going to kick it off, but that's fine. I can go.
Why do you want me
You're
to
on the
kick it
left.
off, Reed?
You're on the
Come
left.
on.
That's how it works.
No, that's not how this works. I'm your guest.
Okay,
Here, okay.
of course.
I'm the esteemed guest of this broadcast. Okay. You want me to kick it off? You want me to do all the work, Reed? Come on.
I
What
feel
are you
like
doing
I'm a
today?
guest
Just-
in my
just
own home.
admin, organising. Come on.
This is how it goes, right? You know, it's been a while since I've been here on the casting desk. I wasn't meant to be here on the casting desk. We'll see where Monkey Man is. Hopefully he'll be here soon. He can grace you with his lovely voice, but for now you're stuck with me. And actually, I feel like I've joined at the right time. We're finally catching up with Majin in the bracket, and this should be a very exciting series.
It should be, Reed. It should be. It's a pleasure to have you here, mate. I'm glad. You might think it's a bit of a, I don't know, a forced duty, if you will, but it's a real pleasure to have you here. Look at these game modes we've got for this winners final. I think this one will be a really close one, Reed. I can't lie. I mean, Aqua Flag to kick things off into a Solitude Slayer. The way that we've seen Margin kind of chop and change their lineup, it's our first chance to get a look at them today. They could be caught off guard by the raw firepower that we've seen from Wouldn't It Be Funny. Now, it is almost borderline disrespectful to say that about Margin because of the success, both as a team and as a collective, they've had throughout the EXL, throughout the years really, but also individually throughout the FFA series with Bastos and his reign of dominance. It's almost disrespectful to say that, oh, they might struggle here, but wouldn't it be funny? I mean, they have a lot of raw talent. It could be the case that Margin might just be caught off guard here on this very hot and sticky British summer day.
Oh, tell me about it. I am heating up. I was debating to put my fan on, but I didn't want to, disturb the audio that you guys are having to listen to. So I'm gonna pressure and I'm gonna push through it, and I'm gonna deal with the heat. But there's gonna be a lot of heat in this first map, and Aqua CTF is probably my favorite combination of maps and modes that we have in this map pool. And actually, it's probably worth saying as well, Harry, that this is all. Okay, Vastos, kicking it off hot.
Double kill.
This is all like old map pool maps and modes. Like we added in two more street combinations as well as obviously Argyle, and they are not to be seen in this series at all.
Yeah, which is a shame, but no doubt we'll see it later on in the grand final throughout the lower bracket as well. Good start for Bastos and Margin, thanks to that remote detonation. Grabs the camo as well, and yeah, this should be a first flag of game number 1 going in favor of Margin if they play this 50-50 right. Bastos still alive, kind of isolated from Mighties though. Oh, he gets tagged by that nade. That's just so difficult to deal with, but yeah, should be now. Wouldn't it be funny with an opportunity to kind of stretch their legs past this flag? This is what you should really do in order to stop flags. But oh no, TK2, Cammy forgot to reload his gun, and that denies the pressure, denies him the opportunity to take fights, and Mo's last alive. Well, he wins his one, but he'll lose the flag there, Reed. That was so unfortunate for TK2.
Yeah, I like the positioning that TK2 had. It could have really kind of enabled his team to reposition themselves top P and prevent that flag from going in, but they just couldn't make the synergy happen. As you said, there was a bit of a mistake there with the reload as well that just didn't give him the options to really do much once the pressure came his way. And it looks like they're going to try and follow up with another cap right off the rip. SLG making the run. Mo's not quite able to pick him up and can't quite hit the head. That'll be Mighties putting a stop to that one, and this is going to be flag number 2, pretty much destined for the flag play.
Yeah, and can confirm now that's flag number 2. And with the dominance we're seeing from Margin over on this side of the map, this closed side, the car side, whatever you want to call it, definitely playing into Margin's favor. I mean, wouldn't it be funny? They're not doing the right things here. They're not wrapping back through to their own side. They're having to continuously chase throughout P side. That's another 4 down for them. Now they're spawning P. And oh no, this game is getting out of hand. Cammy has not yet got himself a kill on the board. That's a difficult pill to swallow, as I think flag number 4 is just moments from being put in here if they can get it up the stairs. SLG has it in hand, and yep, here you go, 4-0.
This may be an incredibly close series. I mean, I'm just looking at the positioning. They have everything mapped out in their heads. You're seeing, look, SLG, he's just waiting to see where they come from. He's now got the information. He knows they spawn fridge side. They're going to make a lot of movements over there, so he just zoom straight across the map, and then they're already on top of the flag, and they know that they've got pretty much a clear back base, and they're just going to double check for the sake of it. But they're doing a lot.
Yeah, they are indeed. SLG trying to just be a bit of a thorn in the side for any of the wouldn't it be funny players trying to move past, and yeah, they've not kept tabs on him. And now Finners, he'll go down on the flag. SLG smartly not wasting any time, pulling that flag out, and well, Mose has to deal with SLG. Mose wanted to move forward and think about going back to back here, Reed, but he's now taken down. SLG will regroup with the rest of his team. Shad doesn't know where SLG is coming from. This is vintage play from Norwin. He goes down, but he got so much value for his life. There should be a return here coming in from Mighties. Not checking his stairs, but it won't matter at all. That flag's on the move, and I think this is game. Credit to SLG. That life was picture perfect, and game 1 it's been and gone, Reed. It's in the books.
We used to speak at how dominating your team was on this map mode combo, CTF Aqua, but that was something new. I mean, these players on Wouldn't It Be Funny are not, they're not Diamond 1 players. They know what they're doing. They've played CTF Aquarius for the last 5 years. They know how to get themselves out of the spawn traps. I mean, look at Mose, right? Mose has been a common face in this game for such a long time, and still, Margin just made it look so easy.
Yeah, they did, and it's really weird because some of the teams we struggled with
on that map and mode, especially in the early days, were Mo's rosters. Like back in year 1 before Orlando, when his team featured, Sair and the likes of 2Foxy was still around. I mean, their team was really difficult to deal with. I always dreaded seeing a game type rotation that featured Mo's on the other side and an Aqua Flag game 1. I mean, wow, that's very, very surprising for me to see them just kind of roll over there. But they had opportunities to stop flags, but ever since that TK2, I mean, he obviously didn't have enough ammo in his bandit to really be effective on that overextend, and from then on, Margin just took over. They completely dominated the map. And, well, no more talking about Aqua capture the flag, because we're now moving, Reed, over to a little bit of Solitude Slayer in game 2.
See, now this is interesting. I would expect this Slayer to be an absolute walk for Margin, but actually, now that I think about it, Moze is probably one of the best Slayers we have here in Europe. I mean, he always shows up when you have an FFA. He may be able to wrap his team around Shad. Obviously, we've seen appear here and there for the last year or so in our tournaments. So this could be closer, and this is probably the opportunity they have to take a map off Margin if they're going to take one this series.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It's Bastos versus Moze when it comes to the free-for-all tournaments here in Europe. Bastos winning the majority of them. Margin overall, though, you would argue, on paper at the very least, have the edge on firepower, pure teamwork and chemistry on the map. Bastos will go down early on, but I think Mighty's is the player on the map we need to look out for. He has Shock, he's in blue right now. I think he has Camo here as well. Yeah, he does. So this is going to be a fast-paced push here from Margin. They want to try and deny Cammy the opportunity to link up with the rest of his team. And, well, thanks to Margin, all sweeping in at once. They get a fresh 3 down. And, well, Mighty's has the info on where the last alive is. Just feeling himself a little bit too much there, though. As soon as he takes damage from that nade, he should be running for the hills. TK2 will take him down. Will probably grab Shock for his efforts as well. But Glory with the double. Welcome back, Davide.
Wow, that was such a nice 2-piece there for Glory. I mean, he should have been basically dead to rights, just melee dead, but he was able to keep himself alive, do a nice spin and make that one clean up nicely. But it's 11-5 now here on the lead, and it just seems like, again, the spawns are being split, the teams are really coordinating well. This may be a chance here for Wouldn't It Be Funny to make a little bit more of a close-up on this gap. As you see, they've just tightened it a little bit, and just take down 3 players of Margin there temporarily. But we'll see what they can do when the next camo comes around, because ever since that they increased the camo timer, for a map like Solitude, camo has just been everything you need to focus on as soon as we get ready into the Slayers here.
Oh, you're so right, Reed. Feels like some maps have benefited it more than others. It feels like it's almost made Solitude a bit more snowbally, because there's less opportunity to try and get your team back into the map with the decreased frequency of that power up. I think Recharge has definitely benefited from it, but we have another 25 seconds until the power up in question will appear on the map. It's great to see Glory back. He will sadly go down, but we always used to joke on the Nemesis roster, as this is actually a very close game, that whenever we would be in grand finals, we'd finish the winners finals, we'd be waiting for like a few hours. We would always joke that, like, oh, we should start casting, because, like, we got a few hours to kill right now. So it's great to see him back. Camo has spawned. Looks like Margin getting the majority of the slays. Camo's going to be forced to back down, and SLG, the shot caller of Margin, has the second camo of the match. New shock rifle in 10 seconds here, Reed. Don't want to give Wouldn't It Be Funny spawns over there. Let's hope someone from Margin is waiting on that. I imagine it's either Glory or Bastos back there. But it looks like they're collapsing in yard. They're going to try and force probably some blue spawns here, I'd imagine, so they don't spawn on that new shock. No, Glory's already pushing up. They might go for splits, but yeah, Moses spawning on that. And, well, now SLG, he can't just grab camo shock for free. It's good they have more of the slays in their way. I mean, it's an 8-kill lead. It was a very close game going into this camo, if you remember, Reed. It was a 2-kill game. Now it's an 8-kill game, so they won't mind too much a bit of a missed opportunity as well. There's a chain reaction. There's lightning bolts everywhere. It's like Count Dooku on the map.
Yeah, I was expecting, as you said, I was expecting somebody to sit there by the shock, wait for the teammate to get ready, and then pass it over to SLG when he had the camo. But maybe they made the tactical choice to let them spawn up bottom S tower just to kind of split them up a little bit. You saw Mo spawn S2 and then the rest of the team spawn S1, so they kind of got a good collapse in going there. But they've just maintained such a lead at this point that they're probably just having a bit of fun.
Killing
I mean, I'm watching Z-Mighty's here, flying with the shock. He's just basically used all his clip now. He's out of ammo and he's lying there on the floor too.
Ooh, good laughters there onto Bastos. I mean, you're right, Reed. We would always say on our teams that it doesn't matter if it's the right play or the wrong play, as long as everyone is committed and on the same page, it's always the right play. So clearly they got the call from Glory that like he's running down blue, and they knew that the objective there was to just slay them at S1. So they all knew what the objective was. SLG and the boys, they are steaming towards a map 2 victory. They are making short work of what we thought would be quite a close upper final so far. This is a best of 5, but they are well on their way to asserting their dominance here, especially on map 2.
Cameron's just about to pop up. SLG, he's top of the leaderboard right now, and he is trying to get his way over so he can get some vision over it. But here's Mose. He tries to make the connection. Mose will actually come out on top of that one. So a nice play for him. And this might be an opportunity, actually, for Wouldn't It Be Funny to grab the camo. And just like say that, they're now one left alive, and Z-Mighty's has walked away with that camo with barely any contention. Those nades weren't close enough to do any damage. And now with 3 kills left, and Z-Mighty's with the camo, this is probably game.
Yeah, almost definitely just the last kill to go. SLG's had a hell of a map too. 17 kills, 10 assists. He has just been everywhere, involved in every engagement, and Finners, I fear, will be the last man to go down. No, yeah, he will in the end. Actually, 18 and 9 SLG finishes, and map 2 goes margins away. As clinical as we thought it might be, we were hoping for a closer game 2. But look at the stat lines in games 1 and 2 so far, Reed. It has been men against boys.
Men against boys, and the men have turned up strong. It did, as you said, there was at one point we were in a 2-kill game. There was a chance there that if they just continued the momentum there, they may have taken this map. But I think this is just getting harder and harder for them. And now as we go into map 3, this is the one that really matters. And the bookies' odds are on margin. So we'll see how this goes. It's going to be a King of the Hill, and these guys have predominantly been quite good on it, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, King of the Hill is so often the team. I mean, I've been waxing lyrical about it all streams so far, so if you've been watching from the get-go, you know what I'm going to say next. It's the team that's on the same page, Reed. If they are all in sync, it is so easy to win this map and mode. Let's go and see what we can do here. If Moses' squad can not be demoralized about the performance in games 1 and 2, if they can steady themselves, get their feet back under them, this is a map and mode where the other team can be caught off guard. But so far, Margin have looked so in sync, like they all know exactly what's happening on the map at every given moment. So it's going to be a tall order to try and force a map number 4 here. Let's go, let's see what happens.
Just quickly, I wanna respond to Ranger Callie in the chat. She's been talking through the last series and I didn't notice. Glory David, he has casted for us. He casted one series for us many years ago now. We would love to have him back. He's an amazing guy. He's so
Without
friendly.
me?
Love it.
Come on, David.
We'll get you both on. There we go. We'll get a Wonder Boy David stream going. And then I also misread your second post, which was teams who Seals GF get on the desk. I thought you were talking about Seal, as in the caster who's just been and his girlfriend. I realised you actually meant whoever won the grand final. That makes more sense. And James might be going to Paris EWC. I'm not sure about anyone else. Maybe Infinity. You know, he's French. He might make the trip. But there's no Halo at EWC, so get that changed.
Double kill.
Nice shot there from Glory GG's. Just reminding us that Margin are on the screen and we should be paying attention to his impeccable aim. It's great to see him back. I know, obviously, after Worlds, the top 4 finish, I mean, I was so proud of the squad, but I mean, with no kind of pro circuit, if you will, on the cards, Glory decided to somewhat pack it in, definitely ease off the game. But I mean, he has not missed a step, has he? He's looked very, very fresh, at least so far in this series. Now a chance to talk about Cammy and the boys, though. Look at how close this P1 hill has gotten. They really steamed into a lead, but Margin, they could not, after their break, hold it long enough. They will have favourable spawns for new, but P1 goes in favour of Wouldn't It Be Funny. And take a look, Reed, at the game clock. Only 20 seconds of this match so far has been spent outside of the hills. So two teams that we're seeing play here are very objective-minded. That's going to lead us to a very frenetic pace. I cannot wait to see which way this one goes.
It's such an optimal objective play from either team. I mean, it's very rare that we see the camo here popping up in 10 seconds on this second hill when the second hill is so close to being captured that now teams have a really, or at least Wouldn't It Be Funny, have a really difficult decision to make. Do they put everything into the camo and just give away this hill and make it 1-1, or do they not? And it looks like it won't matter because Margin are going to get away with the camo and pretty much destined to secure this hill. I don't see any pressure coming from Wouldn't It Be Funny at all either. So Wouldn't It Be Funny put everything into that first hill, and rightly so. Objective is what wins you the map. But let's see how this next hill is going to go now that we have camo already on the hill, getting back smacks and making a big opening here for Margin.
Exactly what you want to do with camo. Great to win your second fight, but just to get the first kill and then disappear is enough to put the doubt in the minds of Wouldn't It Be Funny. Allows Margin spawners more time, affords them the luxury of a bit of patience, and as a result, Wouldn't It Be Funny, they are completely broken here. Now it's about time we see Wouldn't It Be Funny just look for someone trying to throw here. I think Glory is the furthest pushed up. There's always going to be pressure from Margin. There's always going to be Wanderers, but no one's watching every single lane. There's a lane completely unchecked. Bastos gets the first kill. Glory gets the second. And Bastos, well, he'll chime in with a third. But by this point, because those players have pushed up here, Reed, there is no chance for Wouldn't It Be Funny to stop this hill. They've not really had a big picture plan at all here. And it's 2-1 to Margin. And with SLG with Snipe, oh, I'd put the house on them finishing off this game.
Yeah, I like that. You see, he hit the body shot and then he just gave up. He knew that Z-United was going to clear it up. So he moves on to put more pressure on the fresh spawners, spawning their black-green. And it worked out well for him. That third hill went the same way as the second hill. Almost no presence by Wouldn't It Be Funny. And now it looks like we may see the same here from this fourth hill. So even though we had a nice start from Wouldn't It Be Funny, they're being caught in 1-on-2 situations. Yep. And they're not really managing to make much headway after they respawn here.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder potentially from Margin. No, they actually get back to green quick enough to block that spawn. You're so right. You cannot, as a team on this map and mode, find yourself as an individual in a 1vx scenario. You've called it perfectly, Reed. It's something you cannot allow to happen. If you want to have success, you need to be pushing as a team. Beautiful shots again. As we now see the third hill punched in. I had hopes here for Wouldn't It Be Funny, but they have not kind of broken out of that 1vx, 1v2, 1v3 cycle. They've just been running into every single time. There is a chance on this map and mode that the tide can swing again. But from what we've seen so far, Margin, as I said, look to be the team that will just run away with this one. But TK2 jumps off Glory's head there, I think. What the? What did I just see?
Mario.
Double kill.
I did like that start there from SLG when this hill popped up, though. He was round by tower side. He knew that he wanted to get his spawners up by tower, and they would spawn behind him. They could get that presence and look over the hill. He just pushed forward to open up the map, take map control, and really know that they were pushing Wouldn't It Be Funny over towards the B side, and his team could really pay off it. So even though you're seeing, just like you're seeing now, Wouldn't It Be Funny having presence on the hill, it's just really shaky. I just don't see them being able to hold it for a long period of time. If Finners can maintain this top tower side, then maybe we might see some full proper hill time go their way.
Yeah, I agree. Finners has gone down, and it looked okay for Wouldn't It Be Funny. They managed to get what was in their favor trade. In fact, it's still going their way. But Glory with balls of steel grabs Snipe in hill. And will he survive here? Moses absolutely petrified. He doesn't want to chow. So that has given his team a real opportunity. He's just absolutely no fear in this man. He's using snipe like a shotgun. And it's plays like this from Glory that have just made things really, really uncomfortable for Wouldn't It Be Funny. Margin scoring in the hill. Oh man, wouldn't it be funny? Have the preferred side to try and break this hill from. But don't forget the next hill, it goes back around to P1, which is over here at green. So even if they finish off this hill, Glory's going to go for this. Will he be able to get the kill? No, he can't. But I think Margin should still spawn green, so not the end of the world for them. No, they've spawned over at dummies. Oh, dude, this could get very hairy.
Yeah, let's see what TK2 can do with this snipe. He's only got 1 bullet left. But, you know, just one good headshot and a kill can sway a challenge really impactfully. So, doesn't quite manage to make the connection, but you see one player from Margin trying to sneak up on him. I can't make out who it is. Oh, it's Z-Mighty. He gets the first shot in and he will take down TK2, and they have control over the hill, but Shad and Finners are going to try and contest that.
Yeah, 2 players over towards green, as you say. Bastos with his head on a swivel wants to fight spawners. That's his FFA rival. This time it's Cammy who comes out on top. Now we're seeing some good scoring. Do Margin have enough in the tank to try and break this hill? It is difficult from Mud side. Do they have camo on the map there as well? Over towards dummies? Am I tweaking? I feel like maybe it's SLG with camo somewhere on the map. I'm not sure about that one, but just keep an eye on SLG in the kill feed. He's going to be the man for Margin. Yeah, he is Mud right now. His camo just ran out. He could be the fly in the soup if there is one. No, his camo's still up. So SLG is the player to look out for here. Finally taken down though.
The fly in the soup? Is that a phrase? I'm
Yeah, you
loving
don't-
it.
Listen, you don't want to eat flies, do you, Reed?
Free protein. Just
Yeah,
extra
no,
protein.
good point.
You're not paid for it, right? Anyway, we're free, and as we're just chatting shit back here, this is actually really close. It looked like it was going to be all Margin after those second and third hills, but now it's looking like Wouldn't It Be Funny are back into it, and this might be their chance to keep this series alive. You have Shad putting a lot of pressure here onto Glory. A lot of missed shots from both of them, but Glory will walk out on top with that one. And SLG does have control over the hill, but Finners with the green gun. If he can just get a cheeky peek here onto SLG, he should be able to come out of this fight on top, but he just couldn't misplace him there from behind the pillar, and it doesn't go his way. It's looking rough.
Yeah, NT, nice try. They made it very close, but just sadly outclassed in the final break. Bastos taken down by Mighties at the end. Little bit of TK, little bit of team kill action. We love to see that, but that was the game we were hoping to see. That was as close as we were hoping games 1 and 2 would be. But by that point, Margin had kind of sailed off into the sunset. They now get the a couple of hours break until that grand final later on. It's their tournament to lose, Reed. I'll be honest, it's their tournament to lose. It's GG's in the chat, but Margin look just one step ahead of absolutely everyone.
I do want to look at the scoreboard for a second, though, here, Harry. If you look at Shad, he only had 5 kills there in that final map. That was not great. I mean, he had 14 assists, so he was definitely doing stuff and putting damage down onto the board. But if he could just increase that kind of transition and can convert some more of those kills, he could have gone the other way. So I feel like the gap for at least this map was not terribly huge. And if they carry on warming up throughout this tournament, as you will see, Wouldn't It Be Funny continuing the lower bracket, there could be more of a challenge here coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, there could be. I think Shad and Finners both sadly having a bit of a rough one there. You may ask why I'm highlighting Finners. I mean, look at Shad's kills plus assists, and then Finners on the other side. I mean, they're both 19, so both of them clearly not getting their gunny up as much as they needed to there. But I think King of the Hill, you can't really pin it on one player in these types of statistical fights. It really is a team effort. It comes down to the entire squad, how they're moving as a team, as a unit. It is not just your life, it's your team's life that you are in charge of. So Margin playing the collective life pool a little bit better that time around. And now we will wait and see who will join. Wouldn't it be funny in that lower final? Margin have done enough to win in the winners final and feature in the grand final later on. Tough one indeed.
Yeah, we're going to jump down here now into the lower bracket as we see who's going to be matching up against them in that grand final. We have a few teams still alive. We're yet to see the score between Manxy Spat and Filas Gato Banda.
We've got to do something with these teams.
Not quite sure what that means. Tell me about it, people. And tighten it up. You know, where's the Philadelphia Eagles and stuff like that? Come on, guys.
Honestly.
But interestingly, we also have Zach and Cody who are waiting for their matchup here in lower bracket round 3. So we'll see which one of those two we're going to jump into. But it should be very interesting. So I'm looking forward to it. I shall be disappearing. Monkey Man is here. So he shall be your caster coming up next. And I'm excited to see how he performs. So as always, it's going to be amazing. These teams are going to have great fun. And I'm really looking forward to it. But we're going to go to a quick break. And yeah, just don't go anywhere.
Double kill.
Out on my own and it's all been the same. It's been hard as of late, feeling so out of place. How do I know if I got what it takes?
Perfect.
Is it all just a taste? How long do I
Double kill.
wait?
360.
Ooh, I wanna know what it feels like to Would you
kill.
even care if you knew that you had it all? Would you even dare if you knew you could never fall?
Double kill.
When you're standing on the other side and breaking through the sky, would you even care if you knew you could never fall? No, you'll never fall.
Snipe.
You can never fall. No, you'll never fall.
Double kill.
You can never fall. No, you'll never fall.
No scope. No scope. 360.
Out of my mind, the scars that I hide. Going back in time,
Double kill.
would I still hit rewind? No, I wouldn't change if it led me to this. All the shit that I miss, I'd do it all again, all again. Now I know what it feels like
Double kill.
to find the missing piece. Took this pain to realize it was always me. Would you even care if you knew that you had it all? Would you even dare if you knew you could never fall?
Perfect.
When you're standing on the other side,
Double
breaking
kill.
through the sky, would you even care if you knew you could never fall? No, you'll never fall.
Double kill.
You can never fall. No, you'll never fall.
Double kill.
You can never fall. No, you'll never fall.
Enemy team score. Kill incoming. Snipe. Enemy perfect. Enemy team reversal. Double kill.
It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left
No scope.
I can't find a way without you. I can't find
No
a way
scope.
without
360.
It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left a burn on me.
Double kill.
Without you, I can't find a way.
Double kill.
I can't find a way without you. It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left a burn on me. I can't find a way without you. I can't find a way without you. Took the Band-Aid and we ripped it off. See your shadows and my better off. Feel so hollow and I can't breathe. You like a black hole. I'm on my knees. Oh, where do we go from here? Tiptoeing around, I guess that's playing by ear. Oh, my head's so loud, can't hear how you laugh. That shit feels so sincere. It's so absurd to me. Things that you said they left a burn on me. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you. It's so absurd to me. Things that you said they left a burn on me. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you.
Hello and welcome back to the European Halo League Summer 4v4 Championship. I'm here with Monkey Man. We're back after a quick break, and now we're in the losers bracket. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. So sorry, Sumimasen, that I was not here a little bit ago, but Reed covered very well. And CL, it's good to be back in the booth with you, especially for some awesome European Halo. It's also Pride Month, so happy Pride to everyone. And hey, gonna see a lot of great Halo players out there today.
Yeah, I'm liking the hair. Different vibe from last time. Oh, it still goes all the way. I wasn't sure if it was just
Yeah,
the
it's
front.
like
It's kind of hard.
it
to
goes
tell,
way
but-
back there, even when you can't see it. It's like the whole thing.
Very nice, like a rainbow mullet. But yeah, we've got I think it was Manxie is Fat versus Spanish name, which means the Happy Cat Band. I tried to pronounce it last time these guys were on stream, and I regret that decision. So we're probably gonna stick with Happy Cat Band. Versus Maxi is Fat. We're on a Street Slayer. This is map 2. These guys already played map 1, as you can see. Happy Cat Band did manage to win that one. Don't know whether it was close or not. Judging by the players on each team, I would imagine it wasn't a complete blowout, but it is going to be Happy Cat Band with a lead at the start of this game.
Yeah, I'm actually curious how this will go because haven't seen Outcasted specifically with this squad, and them alongside Happy 9000 is actually going to be a really nice combination. A lot of dueling quickly happening here towards Pink Street Cafe, but Maxie's Fat has got a pretty solid squad. I mean, they're just behind by 2. Camo already in the hands of Outcasted, speak of the devil, as they're going to try and at least get some extra information to rotate maybe up this arcade side, give some help over to their squad mate. They're going to switch in with Sven, but just as soon as they do, they end up dying, but they still maintain that 3-kill lead.
Yeah, Outcasted maybe a little bit more warmed up than some of the players on Maxi's Fat, as he has avoided the Minecraft phase that I know has at least captured Neb and Happy 9000, so he might be might have played a little bit more Halo recently. I know Neb was grinding some rank last night, making sure his skills were sharp for today. I think the squad actually of Hamaxius Fat has ended up being a little bit different. Apparently the name actually came from Warlord, who was originally going to be on this team, and then he decided to dodge, so they ended up with Woffs instead.
Wow,
So
name
a bit of
lore.
yeah, I know, a bit of a volatile team. I'm not really sure why they went with the name Maxius Fat, to be honest. I guess they just thought it was funny. But we've got a 6-kill lead now for Felix Gato Banda. I was going to do that. And honestly, they're not looking like they're planning on giving that up anytime soon, although Percussion with a very nice grenade will secure himself a double kill, bringing it within 3.
That's what I've been looking for, Perk, to really kind of lead this squad. It feels like that is going to be probably an anchor point for Maxie's Fat. Oh, nice fall, and it's going to be some cleanup. Fantastic work to now get themselves up to the 2.0 KD. Trying to lead with some of that extra damage. Triple is about a second and a half late, still acquiring bodies as quickly as they're moving around this map. And that means that Maxie's Fat is now taking over this quarter, as well as that was, I think, about like a 7-3 kill just lead change, but we had a man drop out of the lobby. Unfortunately, it ends up going the wrong way. I think it was Happy 9000. So for Happy Cat Bend, they're going to make us wait for all of an extra second. They couldn't let Perk have all the time in the sun. So we're gonna go to a pause. We're gonna chill. And apparently that charge ball was around 3. So that was as close as you thought it would.
Yeah, it's definitely. I look at these two teams, and I'm very excited to see Argyle Flag. It's been a long time since I've casted an Argyle Flag. Argyle Flag was actually one of the first Halo maps I casted. Casted a UHL finals. There was an Argyle Flag that went on for like half an hour. Lobby got reset like twice. I think it ended 1-0. It was a very miserable experience. But I must have enjoyed casting because for some reason decided to keep doing it after that. Because that was a long day. But I'm looking forward to seeing that Argyle Flag. But as far as the Street Slayer goes, I'm not sure what the scoreline difference will be. It's hard to say exactly when that player lagged out. I think the players will probably come to that decision amongst themselves. It was quite close. They might just full reset. I don't see anyone having put a scoreline on the board. So it might just end up being a full reset. And, you know, as you say, looking at these two squads, they are a different, maybe a different set of teams than we're used to seeing. For these guys, obviously, Happy 9000 has teamed with Maxi Pulse and Being for 2 lands in a row, and you know the onlines and stuff between that. So seeing him back with Outcasted after a long time of those two being not teaming together, it's an interesting combination.
I mean, you get the summertime, you get a chance to mix it up. I mean, there's people over here that You're like, you know what? No good food in America, and suddenly they're all gaining like at least 20 pounds during the World Cup. So it's time to maybe make some changes, see where the happiness might be. So Happy 9000 and Outcasted, that seems to be the main duo that could be able to find some success. Not sure what the point diff, like you said, is gonna be. If I feel like that run up by Perk maybe was the beginning of dominoes falling both on the map as well as maybe off the map and out of the Ethernet coil. So we'll see if that ends up going maybe to 14 all, or if we do see that momentary lead be maintained. We'll go into it, and now we get to know it's just a full reset. They said, nah, it was close enough. Let's just go back to zeros.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's the kind of thing you often see with teams like these guys who, you know, they played with and against each other so much. They're very chill about it. They all trust each other, to be honest, and they're not going to
Double kill.
fight over it too much. I reckon they probably decided that Happy probably crashed before Bert went on that spree, or maybe during the spree, and that obviously will have affected the way things played out. So they decided, all right then, we'll call it a draw, and started from scratch. With 2 at either side, we've got a pretty even scoreline. The lead now has slipped in favor of Maxius Fat, but we'll have to see what happens as it's tied up once again.
I realized now when I said 20 pounds earlier, some of you might think that's money. Just call it a couple stone, I guess. Maybe that's the right way to say it. But either way, we go up into a fast start. 15 kills already in just 1 minute of play between both these squads. They're trying to impress and do the same rotation that they had, equal but opposite side, as Happy Cat Band is moving from out of tram now into this arcade section. But they've all ran away. Maxius Fat has decided to just go directly from outside of PED, trying to trap them from around that window, but they knew that the pressure was coming from that corner, so they retreated. Unfortunately, Neb has not been able to get a kill in the previous version of this game, nor this one. Still got that donut, just applying some of that extra workhorse damage to try and make it life easier for the rest of his squad. Perk with 5, so it's working out. They have a 2-kill lead right now.
Yeah, and he's getting that damage, getting those assists. Finally picks up his first kill of either version of this map that we've seen. Will get taken down in response, but as you say, it's not a bad start here for Maxius Fat at all. They're looking pretty good. I think Perk's been having a great day. He got you know, pretty thoroughly destroyed by I can't remember who it was now. I think it Wouldn't It Be Funny. But that was, you know, a very expected result, and he just picks up another double kill there, still having a very hot streak. Meanwhile, Wabam and Wafts, you know, just doing their thing, hanging around. Wabam's a player I'm obviously quite familiar with, having won that draft not long ago with him. But Happy 9000, you know, just gotta glaze myself a little bit.
Little plug. That's good. Okay.
Yeah, but Happy 9000 with a nice double kill there will bring the scoreline a little bit closer, but it's still a 2-kill lead for Maxius Fat.
A lot of extra fighting that's been happening around that bridge side, just kind of leading in. And as they kind of lean out, they know that the camo is right in the middle of the map, so this becomes a bait and switch situation. Not really to anyone's greater advantage, but they are popping up from that side of window. They know they're trying to jump in, so it's just sacrificial lamb after another, as they do get red gun in exchange, but the better utility has been picked up. Now, you got to be ready for this read. All of Maxius Fat has retreated up into tram, trying to neutralize what the effectivity of that camo can be, but they don't win the ones. That means Happy, the one most dangerous, as here on Happy Cat Band, is now applying even more of that damage. They get the Ghostbuster laser cannon, so they use that red gun to full effect, able to at least make that only a couple kills, and we're still at 21 all as we're trying to approach the midway part of this map.
Yeah, it's really sort of sped up, but the kills actually haven't been going clearly in favor of one side or the other. You see there, really good play from Neb to survive in that situation. He actually survives that grenade as well, but even so, it still just trades back and forth, still on 23 to 23. Nothing to separate these two teams right now. Neb's on the hunt, still lagging behind a little bit in the stats department, but those 7 assists likely making a big difference to his teammates.
Again, same sort of situation. I like the press up here by Outcasted, trying to take advantage of a counter flank. Whenever they're coming up, maybe find some extra damage. They can't quite get the fadeaway jumper. That would have been a double. Happy 9000 has to clean up the rest of that, but that is an absolute Spartan back there. They're going to be able to get them the rest of the way down. They're going to nade crush them over into Red Room. Outcasted just making sure to stay as a decoy, as the rest of Happy Cat Band is receiving Maxius Fat. And Maxius Fat is kind of losing their sight line as they're pushing in. They're really allowing the back end of PED as well as that stairway with a window to take advantage of them, and that's what's being done. Square Melon, we're going to back on up. Make sure no one can press through for free into mid, but we're at 29s each. Nothing's really been a big breakaway. We've seen no team wipes, no 4 knockdowns. We've really just seen this be trades, just like right there. I mean, Exhibit A, as many as through Z. Everything has been mostly 1-for-1. 1 kill lead right now for Happy Cat Band.
Yeah, Square Melon here is a player who has been a little bit quiet today, at least in the series that I've watched of him. He's someone who I always have had my eye on. He's been a very, very, very good player mechanically. Put some insane performances out. Defeated Majin on LAN, although one could argue there were extenuating circumstances. The guy is insane in terms of his mechanics, but he's not a very experienced player, and that was kind of his undoing in that previous LAN that we saw him on. The team of Maxi and Happy were able to essentially just constantly bait him into traps, making sure his team was always a player down, because he's so confident in his abilities that he is just going to chow everything he sees. But which is why, like I say, I'm kind of surprised to see Melon on a bit of a quiet stat line. I sort of view him as a player who's generally going to be dropping big numbers one way or the other.
And still, whenever you have kind of your big names do this level of work, they're applying a lot more on the information side. And look how everyone for Happy Cat Band is actually pressed up directly into this kind of street window. Oh, this is about to be a double cleanup, and it will be. Wafts hitting them at least with a 2.0 KD temporarily before they fall out. Much necessary off of that camo play, as that was starting to go sideways for them, and now Manxie's Fat has gained this lead back. Quick exchanges between them. Neb, it was a slow start from the previous game to this one, and still, they're keeping consistent, not letting it go too wild. Some really kind of playing in combination, especially as they want to have a lot of these quick exchanges, but everything goes quiet. Felice wants to force Manxie's Fat to come to them, and I think this Mexican standoff is going to stand for at least a couple of extra seconds before they might start trying to rotate into Cafe. But look at how Wafts is holding that corridor with Pink as well, so no one's pressing out, and everything goes dead still.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of this position that Wafts has taken here. It's just such a good spot to catch people out on, especially if they're trying to play fast. Chances are it wouldn't really work out very well for him in this situation. The game's slowed down so much, and now they have spotted him. That fight happening over on the B Street, I would be surprised if either player challenges that to the death at this stage. But Percussion is going to get backsmacked. We saw Square Melon hanging around those B steps, and he does manage to find that backsmack. Once again, kills being traded back and forth, just as you said earlier. Percussion now looking to try and stay alive in top A.
They are overexposing that lane. They're putting one man up, and that is, even when they're low, that is still a couple of guns pointing at you. So, bit of a squirrely, ambitious moment there for Manxie's Fat. They know they got to get a game here, or else it's going to have to be a reverse sweep into game number 3. Red gun has been picked up. They're going to try and press the issue. They got the Veil up as well. Well, with that Shroud down, that actually allows Manxie's Fat to now be able to rope-a-dope and bait and switch even more effectively. A couple fall. Half strength. Wafts is on the outside and flank angle right behind them, and they lose that piv. That is not what you want to see. Now that you go 5 remaining all. Well, bam, got that camo. Extra info. Square Melon acts as a decoy, eventually gets backsmacked as the red gun is coming to full effect. 3 kills left.
Yeah, Percussion now having to fight for his life just to stay alive as that red gun, you heard it shooting behind him. And he does manage, I think that grenade connects onto Happy 9000. There's going to be a pick from Wabam onto another player. And Happy 9000 needs to win that 1v1. He doesn't manage to find a trade in that situation. Outcasted all by himself in the tires. Gets taken down. And Manxie's Fat will answer back in the series. 50-48 Slayer to bring us to 1-all.
Felt like for that rotation from Felice Gato Banda that they just pressed up and stayed maybe a little bit too long. I like the aggression to get 2 PD, but as soon as you saw now the response from Manxie's Fat, because they were utilizing that backside of A plat to really kind of drag like an escape line for them, right? So they were moving away, but as they could flex down and underneath that window, you did not have better information from out of Felice. So as soon as they were now starting to kind of basically put one man after another, they were sacrificing them over the cliff. Solid work from out of Manxie's Fat, and as well as out of Wafts, who went 16 and 10 with 15 assists. Crazy performance.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side, you do see a lot of deaths for some of these players. Swen and Outcasted both crossing that 12 kill mark on the side of Billy's Happy Cat Band. possibly, you know, contributing to that loss, especially Swen. 16 deaths in a Slayer is a lot. He was clearly doing a lot of work. 13 and 10 is a you know, a massive kill participation for a Slayer, but those 16 deaths might have cost him in the end because it meant they didn't have the deaths to play with when they really needed them.
I mean, hey, we go dead even now. So both these teams, they went to a round number 3 in the oddball. 48-50. I'm starting to think maybe that they're both pretty competitive up into this matchup. So we go to a game number trace, and you know it, I love it. We go to Argyle. We've got your one cap map, maybe. We get to see how this CTF turns out as someone wants a match point.
Yeah, I really hope not. I'm hoping to see a little bit more consistency from the players on these two teams. But Argyle is a map that's been out of rotation for a long time. And I don't know how much rank these guys have been getting in recently. You know, a lot of them took a break after LAN. Some of them just didn't play that much ranked in general. So it's possible that for a lot of the players, this might be their first time on Argyle in a very long time. Now, this map is obviously a little different from when it first got added. Got rid of a bunch of shotguns, got rid of some fusion coils, and moved that flag, as you can see, a little bit further up. Makes the potential of a grapple flag run a little bit greater, but you can see here the push is over towards the courtyard side from both teams, and Wasps is going to open the game with a big snipe.
I see a lot of counter snap on this. It's basically a much narrower pathway from basically playing your Forbidden, but you can go much more lateral because instead of more of that open space, having those walls kind of intersecting, you have a much more plus sign oriented kind of viewpoint. So good looks, and already a big pull, as it's going to be Swen that actually tries to be able to move that initially, but didn't really have an idea for it. Trying to be able to get a double kill, does so. Square Melon taking care of business. 3 on first life as Feliz Gato Banda trying to push on up again.
Yeah, I want to highlight a little interesting play I saw there, where one of the players on Manxy's Fat actually tried to kill Melon. Wops was like sort of scoping him down from a distance, keeping him distracted. Another player came up behind him, and Melon just turned and burned that player, taking them down, giving his team, you know, preventing both snipes from getting into the hands of the other team. He does finally go down, but he's 4-1 to start the game, leading the lobby in kills.
That really limits your initial pull potential. Now playing from behind enemy lines, I believe it is Wasps, as they see at least 2 players up for Feliz Gato Banda to try and make that next pull. They do make use of that final bullet in the old mag, so Wasps takes care of the first. Now they're trying to take care of the rest as they're out into open courtyard, and Swen making fantastic use of the alien carbine. But the rest of Feliz has to make some work happen. They get a couple, and now is a couple of handled by Happy. This flag is still has to be an open pull. They're gonna make the timer reset again. Won't be able to get this G slide. Oh, they do actually. They right over the lip of it. They're going probably the most difficult pathway right in open mid, but kind of making it work.
Yeah, I feel like when you're running it mid, usually the goal is to grab the grapple off spawn and then just be able to grapple it straight up into your base. And you can see these players are throwing themselves on that flag to keep it alive, probably in the hope that someone's going to be able to do so at some point. But now, 2 dead, there's not going to be anyone, and after so many sacrifices to try and get that flag into their base, it's not going to happen. The flag will go back, and Nebula is going to win a massive 1v1 to potentially give his team an opportunity to pull a flag of their own.
I believe Wasps was also covering down for them, maybe to let them move forward. That's going to be another fresh snipe picked up where Melon will be zoned away. So will Wasps, and they really can't do too much. So they end up falling out just on the doorstep, and there's not been a pull yet from out of Manxy's Fat. So still kind of just looking through the window right now towards Feliz back base. So Square Melon just kind of playing patrol and sentinel, see if anyone decided to be too ambitious against them. They see, well, bam, and now they don't.
No scope.
Yeah, Square Melon with this sniper rifle is a very dangerous prospect. The guy's an M&K demon, and it doesn't manage to connect with Neb just yet. But we saw the damage he could do with it in that first life with the sniper rifle. He's actually only picked up 1 kill since then, and it was with this sniper rifle. So if Melon gets it done with the sniper or not at all, apparently, he's going to find another body shot onto Percussion. No one in a position to clean that up just yet. But you can see he's just looking to control this area of the map. Perk might chow that out. It finds the body onto Melon, but not the head.
Quick look. Oh, right behind him twice. Getting away with murder. Well, maybe just actually life at that point. So they don't lose another blue man. Wabam is going to receive a couple of warning shots as Square Melon contends to move up. Again, just one bullet left. They're thinking that if they see a hurt Spartan, might be able to just get it done with a bandit. But from behind them, Perk trying to make the work happen off of this grapple. He sees no further evidence of any of Felice at their door. That becomes just a quick 1v1. They have a man that's a bit hurt from around the corner. They go down. So mostly at full strength is Felice Gatobando. But Mengzi's Fat have not seen them really been able to push out of base productively. They've gone to about the midpoint. They've been reactive to Felice. They've mostly just been fending them off and defending what they can, but they've not been able to make an offensive pull yet.
Yeah, it's felt like a very scrappy, disorganized game so far. It hasn't felt like there's been like a coordinated attempt from either team to take control of part of the other side's base and get that flag on the go. Instead, we've seen a very scrappy run down bottom middle. This didn't really translate to a whole lot, and a lot of slaying going down back and forth on both teams, but very little in the way of objective pressure so far.
Solid work with that plasma from out of Neb. They know they have him in the corner, and either they've exposed themselves through the door, or they're gonna get caught by the splash. Trying for the little sprint over. They know the next spawn's coming up, so Perk will take advantage of that. And Perk gone quiet after a very good performance over on that Slayer both times that we got to see it. So now with the sniper, maybe that will be what pans out. They're defended well by their teammate. Swaps does not want to let their sniper go down easy. Now 9,000. Oh, Happy running for their lives. This Perk is just going to go drop straight into the fray. Now, flag does get pulled. Seeing if they'll be able to at least advance that a little bit, trying to defend. The one time it does, 3 go down. This would be the best time to take advantage of it. Outcasted, acting from beyond the stairs, might be able to get this one, and they do begin the run. Will be the one time that this blue flag is pulled that it actually gets capped. It's going to take a while. We'll see if it advances.
Yeah, this map is a very long one, and it's very difficult to actually get those flags on the run. You saw during that fight over towards the sniper side, Mengzi's Fat actually did not block the bottom PC spawn, so these Felice Gatobando guys actually spawned behind them. The fact that they managed to keep this flag alive through that is very impressive, and now Wabam, a very good sniper in his own right, picks up a kill, he picks up another one. Can he find the kill onto Outcasted as well? A teammate will help him, and I think that is going to be our first flag on the board. We've got 5.5 minutes left in this game. That's plenty of time for the other team to answer back.
Mengzi's Fat finally gets a hand on the old banner, and they make it from one end to the next easily. Well, I say easily. Systematically, I think is probably a better term, but regardless, I think there's at least a couple shots left in that sniper, so that'll be a trick or treat for anyone that goes up there. Outcasted is going to be laying down, but that's a triple kill for Wafts to really stagnate Felice Gatobando's response. So about 5 minutes to go. Talking about your first cast on to Argyle. A 1-0 is at least up on the board.
Hopefully not a half an hour long game.
Maybe not that.
I was losing it a little bit, if I recall. In fact, Neb was actually observing that game, so yeah, there you go. It's another bit of commonality. But you know, as we can see, something that I find really interesting is that neither team is actually trying to control the other side's courtyard. That was always the kind of traditional flag route on Argyle when I was playing on this map, and we actually do see a flag being pulled in that direction now. It was always the idea was you had to control the other side's event. We saw Happy up there a little bit earlier, and that felt like kind of the first time we'd actually seen an effort to control that position. But Happy has no support there. As soon as he picks up that flag, he's given away his location and immediately gets hunted down. And Wafts is just going to be able to sit on this flag, return it, and a second flag now going through. As whilst that fight was happening over towards the courtyard, the players on Felice Gatobando, sorry, the other team, the players on Mengzi's Fat. Oh, a nice shot from Wabam, but they were able to run that flag down mid while everyone was looking the other way.
We're going to freeze scope that. 100% effective so far has Mengzi's Fat been when they get the pull. So 1 pull each, 1 cap each. Really making this work quite well. Oh, right into the back of the old calf. You're going to have a tough muscle to try and be able to kind of lean out come the next day, but for Felice Gatobando, everything has gone wrong. As soon as they get a pull, it drops into open mid, and things just go sideways. And they might be able to do it again. Perk's like, nah, this one's gonna end early. We're at least gonna force Felice to have to retract backwards. They're gonna have to play some defense, Not gonna let them come up for free. Love the elevator use. They cannot figure out where in the world they are until eventually Perk falls out. Just being pesky, being a nuisance. And look how they have to really recede onto the other end of Argyle.
Enemy flag
Yeah,
returned.
3 did go down there for Manxius Fat, but unfortunately they went down on the other side of the map. No real opportunity here for the Happy Cat band to start pulling a flag of their own. Swen here, using that M&K to just pivot on the spot, putting out so much damage from across the map, but he takes damage in return, which means that he's not in a position to really push up. Outcasted now, hanging around in that back base, looking for an opportunity to make something happen, but the players here are quite staggered. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make much happen.
Outcasted did as much as he could, and now you're also seeing Swen trying to finish the job. They're gonna get a back tap one way, and then that flag should be mostly free. He has no idea where the next man is, but apparently it was a fist fight. Wafts brought 2 hands, and apparently they're for punching out Spartans. My God, it was all looking solid until they just didn't find him up on the top rope. RKO from out of absolutely nowhere. So what was a promising vector for success turns into one that probably is going to go the other direction. A double kill for Wasp before he gives up his life. 3 are down for Feliz Gato Banda. That actually opens up an opportunity if they really want to get a next pull. Manxius Fat doesn't really have to rush it. They can really just play teaser in the back base of Feliz, and with 2 minutes to go, that may be where we go.
Yeah, you can see Neb here looking to pressure that sniper player, and even though he goes down there, he's kind of done his job. He's allowed Wafts, whoever their sniper is, yeah, it is Wafts, to have a little bit of free reign on the map by distracting that other sniper player. Obviously, you would prefer to find that kill, but it's not the end of the world. And Wafts has been the go-to sniper for this Manxius Fat team, although Wabam, I think, was actually the one who really put it to work earlier, but Wafts being 25 and 30, starts to call that a bad choice, and he'll take down Square Melon as well, predicting that push very effectively. And meanwhile, Happy 9000 is going to lose his sniper rifle, putting 2 snipes now in the hands of Manxius Fat.
This is basically the beginning of the end if Feliz cannot get a step forward, and it felt like for the entire first half of this map that Manxius Fat was basically just sat in the recliner and they couldn't get the footstool down. And as soon as they popped up and did it, well, they just kept running down against Feliz Gato Banda. So everything looks like it's gonna be hands up, don't shoot. If they cannot get a pull here, basically spells the end of map number 3. We'll give match point over to Manxius Fat. Like the rotation we get out of Wafts, and there's pretty much no threat vector remaining from out of Feliz. It just boils down to a 40-second Slayer, and this one will be a 2-0.
Yeah, this is effectively dead time now. On some maps, maybe you could capture C flags in 30 seconds. On this one, it might be like physically possible if you made great use of the grapple and the other team just sort of let you. But realistically, it's not going to happen. Basically, it's just an opportunity for Wafts to see if he can put any more kills on the board, because it's going to take longer than 10 seconds to run that flag back in, let alone do anything else.
They do have one man that decided to stay back to red base, so as soon as they get this one capped, if they can be able to at least get hands on it and force a pie chart, a non-0% exists, but they can't get there in the first place, so that won't matter. So this ends up being 2-0. Manxius Fat, good turnabout. After losing round 3 on that recharge oddball, since then, they've been squaring up. This one was much more effective, especially in the mid portion of Argyle. Everything from there on, Feliz couldn't really get it together. And, I mean, 27 and 14, big pop-off by Wafts.
Yeah, Wafts having a really good game. Meanwhile, no real standout on the other team. Square Melon, Happy, and Sven all putting out some nice numbers. Outcasted making up for a few fewer kills with a lot of more assists. But as you say, definitely Wafts the star of the show there. The rest of his team also dropping some pretty decent numbers, only Neb really falling behind. But with a 2-0 lead, you're not going to be worrying too much about what could have gone better that game. However, you're still got to win one more in order to win this series.
Some solid sniping overall. I thought Square Melon was really going to run the roost for a while, but then it was Wafts that just started really showing up. And, I mean, one thing that I think about this map that might be missing, that could have the littlest wrinkle, QT is in the top mid, right? You see a lot of good grapple play. Didn't really see anyone that kind of necessitated that utility needed to be worked. What about replacing that out with like a with an overshield, with something that maybe is a little bit more coveted in that way? I feel like maybe that would kind of play more teams up to top mid.
I believe when the map first came out, it was a camo for quite a long time because
Okay.
This map was added before the QT was, so obviously it couldn't be a QT at that time. And I think the main reason that camo didn't work very well was because the map being so big, there was a lot of just camo flag running, which is a bit of a cheesy strat. No one really likes playing against it.
Yeah.
You know, someone pulls a flag on Argyle with camo. If you don't see them pull it, they could be anywhere.
Yeah, it's true.
By the time that happens, it wasn't a particularly fun strategy, and I remember a lot of ranked games were basically won or lost by who got camo and then just ran flag down bottom mid with it.
That's what I'm thinking, like overshield, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
a little
overshield,
bit-
overshield could be fun. I think
Power
maybe
play.
the map's a little bit too big though. Like by the
True.
time you actually get from top mid to the enemy base with overshield, it's either going to have run out or you're going to have like been bled out with it, I think. But I do sort of agree with you that for that top mid position, you know, kind of being the most exposed place on the map,
Yeah.
you know, that item sort of gets top billing in everyone's mind, at least theoretically, but the quantum translocator, for as good as it is, doesn't feel worth it to go
Yeah.
up there. Like, you might pick it up if you go in there anyway, but probably not something you're going to actively play for, because it's not something that you're realistically going to be converting enough kills to get a flag capture with.
Okay, hear me out. Because Empyrean and Pit/Pit exists, convert that to rockets. Huh? You have most exposed, you get a big rocket play, you can snatch that from off of a grapple. Well, I'm just saying. And then you could like associate maybe a utility, put it on the ground, bottom mid, and hit it with a QT if you wanted to. Huh? Just rewriting basically Origin or Empyrean into like an Argyle concept. But
Alternatively, what
okay.
if we put the fusion coil back on Argyle? What we put it on it?
Okay. All right. So hear me out. Fusion coil's back. We bring out the OS. You hit OS. Go to fusion coil, and then you do a 360 with rocks. Okay. And then it's just clips the whole time.
And then if you hit, I forgot what it is. What's the button combo? The up down.
The BXR?
BAs. No, the like up down down left right BA.
Oh, the
next start.
Konami code.
Yeah, if you hit that, then you
Yeah.
get the tank gun. But you
Yeah.
have to do all of those things in sequence, otherwise
Yeah.
it doesn't work.
No, yeah. If you don't know the order, then you're not doing it right. So
Yeah.
all right. So I think that was game 3. We've got what's next on the board? I believe it is Lattice King of the Hill. So I feel like Argyle doesn't give us obviously the same flavor between these two teams. You were talking about how it's been out of rotation, who's been playing it up into ranked. It's not exactly kind of your same situation. So taking like a momentary kind of, all right, let's talk about it because this is an elimination portion of this bracket. Let's go back into proper standard. Gonna feel much more akin to what they had with that Street Slayer, but also Lattice for some is just as unforgiving. I feel like Argyle though, you could write that off as like, all right, this is Argyle. Let's move back to what we know.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it during that game. And it is possible, I don't know if this is the case, but it's possible that was the first time Square Melon has ever played Argyle.
Oh my
Or
god.
at least the first time he's ever played it in a competitive setting, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't in rotation back when he first started playing in UHL days. Then he stopped for a while, and then he's come back recently, and obviously it hasn't been in rotation. So I don't know if Melon had played Argyle before that match.
He's like, what is this?
He might have done. I don't know how much ranked and stuff he played back when the map was in rotation. I'm not sure like his history before that. But as far as his competitive career goes, I don't think Argyle has been in rotation that whole time. So could have.
I mean, you know what?
No idea what's going on. But you put a sniper in his hands and he'll figure it out.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, did pretty decent, regardless of being at the first or whatever. And like, probably gonna look at you sideways, like, nah, man, I played that a lot. What are you talking about? I'm fine.
He might have done. He might have played loads of like ranked and stuff in like season 2, but I don't think, because he started out in the UHL and he joined that pretty late. and he didn't have like a ranked rank, so no one expected him to be any good. And then he was very, very good. But yeah, we got got a start here, and Woffs, who was getting use of that sniper rifle in the previous game, is going to be picking up this one. Although the Happy Cat band will be the first ones to step foot in the hill.
Basic thing about this as well for King of the Hill, they're trying to displace his, basically his sight line. So they get that S7 top side of the map, and you actually have a really nice viewpoint from there. But for this first ice hill, you gotta be able to rotate this one pretty quickly. They do so straight off rip, trying to be able to land the next one, and they do it with a double kill. Nice body shot. See if they find the next triple. They will be able to pick it up. It doesn't become the medal, but becomes effective. Woffs 3-0 off first life. Should be able to give Manxy's Fat at least a nice position from some of these spawners, especially as they start to work through crates. Sven gives themselves that exposure, and Felice Gatobanda try to walk right back down.
Yeah, you can see Woffs here looking to maintain control of this red side. Something Happy actually told me is that whenever you're fighting for this hill, you basically always want to be pushing through that red side if you can, mainly because you just can't afford to have the enemy keep spawning there. It's obviously, you can see that kind of balcony area at the back. It's such a good position to shoot at this hill from, and so that's probably why you saw Happy there making that push through. You saw Woffs looking to defend it, and with him going down, Sven was able to take that kill from the guy in the hill, from that cargo position. Just swoops on in, and now it looks like they might be able to win this hill, as 3 have gone down for Manxy's Fat with very little time left.
Yeah, that's not exactly the way that you want to be able to hold that one. And it's often the same kind of rotation that happens with this first hill. Responding team that picks it up second often ends up losing it last for the first one that comes back. So solid attempt, at least as they use that S7 to full effect to take it. But now as they fight out into the bin 10 room to then rotate up top side red door, they're going to be able to win that early position. And this is a tough one to hold. It's very overexposed, especially. There's really not... This one, as well as Bridge Hill, are very difficult in general to maintain unless you're resetting spawners to the opposite side on low end blue and green. So we'll see if that ends up being where it goes. Woffs, last couple of lives, haven't been able to find really too much. And they get cut down now from his rafter position as Sven and company from Island Feliz Gatobanda are actually doing a really fantastic job of building up hill time.
Yeah, they're looking to sort of answer back here, take us to a game 5, and that momentum, they don't seem to be happy about losing that previous map because they've come out swinging so far this one, and Sven especially had a bit of a quiet series so far, not been much to say about him, but now he's on the hunt, 6-2 to start this game with 5 assists, probably you know, the standout player on his team so far, at least statistically, and look at the way he's just moving around the map, putting out so much damage. He does not get stuck there. I could have sworn there was the sound of him getting stuck, but that's not going to be the case, and he just manages to turn and burn Neb, takes him down, finds the time to reload as well. It's just playing ring around the rosy with Woffs, eventually goes down, but Sven just absorbing all of the attention on the map. Meanwhile, his teammates managed to capture that hill basically uncontested.
That's fantastic work. You sometimes just have to cat and mouse this game and play it silly. It's not gonna be all serious all the time. And what's gotta be serious now is what happens forward going into this King of the Hill, because Manxy's Fat has not been able to maintain numbers, not just to kind of have the team present, but as well as to be able to challenge into some of these positions. You playing some patience. I like what Wabam has able to at least use for that S7, and they at least get rid of one. So falling out with another, they completely lose the sauce of where Wabam is. Dude just kind of heard the gunshot and ignored it was right there. So hopping nearby, Wabam giving his team a chance to jump into green room, and they gotta know that this next spawn is coming from low side red, so they're gonna work off that ramp and be able to build up a lot of extra time in a very good position. And Wabam much the same to be able to support them. They do run out of sniper ammo, but they're over 2/3 the way here on this third hill.
I don't think I've ever seen someone get hit with the "if I can't see you, you can't see me" strategy in a Halo match, but that did seem to be the plan there from Happy 9000, as he just refused to look at Wabam and hoped that that would keep him safe from the sniper rifle. It did not. That was a great life from Wabam, but the break has come through, and that big lead that they worked so hard to build up is basically all but gone already. Melon does go down for Sven as well, so picks are in favor of Manxy's Fat, but it's good to afford to outcast it to try and break through.
They get one man off, but eventually there's going to be two that are still just left on hill. So this is going to be a nice full lane defense from out of Manxie's Fat. They were able to force Felice to have to consistently respawn over towards that red ramp. Worked out very well. Now the problem is that the next hill for them, at least in the 2-1, so the game will not be at least over and done. It's going to be one of the more difficult. They're going to have that S7. They're going to go up towards bridge. In fact, that thing is coming up very quickly with Felice now standing on top of it. Happy is going to be patrolling. That is going to be the difficulty here. Manxie's Fat has to find where the lurker is going to be. If they can identify that, which they probably have done so already, might be able to make this work out. But that creates a little bit of a gap now for Manxie's Fat to have to make up.
Yeah, I really like what we saw there from Manxie's Fat, actually. I think the big mistake and the big reason why Lattice can be so snowbally is that when you have that roaming player, teams just kind of like ignore them. They keep pushing through and then they just get shot in the back, and then you get stuck in this vicious cycle of getting shot in the back by this guy and you don't know where he is. As soon as they identify where Happy was, they shut him down immediately. And that allows them to break that setup very quickly. Gets them back into this hill, and even though they have the lead, there's probably too much time here on the clock for them to play time.
Slowly but surely for that as well. Manxie's Fat has been able to kind of play the attrition game. Oh, the switch off from the S7 didn't have to worry about it because they had a teammate right behind. I like that this, with all of this push, Manxie's Fat has really played with some of this extra clock. Usually when you get to about, especially on this 4th hill, you start getting concerned. No concern here for Perk. Dude went to sleep, came up from a nap, got angry. Oh my God! And another one straight off the rip. Dude is taking away heads quicker than anyone on the map. Doing some fantastic work, and Manxie's Fat look primed to be able to tie up this game.
Perk's snipes so far this tournament have been absolutely incredible. He just has such great reticle placement. He doesn't have to flick. He doesn't have to do anything fancy. He just lines them up and knocks them down. And that is going to result. Manxie's Fat look like they should be able to put this hill on the board. This is the hardest hill to capture, and only about a minute of game clock has actually been run down in that time. A really great bounce back from Manxie's Fat. They were 2-0 down in this game, and now it's 2-2.
Ooh, I like the thrust back, trying to be able to like kind of go into a separate direction. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too back, and well, Melon, it may be one of the quote-unquote first times they played Argyle. It's not one of the first times they've seen a QT. So quick back smack as you TP back from the other side of the dimensional drift. And now they're trying to just finish off this second kill. It's been a bit squirrely for them as they run through their own nade, and eventually an assist comes up. 5th hill, up on crates, is kind of a death bucket. Throw some nades over there, everyone just kind of has to receive all that blast powder, but eventually they clear out the majority of Manxie's Fat, and they're going to be spawning in directly across from it. That's one of the main things that kind of sucks about this hill, is how quickly your opponent can get right back to you. Love where we're getting Square Melon trying to be able to get some of those quick dashes, but otherwise half this hill time has gone over to Felice.
Yeah, Melon there does try and hit the sprint straight. It doesn't quite work. I don't really get sprint straight thing. I'm not sure if it really works on M&K because it doesn't feel like it does to me, but maybe I'm just not very good at it. I've never been able to get the hang of it, so I don't really use it much in game, but maybe I need to just try and do it. But even though Manxie's Fat have bounced back really nicely in this game, it's looking like this hill is all Happy Cat ban. They capture that with very little time on the board for the other side. Now it's going to be a situation where Manxie's Fat are going to have to make sure that they don't let this snowball into multiple hills going in the favor of the other team.
I feel like if you're sprint strafing on mouse and keyboard, you're going to get carpal tunnel so fast with the way you have to immediately pivot angle off of your direction. I don't know, someone can try to correct me, but it feels like it'd be demon time if you could make that work. But for this next position, they know that they will have to force a spawn out to go towards topside big door off of red. Dude is playing Quake 4 with the way he's moving like that. Swen eventually goes down, but half strength on either of these teams. Nearly halfway through hill number 6 for Manxie's Fat to try and at least tie this one up. That S7 was picked up just at the moment that this hill popped in the first place. So Happy 9000 is trying to put as much damage down in distance as they can. They've got a 75-second window to try and play full defense. They're going to try and steal out this gun. They eventually get the rest of it out. They've got one bullet left. It's got his name on it. They can't get the rest of it, but it doesn't matter. He's got hands to blow.
That was a massive play from Happy 9000. I love that spot. back red for sniping, because it gives you such nice angles onto blue, onto cargo, and you've got so much cover to work with as well. Happy uses that so well. He wins a 1v2 in that situation, completely shuts down that push from the other team. I think the only slight problem I see is he finds another double kill for the killing spree before finally going down, is that not that much hill time was actually built up for his team, but that's going to be rectified as Swen wins the absolutely crucial piv. He's on 20 kills now, and his team is closing in with the win on this map and a game 5 for the series.
Sven has a full lane to look at on this lower side of sewer. He's got everyone coming at him. Well, Bam has to be able to go and win this duel. He can't get there in time. It is going to be a footstep away. No! They'll be able to get there just at the 11th hour. 53 seconds. They're going to leave a man on. It is a millimeter from being complete. They're sliding directly down into ramp. This could be a fumble, depending on how the rest of this hill ends up panning out. Neb is going to hold this quarter from outside of red pipes. They know they're having some pressure from up in top mid. Outcasting gets blasted by Neb. They find another one from behind enemy lines as Square Melon tries to come up. They have to throw another man onto it. They have just enough time, but it's about angles. Oh, they let him onto the hill. No! They cannot get there. They thought they'd be able to win the gun duel. They were doing just fine, but they just needed a footstep on. Police will be able to take that last hill, and that means that they'll be able to force this one into a game 5.
Yeah, that ending section could not have been much more tense. I mean, as Infinity highlights there, a single missed shot from either Wabam or Nebula there would have been the game in favor of Felix Gato Habana. And Happy 9000 here for a second. I actually thought that was a game-losing play to push out there by himself and lose that 1v1. For a second it looked like that. And when Wabam went down, I think these players for the side of Maxis Fat would have done better to just decide to stack the hill. If both of them run there, could they have killed them in time? I don't know. But what they did not work as Square Melon sneaks through behind them. Great objective efficiency from him there to recognize that the kills did not matter in that situation.
That was wild. Square Melon, they took their time. They were recognizing the nice... It was a solid kind of counter push-up because they knew the hill behind them was at least had a man on. They were burning time onto it, moved up on underneath table, and then just found kind of that reverse angle to shoot into it. But he also knew, hey, I need like 2 taps to get this hill. I'm good to go. We go down to this. Someone has to lose. Somebody got to move on. And it's going to be done through some Slayitude. We've got Solitude Slayer, a shock rifle that someone is going to be putting up and electrifying the landscape with. And a good old camo to go right alongside it. 50 kills. Last time that we found this, it was on Street Slayer, and it went 50-48. Gotta wonder if the same kind of patience and the same kind of play is going to happen this time around. Game 5, y'all. Get loud.
Yeah, we can see these players here pushing through the bottom mid, trying to keep eyes on that camo, trying to keep eyes on the people crossing. And Wafts will manage to find that kill. It's going to be Nebula actually with that grenade, and Wafts is going to have the camo. Great play there from everyone on Maxis Fat to enable that push. And now you can see Felix Gato Habana is trapped down in that bottom loot position.
Kind of staying low. They're trying to make use of Sven's extra info, but he's just going to get cleaned up as he tries to head on out. And that eventually does occur. Shock rifle and camo. He's only got the 1 shot. So I gotta wonder if Wafts gonna kind of overplay this one. They do it off of a melee. They're gonna have a teammate there to help them out, and that actually enables this one to be so impactful. So a 5-kill lead. You have the other half of Feliz Gato Banda over towards blue, and blue is a very vulnerable space, so they're gonna make sure to come out and move much more towards bridge. See if they can kind of triple run down this portion of yard. And yeah, they did not want to stay in that other section for too long, but they're also now kind of segmented. Still allows for the shock rifle to maybe find some extra angles, but lost in the sauce. Wafts can't get an open angle, but does get the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Wafts somehow, 3 versus 1, just stays alive. He just avoids everyone. No one can find him. And by staying alive, he's still got the shock rifle in his hand. He survives through the whole camo. He hasn't died yet this game. And even though the camo snipe doesn't convert to many kills, it does convert to 4 assists on the board and a 4-kill lead for Maxis Fat. And Wafts still has this 1 shot to play with. This pick could be decisive.
Trying to back up, protect their teammate as A lot of extra pressure was happening from that window, and it was Outcasted that drops out. Eventually, their first life goes away, but 7 kills into that life with 3 attained and 4 assisted. That's solid work from off of Wops. But only 1 kill back is Feliz Gato Banda, as Wabam is having to receive a lot more pressure than they had previously found. Can't quite keep the trade from happening. This again is starting to show shades of what we had on that streets.
Yeah, Outcasted here, looking to find some kills of his own. And we do see that despite the great start from Maxius Fat, Wops doing so much work, the lead has actually been lost. It's tied up, and now Outcasted, the veteran leader of this team, is going to be putting that camo onto his own armor. He's going to pick up 1. Can he find this second? He's going to elect to stay alive and let his teammates do the work. 3-kill lead now for Felix Gatabana, and Outcasted still has this camo to play with.
Good window positioning, and now with a 3-kill lead. Feliz doesn't have to push the issue, but they are giving a lot more exposure for Outcasted to be able to work 4s across their scorecard, and a shock rifle that will come up. So, big info that camo obviously is still here for Feliz. Manxie's Fat has got to be prioritizing this shock rifle pickup. I think someone's coming up the lift. They're running up towards blue, and that shock rifle is gone. So now suddenly he's like, where in the hell did my toy go? Someone picked up my gun. This is exactly what I was supposed to have in the first place. The camo eventually goes away. So Impact will now just come to pure aim game from off of the shock rifle.
Yeah, and I don't think, I mean, Neb died with the shock rifle there, but I don't know if anyone on the Happy Cat van actually knew what happened, because it didn't look like anyone went to pick that up. And now this big push coming through yard for Maxi's Fat, they find that first pick onto Happy 9000, and now it looks like they're getting ready to defend, putting out damage on this defensive. But the problem is they're still finding themselves down, and every time they end up trading one of these kills, that's good news for the team that's in the lead. It's still only 2 kills though. After quite a big comeback from the start, they're only going to find themselves 2 kills ahead on the side of the Happy Cat Bandit. But Melon goes down, trades coming down for both teams, but they go in favor of the Happy Cat Bandit.
From 2 separate Slayers so far, the biggest differential we've seen is 5 kills, and that was only in the early game. Big blast reaction time, just chain of events now coming out. Triple kill in hands of Happy 9000. They're looking for anyone else to be able to add the old 4-star Dragon Ball. That does not happen. They get right back up to a 4-kill lead. Overexposing his Neb. Unwise and easy pickings for Happy 9000. They go 11-6, making now a 6-kill come up, as this camo will be up in about 15 or so seconds. Segmented and being slayed is Manxie's Fat, as they are cutting the chaff out of the squad.
Yeah, these players on the side of Manxie's Fat kind of need to slow this down a little bit, I think. They're challing and dying in situations where you really can't afford to be giving up the deaths. And these deaths are going, and Happy 9000 has picked up another camo. I think that burns, although it might still be down bottom mid. It looked like there might have been a ping on it. Nebula hanging around this bottom position. They're still in the lead. They're going to have to flip this script, and they need to stop giving away easy deaths.
Now what's crazy is that they have been able to at least narrow it down from about 3 and 4, so I say that, but the clapback comes in from the Cats. Well, Feliz Gato Banda, they've been able to find plenty of moments to be able to find Manxie when they're not looking. The good news, Perk has that camo. Easy double kill. Might be able to get at least some space. They create some. Oh my goodness, one man after another. They can't get them dead. I thought a pancake was coming from out of that repulsor. Not gonna happen this time, at least. Still, effectively dragging all of Feliz down to the lower floor of Solitude. A 3-kill difference, both to be able to crest into 40, as well as to be able to tie things up. Neb, I've been told and probably knows that he needs to play this one a little bit slow. They don't want to just become the decoy, become the easy pick going up into yard, but they've now kind of wiggled too many times. Him and his teammate end up falling. We've now gone into 41. Feliz Gato Banda, they have the advantage to just kind of trade this one on out.
Yeah, it was just a perfect clean 4 dead on the side of Manxie's Fat. No real opportunity to answer back. 2 players now fall like that 3, and that's another 4 dead cycled into it. What was a close game is suddenly just turning into a blowout, and you can see Square Melon maybe thinking this is a bit of a victory lap as he hunts down Wasp, takes him out. He's on 18 assists this game, 28 kill participation, make that 29 as he finds that kill. 3 more dead for Manxie's Fat. It's just been a constant cycle for the last couple rotations, and it looks like it's only a matter of time before this one ends. You can see they know where these players are. They're hunting them down. Square Melon wants that kill, but he's not going to get it. It's going to be outcasted. Another assist on the board for Square Melon. Great stat lines all around from Felix Gato Banda. What started out as a pretty easy, a pretty close game, turns into a total blowout in moments.
So at one point, that was a 37-34 game. That means that there was 13 kills with no response. None. That last sprint out by Manxie's Fat, rather, by Feliz Gato Banda, 13 straight kills. All the rest shut down. Absolute blitzer, and with 19 assists. Absolutely bananas work from out of Square Melon. So, good looks by Feliz Gato Banda. They're able to find not just game 4, but a game 5 in their favor after what was a very sweaty contest on that Street Slayer. But, I mean, some nice work to begin the game. Unfortunately, couldn't quite end it, especially with the shock rifle and camel play where you're seeing how it makes it fat.
Yeah, they do go down eventually. It was a good start as well for Manxie's Fat. But once these players on the Happy Cat ban kind of got their act together, started actually flowing a little bit, it was really hard for Manxie's Fat to break out of it. They just didn't manage it. Unfortunately, Wabam and Nebula both trailing their teammates quite a lot towards the end. Then, you know, these less experienced players just giving up those easy deaths is kind of what ends up costing them quite badly, I think. And, you know, we see this play from Perk here. He manages to get some kills, and he has a lot of people chasing him. He makes great use of that camo to stay alive, people diving on him. And you'd hope to see his teammates supporting him there, taking out these players who were distracted hunting down the camo player, but that's not what happened. Instead, he gets taken down, and from that point onwards, it just turns into a cycle.
Also, do we know damage? Do we know damage on how much damage there was on those 19 assists?
Yeah, I would have liked to know.
The rolling back. Oh, can you show us damage real quick? 5K. All right, solid work. All right, wow. 5,000 damage. All right, not bad at all. 1,500 point diff between life as well. So that's fantastic work. All right, well, we've got this one in the books. This one continues to cook, and let's see, how has our bracket progressed on the lower side? We've at least got this one moving forward. We've got the winner coming out of Council of Europe versus Zach and Codeine, so we'll see who's going to be moving over into the lower semi. Of course, wouldn't it be funny waiting for everyone to sort themselves out as we get into this one? Majin, of course, waiting for whomever wants to come from lowers and be able to have maybe a couple tries up into the grand finals. For the moment, we'll be taking a short break. We'll figure out if it's going to be another LR3 match in your faces or if we're going to the lower semifinals. More of this 4v4 Cup as presented by European Halo. We'll be back in just a moment.
The desert in the sun, lost and I don't care. I'm feeling lighter, lighter. At the finish line, you can't cheat me now.
Double kill. Double kill.
Snakes and letters.
Enemy team took double kill. Snipe. Double kill. Snipe. No scope. No scope. Double kill.
With every step I take, I show the world what I feel alive again. I feel like it's a new chance, far from the wasteland, and I've got nowhere to be, so I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Our story never has to end. Eternal, I'm alive.
Triple. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Tomorrow, but I hope a good surprise. If I could flip all the time that I borrowed
Double kill.
and make another life. You can wreck the sun. There's a
Double
palace
kill.
in my mind, made of light, and it shows. Yeah, yeah. The stars are falling, stars are raining gold. Yeah, yeah. Forever I'm free, that's what could be. So I'm waiting. I don't need a rush, I'm patient. However long it takes, I'll be there one day. Eternal, I'm alive and chasing whatever it is I'm facing. I can't walk away. There's so much left to say. Our story never has to end.
No scope. Snipe.
Eternal, I'm alive again. The stars aligned, and
Double
we
kill.
had everything
Killing
to
spree.
realize. No fear, no fight, as we
Double kill.
to put that distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Found me right here. I'm running out of air. Coming up from the deep. Drowning right here. But you're the one who cared. Showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Getting closer, knowing I'm okay, 'cause you got me to be. It ain't over, all I hear you say, said it's all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. To life. To life. You breathe me back to life. To life. To life. You breathe me back to life.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is
It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
Welcome back, everyone, to the EHL Summer Cup. We're getting into even more 4v4 Spartan action here as we just got, I think, through the lower quarterfinal, and now we're into the lower semifinals. And I'm still Hail Monkey Man alongside Seal. And Seal, we get another dose of Feliz Gato Banda, the team that can't quite pronounce it, but the Happy Cat Band. They're gonna go in Zach and Codeine in their wild adventures, and it was almost a match made in heaven for Manxie to have to fight against Manxie's Fat. They came up short in that Game 5 Slayer.
Yeah, and I think interesting to note though, this is a rematch of our winners round 2 game between these two teams, and in that case, Zach and Codeine did come out victorious. It was 3-1 in favor of Zach and Codeine. However, those maps were all really, really close. I think this could easily be a Game 5.
And we're going to be going into this set with some Streets King of the Hill. So that's going to be a fun switch up, considering that we just had, Street Slayer, which has kind of been its mainstay for a little bit. After that, we walk and rock over into Slayer Live Fire and then Lattice Oddball, with the potential, with that previous series going to a Game 4, we might be able to find ourselves into a CTF Origin, and on the other side, maybe some Charge. So we'll see if that happens. But let's go back a little bit into yonder years, early terms of Streets. It's not just about slaying; it's about position. King of the Hill out here, my man. Where do we run in this rotation?
I'm so happy King of the Hill Streets is back. This was my favorite game mode back when I first started playing Halo competitively, and was in playing ranked before that. I love King of the Hill Streets, and it's been so long now that I don't really remember the specifics of where you hold for each hill. So I'm kind of going to be learning a little bit as we go, and I imagine the players will be sort of relearning this as well. I think the B side tends to be quite strong when you're trying to hold. The C, the driveway area tends to be quite strong because you can overlook this B position from C up on that balcony. But it does look like the Happy Cat Band are going to be holding it from the other direction right now, possibly because they're still waiting on that camo, which is just coming up outcasted, looking to contest it with a red gun.
Zach and Codeine struggling to kind of make use of both position as well as just being able to get that utility. So the red gun into the hands of Outcasted. And Outcasted we saw be very effective last time that they were playing on the Street Slayer, even though their team came up a couple kills short. But for that same thing, EU Assault, as they aim to rotate, they want to take this long path, which is pretty much going to be now telegraphed to Feliz Gato Banda that they're coming. But as all eyes went to them, the rest of their team also fell. So 3 down. And they might think better of trying to challenge this hill, see what they can do from this kind of outside angle. This is a very smart play. They don't want to neutralize the hill, not give away that they were on it in the first place. So they get rid of one man as the rotation comes back in from their teammates, and now they are able to take it over.
Yeah, what a great use of camo from EU Assault there, being so patient with it. And I think something that's sort of an underrated aspect of camo is the great use of the sidekick there to secure that kill, is how much longer camo lasts nowadays. That extra 15 seconds that they added to the camo makes so much difference. You can be so much more patient with it. EU Assault really puts that to use there, just taking his time, waiting for that perfect opportunity. Unfortunately though, that break, whilst it was really great, does not translate to a proper setup, and it looks like the Happy Cat Band might just about be able to win this hill out. Although, now, as I'm saying that actually, Outcast finds himself as the last one alive.
Should be able to get back, at least challenge. It's taken more than a minute for this first one to happen. It's a very exposed hill. A couple of these pillars help out to at least allow the defending holding team to last a little bit longer and move back up into ramp side. That's just an easy frag out. Outcasted receiving them as quickly as they're coming up. They're going to have at least a couple of bounce back frags that will drop straight into pillars. They do stand the test of time. It's another foot stomp and then we're done with it. Finally, hill number 1. That took 1 minute and 13 to get done as we get to be able to rotate back around Streets.
Yeah, Zach and Codeine went 3 dead right as that one got captured. That could have actually translated to early position for this hill for the players on the Happy Cat band, but they actually didn't go for that. Instead, focusing on camo, but I don't think they actually found it. I'm not sure who it was that had that camo. Hopefully not EU Assault, as he's already gone down. But now we can see the push coming into this hill. It was Spetter, and he's just lurking around this position instead of using that camo to roam like you might often see. Instead, he was actually just waiting, finally pushing out now, and he doesn't manage to trade that kill. It gets traded by a teammate, but that's not a play you want from the camo.
No, I was surprised they actually kind of stuck around for that play. They knew that they didn't want to have to just walk it all the way back down and get shot in the back, but felt like that was an overexposed. A few spam shots from out of the old Stalker rifle. Happy 9000. Quiet over at 6 and 7. Still solid work from them so far. They're challenging everything from out of that bridge. EU Assault ready for anyone that wants to maybe jump up over that dumpster side and see if they come in for that lane. But otherwise, this one ended up just being a full 100 to nothing from out of Zach and Codeine. Felice really couldn't be able to just plunge in and invade moving into Tram. So we go to hill number 3. Maybe they were just like, you know what? If we weren't there first, we'll just make best of what comes third.
Yeah, and we can see here, Manxie actually off to a very hot start, 11 and, well, maybe that 10 now, but still putting a nice bounty of kills on the board here. We've got a crucial 1v1, which is going to be won by Outcasted. Perfect shots from him, but we see the strength of that C position once again, as that player does manage to find a pick onto the hill. It's very difficult to stay in this hill whilst the enemy team has control of the trap.
Interesting to find kind of where the rotation of these maps end up happening, especially with streets, because you see so many, especially when it goes to the exact middle of a map, you either have them at the beginning of the rotation, at the very end of the rotation, but this happens straight up in the middle. So the middle, if you would, of where we kind of pivot between all these hills. So on hill number 3, they have that camo coming up in about 10 or so seconds forthcoming. Kind of move upwards where some of this rotation is, because when you sit underneath that window, you're really basically blind and super dependent on any of your teammates if they're on the other side of you. So not going to be on that overhang, and eventually they get cut down, which means they start really just pillaging from that upper side of the stairs. Half strength as the Sultan Spetter are still up. Oh, an overstep. Be another blue man down. No one's been able to really dominate control over hill number 3.
Yeah, the hill time here is very even and very scrappy back and forth. Those two players there really combining to keep those players out. I think Melon had a camo at one point, but did get taken down. Priority kill there for the side of Zach and Codeine. And now it's going to be Manx and Magic for our time board. You can see the EU Assault holding down the position over in C to stop people from spawning there. And that's been really valuable because it means he can just keep putting down this damage. And he wins the fight from across the map. Finally, all 4 dead for Zach and Codeine, but a lot of hill time scrapped up there.
They're also still splitting the difference here. I saw Outcasted was all the way towards that A plat. Huge insta-splode situation just as they try to move up to these steps. You really can't use that Stalker rifle to full effect. Eventually, they're getting some sight lines down in yard, but we got 2 minutes. This is probably going to go sub 4 hills, I say, as Felice Gato Banda at least steps a foot onto it. Might be able to at least get some solid time, but next big attack could spell the difference of who's going to be able to have this lead going to hill number 4. Zach and Codeine, again, still coming in from that PD side, and they do get back to hill control.
Yeah, but it feels like the players on the Happy Cat band actually let them in there. They backed out to bait them in and then swoop back forward with that push. However, it doesn't actually work out for them. They find the kills that they wanted to get, but more players swoop in for Zach and Codeine. They will manage to scrap up that hill time, winning that one out and taking themselves to a 2-1 lead.
It's so comical timing. Whenever you hear the arcade sounds and a Spartan just face planting into a window. Fantastic work. Well, this next one is to the fountain. And everyone's on the other side of the map from Felice Gato Banda, so I love this aggressive positioning from out of Manxie from this upside of Arcade as they try to at least blast pack everyone out of the way. And now it's up to the rotation from level 50 as he's coming up, knowing that Felice wants to run that lane, but they're dying as they arrive. Last man up has to win this duel, does so, finds the piv. The assist actually comes up from their teammate from that spawn. And now Outcasted left on an island, and they end up dying in the window. Camo comes up as well. Felice has to look at 2 separate opportunities. Getting the camo, as well as maybe fighting back for that hill. They aim for utility first.
Yeah, I wonder if Slink actually got a call that they'd spawned in yard. I wasn't sure if they'd spawned yet, but challing that hill 1v3 otherwise would have been completely insane, and I was thinking that was a weird thing to do, but then the help came with his teammates. So I reckon that was some good comms from the team of Zach and Codeine to tell him where they were spawning so he knew what kind of play he had to
Team
make.
took the hill.
Trying to keep those comms high, especially that they begin to fall out. And this is becoming an insurance situation because a lot of maps, especially a little bit bigger than Streets. Streets, you can almost be effective straight off of spawn to try and get to some of these hills. Solitude can be somewhat situational to that, but Streets can be a snowball. And for Zach and Codeine, they are hot fire, trying to force Feliz Gatobanda to run away backwards. They have gotten pure time off of this one from 0 to almost 100 if they can be able to do it. Gonna run back out as Square Melon. He goes over to PD. Is there gonna be anyone that's gonna launch onto this hill? They're trying to fight it out from that A plat. Everyone's over towards mid. They might be able to just do this straight from the bottom of the barrel. They have one man still on Fountain, and no one's gonna challenge them. Wait, oh, okay. They did complete the hill. That is wild. Felice just straight takes it in front of Zach and Codeine.
Yeah, Zach and Codeine literally just needed a split second. Maybe they were too patient with that push there. They actually not getting into it nearly fast enough in that situation. Very bad spot to find themselves in, but still going to be a tight game. Zach and Codeine had given themselves the lead to begin with. A big 1v1 win there from Manxie, but he does go down as this fight is continuing on the hill.
Tough angle to try and challenge into this as well. You have that cheeky little corner from outside of that bin to try and kind of rotate into. Oh my goodness. Looking for a party hat, they get a bit of spike damage. Otherwise, it is very difficult to just have an angle that isn't dependent upon this pillar side of Cafe. So getting some nice nades, a Square Melon. 12 and 19. Look, that's just King of the Hill, baby. Everyone else putting up the damage that they need to. Zach and Codeine will go down with 3. Half time with less than a minute to go of neutral time. As Feliz Gatobanda might be able to turn this one on its head. They have 3 on the hill with the shroud down. Now big assists from out of level 50. See if they'll be able to make this one work as they take control.
Again, it's another aggressive chow from Slink into a numbers disadvantage, but once again, he knows where the spawns are coming in. It looks like a complete suicide mission to chow that, but then someone spawns in that back A, swoops in and saves the day for him, essentially breaking that cell. The only downside is that Melon got away with the camera.
And it actually could be the end of it if they cannot get them under control. And so far, they've not been able to do that. A lot of assists and a lot of damage, and this one will eventually now be a hill flip. I think they have the spawns just enough. So we go back over to hill number 1, and now Feliz Gatobanda. They've got this one by the horns. It's going to be the upper level outside of Arcade. Trying to be able to clean up the rest of it. Square Melon making full effect, full use of this camo. We got the double kill, and eventually the Ghost Man is going to be burgled of his life force, but still. Feliz Gatobanda, the damage has been done. 45 seconds, and this one took the longest. I think it was like 75 seconds before this hill was taken the first time off of this map.
And we see Spencer here just holding down the fort on this B Street, but he's caught out, runs away and gets taken down. The Assault now gonna have to fight for control of this. We can see a pinch coming in from the B steps as well. Happy 9000 goes down, but now players swooping in from tires. Everyone pushing in from several different directions, and it looks like the play for Feliz Gatobanda here is going to be just playing time. You can see Outcast is posted up in a strong position. Melon also got himself in a very nice spot to force these players out of the hill.
They were not accounting for Outcasted on that upper kind of rafter position just out of the side of PD. That was such a great angle to work with. Coming up on 10 seconds left, and Outcasted now has gotten very aggressive, decidedly pushing out. They take over the lane. Unless it's going to be Zach and Codeine coming off from flank, the only funnel that they have left is to come through from the stairs. There's good cleanup happening. They have one man right around. They just have to melee them off. They, in fact, want to be able to create less time, so they take away the seconds remaining. They put one man on, but it was just one after another into a death funnel. Feliz Gatobanda continue their winning ways. Off of the last 2 on the previous series, they take their first one here, and they continue as they move towards the Slayer on Livefire.
Yeah, and it was them that took that map 1 in the previous series between these two, winning that not King of the Hill, capture the flag on Empyrean. Also 3-2, I believe, so potentially history repeating itself. We'll have to see if Zach and Codeine can once again answer back in the Slayer. But that looked like a pretty convincing win, to be honest, from Felix Gato Banda. Zach and Cody getting very close to some of those hills, but it felt like Felix Gato Banda were just able to get them every single time.
I mean, look at the overall, like, the crossfire, basically, that you see for the team setup. You get 35 assists between level 50 and Spetter. That's fantastic for Zach and Cody. Everyone at minimum 13 for Felix Gato Banda. Everyone in good combo killing modes and moods. Outcasted very selfless in that capacity as they got 17 of them, and their final play really was able to just lock down that first reset hill. So we go to Slayer Live Fire. So let the old ghosts die out. King of the Hill Streets, that one's now in the books. We go over to some solid Slayer. A sniper in hand. You get a QT available if you want to get squirrely onto this map, as well as a camo on the other side of Turbine. For the squad, we'll see if, Zach and Cody bounce back fast, or can they be able to get themselves up to a match point early from the side of Felice? Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, let's kick things off with Swen. He was definitely a crucial player for this team in that Lattice oddball. Was it Lattice oddball? No, it was Lattice King of the Hill that we last saw these players on the previous series. And he picks up that sniper rifle, doesn't manage to connect with it, and we just got even trades coming down across the map. Just about 1 kill in favor of Felix Gato Banda will make that a tied game now, as the fight is going to continue over towards this camera side.
Vicious fighting, I'd say, from down low mid. That's usually one where you basically get frag funneled, and considering that they decided to keep the sniper there for a longer term is actually very impressive that they survived in the first place. Manxie on their second life, 5-1 already in less than a minute. Sven is going to try and force them away as they rotate from a way of green, but it's a 5-kill lead right now with Zach and Cody. Sniper and camo with Spetter. Gonna land that first shot, solid assist work. That's all their team really needs, is they've already encroached on double digits.
Yeah, camo snipe plus Spetter is a very scary combination, as that's 2 dead now for Felix Gato Banda. Still looking to put more kills on the board is Spetter. Hasn't managed to find anyone for a couple seconds, but his teammates will spot that, and he finds 2 already.
Triple kill.
3. Looking for the 4th. Not going to be enough spawning. They're actually right there out of Turbine. Oh, they add a 4th one. Killing spree on this life for Spetter. Oh, just a single star away from turning it red. But they absolutely have turned Felice upside down into the trash bin, and they're making them eat the garbage. 11 kills up right now is Zach and Cody. This is much more their forte.
Yeah, Spetter just moments away from an overkill there. Didn't know where Melon was, unfortunately for them. But it's also worth remembering, Felix Gato Banda started out at a pretty big deficit in that game against Maxius Fan. And they managed to bring that back. They're already shrinking this lead now. We see 3 dead for Zach and Cody. Maxi finding himself as the last man standing, having to stay alive and having to maintain a position to prevent this camo from being grabbed. Really good damage there from him.
Up 12, though, is a fantastic beginning to a Slayer, and especially with his next camo coming up. Manxie's going to try and influence that just a little bit. His teammates aiming to do the same thing. Barry hurts Spartans pretty much everywhere. The QT falls dead. Camo will be found. Maybe EU Assault does eventually pick it up, so they'll be able to walk out away for free. All of Felice. This is a great counter kind of strat to kind of work away from the cam, but everyone starts dying as they look beyond these windows out of scoreboard, and suddenly to a 17-kill lead for Zach and Cody. Where in the world did this come from?
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a much better start, and Assault is going to add a sniper rifle to his camo. Shouldn't be very long left in this camo, I wouldn't think, as he does have that sniper rifle, but he's going to take advantage of it whilst he can. Manages to pick up a kill and a trade with that snipe camo, and I really hope he's coming where that sniper rifle is to his teammates, because you don't want that despawning with 6 bullets left.
Yeah, I'm sure that he's pinging it as fast as he can. And Felice probably knows that because they're rotating to the opposite side of the map, and they know that that's going to be a quick pickup by Zach and Cody if they can go and find it. So, 18-kill lead. We are threatening the barbecue. See if we can get those the charcoals and the kerosene all lit up and fiery. Spetter does in fact have the weapon that his teammate died with in the first place. That's gonna be a shot to the old COD piece, and then a second one on the follow to get into a double kill. They can't do much with the rest. Sniper picked up now by Feliz Gato Banda. They're gonna get a stick. And as scrappy as this is, it's still 19 kills up. Using that quick QT, but all you did was die about 5 feet behind you. 20 kills up. Zach and Codeine trying to put this one to bed very quickly at the tie of the series.
You can see that Zach and Codeine is officially happy with this game. Like, they're just running it down now. They know that they realistically cannot lose. And Sven finding himself in the last one also probably knows that realistically he cannot win. Gets taken down by these players, and at this point it's pretty much just a victory lap for Zach and Codeine, unless probably the greatest Slayer comeback in the history of Halo happens right now.
Someone's gonna be making a documentary if it does. Ready for the vidoc. See if that ends up happening, but I mean, a little bit too much work to be done, and it's a bit too late, especially. Fantastic scenes, killing spree for Manxie. Few shots into the old butt piece out of Sven. And he's kind of sticking around with this, but he also knows he's between two red players. So Zach and Codeine, 1 kill away, and a definite barbecue as a Steaktacular is cooking. Camo in the hands of level 50, and that is a very well-cooked steak. 50 to 22, much a different outcome than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much less close than that. That was a complete blowout. And after a bit of a rough game 1, I think Zach and Codeine will be feeling a lot better about themselves now going into that next map. But for Felix Gato Banda, I think you also have to remember that sometimes that just happens in Slayer. Slayer can be an extremely snowbally mode. It can feel like a bit of a coin toss. Sometimes you come out flat and you just don't manage to find your footing. And I think that's what happened there. You just got to shake that one off, I think, and you'll be alright.
EU Assault with 15 and 4 and 14 assists, by the way. That's crazy. Involved in 29 kills. So, everyone on Zach and Codeine, they took apparently that first King of the Hill streets very seriously, and they were able to clap back. We go to game number 3, just in the other end of this. Show me some damage as well. I want to see how much was pumped out by that. 29 involved kills out of Assault. I feel like, yeah, 3.7. Okay. Hey, you know what? Keeping right alongside them was Manxie. So just about how much you're able to at least lower them shields. So we go to game number 3, just on the other end of this one, and that's gonna be over with an oddball lattice. Obviously we get the micro metas of where these teams kind of want to sit. What do you favor? You like yourself a red side defense, or you like a reset on top blue? What do you like?
Personally, I generally feel more comfortable fighting in red side, I think. Blue is a little bit weird. The game really likes spawning people blue in my experience, which means that when you're holding the ball in there, you have to be careful that the enemy team doesn't just start spawning behind you. Whereas over in red, you know, you have that position that you can hold, you have a lot of cover around that play ball area towards the ice side. You tend to just fight over that, and the enemy team will end up spawning blue most likely. As long as you can keep someone alive every push, you'll probably be doing okay. But I think we do. As a general rule, it's more a case of just taking it wherever feels like the right place to go at the time.
Yeah, some good vibes, some solid, I guess, general position. That's what Oddball has to be in the first place. You don't really just kind of sit and forget. It's about having at least the option and then flexing from there. I agree. Blue feels odd because you can't really, like, you have a lot of exposed rotations that come to you, especially if you're working high and low from down towards green, and especially from mid. For red, it feels like you could just narrow that compass, man. Like, anything's gonna be running the open ice, or it's gonna be hitting that door off ramp, and you're like, all right, we move this window. And probably that window is the more pivotal position if you're not just trying to play ultimately for a reset. So we'll see how that treats us, and hopefully you guys are treating yourselves right, because it's also a hot summer regardless on what side of the western or eastern side you are. It's northern hemisphere hot, so make sure you're hydrating. I know some of you, sorry Seal, don't got the ACs, so make sure if you're sweating that you're also putting that back in your body. Hydrate, please. Hydration check. That's for you, Seal, too.
My best. Yeah. Try my best to stay hydrated, stay awake, as the heat do be sapping the energy.
Yeah, don't die.
Maybe that's what we've got. That's what we've got going on here as well. Maybe in the lobby, people people maybe looking to grab a drink or something as they go. You know, when you got the game open and your PC's heating up, it's already a hot day. Suddenly your room turns into a furnace.
Oh my god.
Never a great situation to find yourself in.
It's like, well, go old school, get the giant ice block and like fan it like a hand fan or something. Just pray proximity to a glacier pays off in some way. So try and have a fan if you can, or have something nice and cool, which is also a fantastic thing to do as you snack along with us and see some awesome Halo. It looks like that everyone's eventually getting back into proper swords for their squads. So we'll go to game number 3 here in a moment. After this one, I see my bracket. We do have Wouldn't It Be Funny waiting on the winner of this. From our first pickup, since obviously this is a rematch, it was Zach and Cody that won it last time, was Streets King of the Hill akin to Argyle CTF, where it was just a kind of an odd mix-up? Does Zach and Cody come back in 3-1 this again to be able to move into that lower final? What's your prospect on that?
I think it's pretty hard to say because, like I say, all 3 of those maps last game were really close. I think so far that Slayer has been an outlier in terms of one team just dominating the other, because Zach and Cody previously looked pretty evenly matched with Felix Gatabana. I think going into this Lattice Oddball, I think they actually played this map in the previous series, and it was obviously a win for Zach and Cody, but it went to round 3, it was pretty close. Zach and Cody came out pretty flat in round 1, and it took them a while to find their footing, but once they did, they looked very confident on this map.
Okay, so basically we're on a kind of a knife's edge with this one. We'll end up seeing if that does pan out similarly. Also, if you guys are watching with us, I know that you may have every drop in the world, but old school weapons as well as undertow husk armors, that's a thing. So make sure that you pick that up into your inventory and we kind of move over into this matchup. So we're slow prepping. We're getting there. I think that we've got our guys basically within range to try and kind of get this one started. We are moving to, what is our rotation? It's going to be for this oddball. I feel like a round 3 is brewing, but if Zach and Cody literally run with that kind of momentum that we had just a second ago, absolutely shutting down any attempts, this could be an absolute rout. And for oddball, those are demoralizing because you have to not just do it once, but at least twice. This depends on how the flow of the game goes, especially with that being a top mid contest. And I feel like you and I are going to see at least a full minute of Slayer to kick things off into game number 1. That's always how it goes to set those spawners.
Yeah, it can always start a little bit like that on a Lattice Oddball. And I think the other thing about Lattice is that it's really hard to break setups on this map. You very much have to be on the same page. It's not really one where you can... Well, individual plays matter obviously on every map, but it's not one where an unsupported player can really do much, because I feel like squad spawns are very much a strong element of this map. It feels like you can do so much to try and dislodge the enemy team from a position, and then their teammates just spawn right next to them anyway. Even though, it's like I swear that's a guy just spawned right in front of me. What's going on here? But
also for all of you out there that are doing a little bit of watch partying for both here with Halo as well as for the World Cup, please let me know what country you're rooting for and how they didn't just beat Australia 2-0. I'm just saying. So, good luck. Didn't Sweden tie Japan? I'm just saying. I don't know. We're going to game number 3. Let's get some oddball rolling.
Did you beat Australia? We beat Australia?
USA.
Ah, yeah, well done. Oh,
it's okay.
With a sniper rifle. He is going to be the last one alive, though. But manages to connect with that body shot onto Melon. I was about to say I'd like to see him wasting that ammo, and he gets away. Gets that off the map. He's got no business getting away with that. He's absolute, running in the sightline of several players, and manages to get that sniper off the map. A big misfortune there for Felix Gatabana, and a nice insta-splode for Spetter to get himself his revenge. Although, just almost 20 seconds on the board already for Felix Gatabana, Zach and Cody to answer back.
That was a remote dead off of that nade too. So just kind of.
Oh yeah, not an insta-explode.
Hey, I mean, one way or another, it was an insta-explode. It just took a bullet.
It exploded instantly.
It did. Well, time anew as Felice gets an early 18 seconds. Caught between too many places and then getting eventually rocked out is going to be these squads as Felice tries to invade into that low side of red. So this is pretty typical, like you were talking about, and where we see it often off of this red window and pipeline section. Solid rotation and basically escape lines if they want to go over towards crates, if they want to come back to red, and really it's about how they want to take away that advantage. Outcasted, that's a timing. They at least get rid of Spetter, but the rotation is still happening low side of ice, and the comms are coming through very fine for Felice to make sure that they get full effect of this, and he just takes them down as they slide through.
Yeah, very clean break there for Felix Gatabana. All 4 went down, didn't really trade anyone out, and they've perfectly established themselves in this position. It feels like they've recognized that this red cell was Zack and Codine's home in the previous match that we saw between these two teams. They really never managed to dislodge them from it once they got their claws in. And I feel like Felix Gatabana are looking to replicate that success in the opposite direction. That's exactly what we're seeing. A big lead now has been worked up, and Zack and Codine have yet to really answer back.
The commando rifle can be so nasty with the amount of control they kind of give to it. QT comes through,
Enemy
so they still hold
victory.
at least top window, and already it's been up to 55 seconds and plus from out of Felice Gatabanda. They've really not allowed Zack and Codine to establish themselves on the map. Now that's one solid slate. Outcast is playing defense from this corner. He's not going to let them get to that ball easily. They might actually walk it right back over to the ramp. So just to kind of expose them, and suddenly a 3-man invasion from out of Zack and Codine pays off. However, Kama, they still have Square Melon to have to throw hands with. And dude is an elite boxer. Manxie has to take a frag. Everyone is stuck into the corners. They know that this fight is forthcoming. Manxie takes care of business. They throw another quick plasma as well. And Spetter is flanking them very nicely. Finally, they can start getting some extra points as Felice has to reset.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, there's a really nice collapse there from the players on Zack and Codine. You could see, I think it was Spetter we were on board with.
Oh!
Him rotating that ball into the south of the other team, knowing that he had the teammate support, but we're going to see another snipe play from this team. We saw this exact same thing happening in the previous game between these two. Zack and Codine are 100% trying to keep that sniper rifle out of the hands of Melon, out of the hands of Swen, out of the hands of Happy, out of the hands of Outcasted. They don't want anything to do with those players with a sniper rifle, and they will get it off the map before they let them touch it.
They are, it's their ball, and they'll go home with it. They're not going to let them have any kind of looks at it. You get to see it, and then it's gone. Now, for all that, you know, I feel like there's a tenderness to not letting them, or a selfishness to not letting them obviously have it, but I mean, you can challenge a couple of those extra fights. I feel like the confidence is just kind of gone there, but still, you take away a rifle and, you know, try to utilize that as the difference maker. They do get the stick. Nice solid stick from out of Sven, as level 50 now holds at least this high position off of rafters. Knowing the rotation, that one was so telegraphed. They leave one, they don't even try to kind of cat and mouse wiggle. This ball now has been protected by Zack and Codine. They've gained ground on this lead.
Yeah, you see Slink here trying to put down damage, but Melon's actually going to find the first kill, and Outcasted is going to find another. Looks like it's basically living on borrowed time here as all 4 go down for Zack and Codine. They had a pretty good setup there, got themselves kind of close, but with Swen holding the ball once again, that time is just ticking away, and Zack and Codine, I think they just went to too much of a deficit at the start of this game.
Interesting spawn positioning because they decided to push the ball towards all the way north side of red, and then they had them basically onto the lower side corner, which kind of narrowed their margin off of that ramp side. So they now with a 10-point necessary jump to at least end round number 1. It's all in for Zack and Codine. They did not think that this was gonna happen. Spetter just stuck around, fought on the stairs. No one got past the doorman. Still, not much has been gained by Zack and Codine. They've gotten some slaying and not gained much in the way of points. Down by 29. Felice Gatabanda, they're getting caught from behind. Finally, as that reset happens, they might be able to gain some, as everyone is now staggered from Felice.
Yeah, more time taking up 20 points behind. Zach and Cody find themselves. And now the pressure is on for Feliz Gato Banda. That time is ticking away very quickly, and they don't have a huge amount to play with. If Zach and Cody manage to take the lead, then the game could be over before you know it. 2 dead for Feliz Gato Banda. But Outcasted is going to find a double in that situation, and that could be the round. But Outcasted gets taken down by Manxie and a teammate. And the fight here in red is going to continue.
Oh, this is the one time that they've had the S7. Square Melon does have it squarely in their palms. 14-11, best slaves right now on the team so far here for round number 1. As they chase down this position, they try to get a couple into the armor of Spetter. Spetter dodges through both Matrix style. Might be able to finish off the rest of this round. They're just going to play cat and mouse. They're actually going to play keep away. They don't jump early. This one might go into the hands of Manxie. Manxie has to win this fight against Happy. He's got a teammate that's going to be able to assist. Sven takes down the last man. And now it's all up to level 50. 80 seconds to go. 3 points to be able to get round number 1. Level 50 is holding their own on top bridge. This ball just out of reach. No one can be able to get to it except for Zach and Cody. They're going to rotate it over towards crates. We have not been to green this entire time. 20 points necessary. Zach and Cody trying to play some thievery with Feliz, but Feliz is tracking them down.
Yeah, you can see here, Outcasted needs to take down that player, and he is going to be able to. Zach and Cody made some great rotations there to keep themselves alive in that round. But at the end of the day, going down by so many points off the rip was just too much of a mountain to climb. But funnily enough, something similar happened in our previous series between these two teams on the same map, no less. And it looks like we are going to be resetting the lobby. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but hopefully we'll find out soon.
Okay, I believe that one will probably still stand. Maybe they had either like a DC or a texture bug. We'll find out regardless. So okay, we at least have round 1 stats, right? Yeah, okay, we got at least some round 1 stats. Solid work. Okay. You say it's a mountain too high to climb. Unfortunately, that last-ditch effort play, they had to use it to rotate away from the forthcoming like north to south pressure on red ramp to get away from Feliz. So eventually when they did so, they showed the weakness of having to kind of run the full gambit and rotate up into blue, because not only were they being caught by the new spawns from out of Feliz, but then when they had to slow down, that allowed their mid-map rotation to come over to them to then get into that. So it's one of those last-ditch efforts. If you have a running buddy with you, it could work out. Unfortunately, they had no battle buddy. So it will end up being a 1v2 and nothing they could do. We're going to go back into it. The one thing to remember, oddball will still be the oddball in terms of placement and positioning, but their spawn side will stay the same instead of flipping in what they would with a round 2 start. So I don't... Well, okay, maybe it does. My producers tell me otherwise. We'll find out one way or another. Either way, there's a sniper out there. There's a ball that's to be had, and that means that we're currently 1 up in favor of Feliz.
That does seem to be the case. And like we say, previous time we saw these two teams, it was still a 1-0. It was a 1-0 lead to the Happy Cat Band. From a very close round 1, and it looked like towards the end of that first round we were seeing signs of life from Zach and Cody. History might be about to repeat itself, but we're going to need to see Zach and Cody answering back pretty decisively here. We're going to need to see an early start from them, because I think the biggest problem that Zach and Cody have had in both of the oddball Lattice rounds they've lost so far was letting the other team go up too high, too early, and then not being able to overcome that deficit.
Quick little repulsor pop. Happy 9000 unfortunately does not land where they want to. So they're gonna try. So they take their repulsor, they don't quite get right back onto the land, but they take their gun and they sweep it along the floor. So
I swear I saw Manxie do that in the previous version of this map as well. I'm losing my mind right now. Am I just like, am I in like Groundhog Day or something? Is this just the same map again? I don't know.
Oh!
But Sling!
Killing
Okay,
It's
so
a knife and a killing spree.
oh my goodness. Setting up the Quigley if those two pop right around the corner. Slink absolutely wants to level them out. This QT still is on this table, and 25 points already from out of Zach and Cody.
no scope.
Sling.
Turning that into a
Great
shotgun.
reticle placement. Yeah, brilliant reticle placement there to just delete those players. Snipe, I think, should be down bottom mid. I thought Melon was going to backsmack that guy for a second before I realised he was on the same team. So the heat's getting to me, man. I'm losing it.
It's okay. It's all right. Also, using his Square Melon using his teammate like a shelf for a second as he put the skull up onto his Spartan shoulders. Still, good start for Zack and Codeine.
Double kill.
He can't quite fight directly up into the high ground. Square Melon, the lone survivor, wants to make sure his team spawns on this side of the map. He's going to look at this corner and pray. Unfortunately, there is not a god for them to answer to. So for Zack and Codeine to try to be able to rotate back into it. Oh, the melee does not pan out. They actually get a double kill. So that means that ball is just out in open waters. For Feliz Gato, they should be able to pick this up and get themselves a healthy chunk of points.
Yeah, you can see here, Assault manages to stay alive, tries to do the stealth mission, but will not succeed at that one, as he does get taken down. And Feliz Gato Banner is just about shrinking this lead. And oh my god, level 50, Slink, with that piv whilst one-shot, gets that kill. And then suddenly this setup is broken wide open. It's 4 dead now for Feliz Gato Banner.
This one much narrower in terms of initial starts. If it's going to be a win, it's going to be Zack and Codeine trying to find it off of these quicker trades if they can. But half already down as Slink and Banksy hit the dirt, and now 10 seconds later, they're coming right back from around this corner. Open ice fight. Outcasted in very solid support. They have 3 Spartans all in one corner. So again, should be able to run the roost, force all of Zack and Codeine to have to retreat back to blue side, and they've been winning these hand over fist. They're going to rotate on back. Sven is going to try and at least be there for this rafter position play, already from an off-flank angle as he goes out to window. He's going to go to big door as well, and they're just being chopped down. Felice are the lumberjacks, and Zack and Codeine are just dying trees.
Yeah, the movement there is fantastic. He just avoids enemy sightlines whilst he's weak, chows out when he sees an opportunity, so he finds those kills and just completely shuts down the enemy team. But he walks straight into a trap there as those players were waiting for him, and now that push has come through already. Happy 9000 finds that cleanup, but it's Zack and Codeine with the ball in their hands again. And the thing is, this is similar to what we saw last game with this back and forth, but last game, Feliz Gato Banner got off to like a 50-point lead to start with. Maybe not by that much, but it was significant. Whereas this time, that hasn't happened, and so Zack and Codeine are managing to keep themselves in the lead instead of having to scrap themselves to try and reach that lead.
It was very close to that same part. It was like, what, 55-10, I think? So it was quite the healthy hill built by Feliz. Now, where Zack and Codeine is shining is they go directly and fearlessly into these fights. Now, for all intents and purposes, Feliz is actually winning a majority of them, but they've not been able to gain ball time off of it. Oh, good remote debt. They absolutely blast the thigh straight off of that plating. So no more leg to stand on for Feliz Gato Banda. They're going to reset to the other side, top corner of this map while everyone else is playing defense. Now they're gaining some ground. Looks like they want to rotate this one upwards. No, they're going to stay window. Sven is going to separate. They know the ball is just nearby. EU Assault looking for anyone. As they do get yet another kill, Manxie going in individually, and that is what Zack and Codeine cannot do. Fight into a 1vx situation, because now look at the lead change, trying to make it into a 2-round lead as they have, 35 points coming up.
Yeah, you can see EU Assault here. It's just trying to be unpredictable, trying to pop out from angles where he's not expected, to just keep being a nuisance for the others, keep finding ways to try and pick up a kill that he's not going to manage to find anything. And Spetter's going to be the last man standing, goes down as well. 13 seconds. I don't know where I got 13 seconds from. There's no 13 seconds involved in this. But the point is that there now is about a 15-point lead in favor of Feliz Gato Banner. And Outcasted is just going to be getting aggressive into the enemy spawns.
This is exactly what you want to do. Break them down individually, make them hurt, and make them feel it. Because Feliz Gato Banda should be able to run out the rest of this round. As long as they win this next fight, that trade didn't happen specifically. And in fact, it's going to be Assault that stands the test of time. Just for the moment. This one dead in the corner. They can't exactly pick up that ball easily. And that one's going to be some, at least, check nades from out of Sven. Underneath them, burning time is huge. 30-point lead already. They've got a couple guys that want these hands. Double kill from out of Sven. And they will be able to pick up this ball, run out the rest of this on Lattice, and they're going to have themselves a match point going into game number 4.
Yeah, it's a pretty different story here from what we saw from these two teams, both in the previous series and the previous map. Zac and Coding came into this map off of a 50-22 Slayer, only to lose the oddball pretty decisively this time around. Going to this CTF Origin, you gotta wonder, can Zac and Coding find the answer? Because so far they haven't been able to convert that slaying power into objective pressure.
Fantastic work. Knowing just off of the reset, they're like, all right, fine. We've got this one brought back straight to the lobby, and there was no issue. And initially, it was Zac and Coding that looked like they have been able to kind of recoil in the right way. But unfortunately, there was a bit of reverse damage to that same recoil. Look at the absolute output from out of Sven. Dude looking like the monster that we saw in those earlier series from out of Feliz Gato Banda. But, I mean, this is just solid contention from out in mid-ground, not letting a lot of those long-term slaying fights get to their rotation, and eventually just kind of breaking them down. And it was the individual. When Zac and Coding was playing together, this one was such a tight-knit function. As soon as they started getting a bit anxious to drop in there a bit sooner, that's when everything broke down and Feliz was still able to play as a squad.
Yeah, I think the problem that Zac and Coding had there was those moments where Feliz really just got the ball in their control and they couldn't break through. When they're going back and forth, Zac and Coding with objective efficiency-wise pretty good. It was just sometimes these setups were so good that Feliz Gato Banda just weren't, were just holding onto the ball for too long at a time. Zac and Coding even had a good start to that second round, but it wasn't enough.
Double kill.
Teaching the average Spartan on how long you need to be able to play the ball. How often you need to be able to kind of throw it out into neutral waters and then play again after a Slayer. Very tough to do. I'm still kind of on the craft to learn that a little bit better, but one that exposes how functional a team really is as well is in fact a CTF, especially on Origin. We've seen the great ones do it very quickly. So we go over to Rockets, we go Sniper, we've got a flag in the works. Someone's got to get some caps. Can Zac and Coding bounce back and show us yet another game 5? Or will Feliz Gato Banda finally get their revenge here and now?
This is a map that Square Melon was very good on online. There's so many open sight lines that you can take, and especially that elbow position was one that he really liked, just putting out so much damage. We saw it just then, shooting at that top mid position, just tracking the target so well. Even then, down so much damage, he still gets a lot of shots out. Obviously, the wise move there might have been to try and live with the Rockets, but Melon's all about those mechanics.
Well, they've got all the toys. They've got both power weapons in both the Rockets as well as the Sniper. Should be able to protect their teammate very well to run this all the way out front past Pyramid, but Sven is ready. In fact, everyone is here. You're going to drop at least one man. Flag will be up top benches. They don't have the sight line. Tracking down the Sniper was always the priority. So for Square Melon and company, fantastic response. They were trapped into that Mauler cave. And just as the run began, they decided to go high ground, and that ended up being the death of it.
Yeah, the mistake there from Zac and Coding was they blocked everything. They blocked too many spawns in the enemy base, so we saw spawners coming in that S1 position. Then they ran the flag straight into them, not knowing that those spawners had come in there. Big mistake from them. What should have been a pretty easy flag cap fumbled by bad spawn control.
Now they're being on the back foot. Really, Slink can't do too much of this as they try to slide out to table. Not gonna happen. Oh, but not realizing that they're just being seen directly from out of spawn. So that cave will be where all of Zac and Coding does survive for now. And now they're getting tracked down as Feliz tries to enforce and invade. They can't move in. Zac and Coding just down to a couple of surviving members, and Feliz Gato Banda trying to make use of this forward position. Happy 9000 and Square Melon. Two dangerous dudes to have to deal with. His only EU Assault left to go. Should be able to at least get a flag pull. You're gonna run this all the way out to ramp. He's running straight into enemy territory and enemy hands.
Yeah, great grenade there. Try and shut that down. I'm not actually sure how Slink got to where he shut that flag run down from, but looking at that, really, really crucial to return that flag as they did go 4 dead immediately, and Swen gets taken down as well, but we've got these two players here, Outcasted, looking to play bodyguard for this flag runner.
Probably because they were all the way back base off of the spawn timer, they spawned underneath that main monolith, and then they dropped ditch. That makes the most sense to me. Rockets are up. Pyramid is being pushed. This flag is not exactly where it needs to go. They're going to make sure to play some defense by putting this off table. And they're going to bring it back to where this flag was coming through. So red has not been returned. Blue is moving out. Slink eventually is able to assure that that is happening before the rest of his team now collaborates together. Might be able to get this past the final frag. He's gonna clamber with it. This old man running it, he can't get it to the table. It's just nearby. Need to win this fight. Is this a goal line stand? They take the red flag away. Everyone down for Zach and Codeine, and they will be able to deny it. In fact, they might be able to get a cap in return.
Yeah, Spezza choosing not to go for the ramp slide for that flag run. Possibly just that split-second decision actually cost them that cap. The counter cap might well have come in anyway, but this could be 1-1. Instead, it's going to be 1-0 to Felix Gato Banda, despite everything that they've tried to do to try and bounce back after that map 2. Zach and Codeine find themselves down in this map and struggling to find an answer.
I mean, it was an idea. You feel like you're just not able to get that good connection. You're like, all right, I'm just gonna kind of old school this. Turn around, by the way. Nice one by Slink. Able to kill one on one side, 180 to the other. Unfortunately for them, Outcasted was directly in their way. Spetter wants to go and grab this flag, but that's all of a trap situation. They're gonna clamber up, join their teammate. Ooh, and he dies off of a couple of bop and stops. This one goes back to neutral. Really nothing gained by Zach and Codeine. They've been able to get some slays, but that's about it, and all of blue is back online.
Yeah, those two players just kind of trickling in. Numbers disadvantage, not really any opportunity to make a play there, but potentially getting a little bit antsy, getting a little bit frustrated. They know that they should have had a flag cap then, and they didn't get it. And now these players jumping the gun a little bit, going in too soon. Now, once again, we see EU Assault finding himself as the last one alive, doing well to get as much damage as he is. However, a big mistake there from Outcasted, doesn't read the spawns. Those players come up behind him, and now Slink should be able to get away with these rockets.
It's the same spawn as well, like what you had mentioned just a little bit ago. I thought he was going to kill himself in that ledge, by the way. And he did. Okay, cool. You had 2 chances not to do it, and took the second one by storm. Why not? Eventually, they end up going down. Quick melee, quick double kill. Up to the lift, Manxie flies. They're at 4 and 13. Not having the game they want. Oh my gosh, the track down by Sven at 17 and 9. Talk about a complete mirror between those two. Police hoping to just make sure that this ditch slaying slows any kind of response from out of Zach and Codeine. Manxie wants to get out of here. His teammates are going to go up top side of where Rock spawn. So Sven is on an island by themselves, initially against Spetter. Spetter not being better, but eventually doing some damage. 2 guys spawning from back of old table. And Feliz Gato Banda feels like they've benefited a lot from out of the timing from when their spawns have been coming up.
Yeah, I think that has been a big factor. As you say, we saw on that first flag run, should have gone in probably. But the spawns came up at exactly the wrong time for Zach and Codeine. But on the other hand, that's a manageable factor that Zach and Codeine, players of this caliber, are fully aware of how the spawns work. They should have a general sense in their, their heads. They should have a bit of an internal clock telling them when spawns are coming up. But, they're failing to actually account for these factors, unfortunately.
Now sometimes the old body clock is off based on the natural clock. What is that, when the sun comes up? It's like, all right, I haven't seen it for very long. Well, these guys have been seeing open daylight over and over and over again. It's going to be a second cap pulling through here from Happy 9000. 16 and 11 right now. Trying to make that sniper continue to be a full threat. They put down some extra damage, 3 exposed Spartan bodies, and they're putting at least a few bullets out there. Slowing them for the moment, and there'll be a couple bullets left if they move up into caves. Slink wants it. So, they'll have 2. Oh, can't land the first one. They may actually get zoned out by Outcasted. 1 bullet left to go on that, but Zach and Codeine, they've moved. That has definitely been a fact. They've not been able to really be impactful. Finally, it seems like this one will be. This is the same pathway they took last time where it eventually died out.
Yeah, they do manage to get around the corner though this time. A very crucial position. EU Assault's going to find 2. That should basically confirm this flag cap, and more importantly, it means that they're not giving up too much space on the map in order to get that flag in. Instead, those players should be in a decent position, but Slick goes down. Not a great time for him to die.
Oh,
Manxie, though, controlling this elbow position should hopefully help his teammates secure these rockets. EU Assault doesn't actually manage to get them, I don't think, if they should still be up. And, no, actually, I think Spetter managed to get them, hopefully going a little bit better than the last rockets we saw from this team, although I didn't see any kills in the kill feed. Make that 1. There's both rockets used, but 3 members of Zack and Cody go down. Make that all 4. And even with the power weapons in their hands, they don't manage to trade favorably.
Slink on his own right now, as all of Feliz quietly surrounds. I mean, this push could be the rest, because you're going to burn some precious clock. Zack and Cody has really not been able to utilize to full effect. And now with 3 going down, Manxie's the only one left. He's trying to play some defense from outside of top benches, and they go down. This is going to be it. Oh, solid pickup. A double kill from Manxie. You can at least afford some seconds as the rest of his squad mates come back through. Defense coming alive at the 11th hour for Zack and Codeine. Feliz Gato Banda is not all in the bag just yet.
Yeah, flag on the board now for Zack and Codeine at least. But not managed to put on that second just yet. 3 minutes left. That's a lot of time to play with on a map like this. You can get those flags in very quickly, and they're winning this fight in their own base. Happy 9000, only one left standing. He might actually try and play this sniper rifle off the map. He does just about escape with it, stays alive, and he converts it into a kill as well. Massive play from Happy there as the last player alive to make such good use of that weapon.
Flag went all the way out mid. It's been the same pathway for the most part off towards this pyramid side. I understand it, but Zack and Codeine have been punished every time that they've taken it. The one time they got it through was all well in the way, the outside of the perimeter of this map. This fight in particular will be very telling. Nice quick trade. Killing spree before they die is Happy 9000. Spetter just hoping to keep their head on a swivel. Oh, but that might be the takeaway. 4 are dead. Anyone up? EU Assault comes up online. They fumble the flag for all of a second. This one's going out to mid-ditch. I don't think they're going to be able to catch him. They're going to protect him all the way. Sven should be able to put this one in a back base, and that ends up being where they go. So, 3-1 goes away as this CTF. Hold on. Hold your horses. They have to be able to use these frags. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop them in time. They are just outside the plate. They'd be able to defend the table, and they're just beyond Spetter. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. One good goal line stand deserves another.
Yeah, that looked like a guaranteed flag cap. As you said, I didn't think anyone was going to be able to stop that in time. But now, Spetter is actually doing so much work to do so much damage to the enemy team. He picks up the flag, but he goes down. There's a rocket launcher down bottom mid somewhere. I don't know where it is. But these players still pushing through, and this is going to be a capture for them. I don't think there's anyone in position to stop it.
Whoa. Just have to put it back to the table. And that's where it goes. We go 2-2. Survival of the fittest. And Zack and Codeine trying to repeat history. They have to do it in a Game 5 form. 1 minute to go. With the way that this has gone, we might see a dramatic theater-level cinema finish for this to maybe move into a game number 5. For Feliz Gato Banda, the game was theirs. It was a couple of meters away. But that has been rewritten. 20 and 24 is Slink. Dude has come up to try and be a hugely impactful player. They can't get rid of Sven, who stays alive in that ditch fight. Trying to find another man. Half strength. Spetter is just trying to be better, as both teams are just with 2.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I think, this is always an awkward situation now with so little time on the clock. What do you actually do? The players on Feliz Gato Banda not really in a great position. Spetter looks like he might be going for a sneaky pull, but he gets caught out by Outcasted. Will get taken down there. 2 dead either side. I don't think we're going to see a flag pull now. I think we will be going to a reset. And if we remember, Zack and Codeine had a really good start, but hold that thought, because I was wrong about not seeing a flag pull.
They're at least trying to force the pie chart to happen, which will give their teammates some time to push out. If they do that a little bit too soon, it gives an opportunity over to Feliz to maybe push in, get themselves a touch. That's not going to happen this time around, so we will go to overtime. All right, if you wanted to see some extra CTF, well, you've been given a gift. Lower finals will be after this one. If Zack and Codeine can be able to pull this off, we've got a Game 5 Slayer. If Feliz finishes it off, it feels like to them they should have already had this game well in hand, but then they'll be moving into that lower final to see, wouldn't it be funny? S7, under threat. Outcasted, well, they give their life.
Yeah, but it's going to be Zach and Codeine who are suffering the most off the rip here. They've given up Sniper and Rockets. Slink is the only one alive. I'm not sure where he is, but Square Melon should be good for at least a couple kills. Use the rocket launcher, dude. Use the No, why would you do that? Sorry.
Second time around. Those rockets are more of a menace to the person holding them than anyone else. My God. All right. 3 down for Zach and Codeine. Remember, it's just one single last-ditch effort cap. You've got rockets. Sven wants to try and at least put some damage out. They do so. The rockets, God forbid they kill a man, are actually now going to be well defended. No one coming in. Sven falls out. Trying to find yet another kill if they can. Square Melon will die. Zach gives Zach and Codeine a chance to flex forward. S7 in the hands of Spetter. He's going to try and use as many as he can. Yeah, he knows better. He's like, you know what? We're going to see what we can do. How about one to the helmet of a man? They're going to try and bring it up top mid. They've got the same lane. They've traveled with this flag every single time, and it made it over to the benches.
Yeah, so Spetter there making a really good play. He knows he might die in the enemy base. Make sure he drops that. But because he's done that, he gets the flag in. And that flag goes so much faster than I would think anyone was expecting it to. Felix Gato Banda don't even have chance to react before all of a sudden we're at game 5. It was 2-1 up. It feels like seconds ago, and it just all fell apart so fast.
That was an insane turnabout. After that defense, both sides showing that they can play some last-ditch effort defense, but the fact of when they were able to take it out was insane. EU Assault doing crazy things, so was Square Melon holding their own for as long as they could. It was this big flag pull. Spetter coming alive right when his team needs him to the most. This double kill to get rid of Outcasted as well as Happy 9000 paved the pathway for what would be a tying score, even with just that touch, to make sure that Zach and Codeine could get to that overtime, and then you saw the rest.
Yeah, unless we forget that Felix Gato Banda had Rockets and Snipe at the start of that overtime. And I don't know if I want to think about what happened to those Rockets, to be honest with you. Because, you know what? It's my fault. I cast this Kirsten. I said that he should be good for at least one, and I was obviously incorrect. So, you know what? We take those. He was not good for one. Square Melon there with a little bit of a fumble, to say the least. But on the other side, on the other hand, Sven, we didn't really get a chance to highlight this. 38 kills. That guy was frying that game and didn't manage to win the map.
He gets 38 kills and doesn't win. Insane brain. Show me damage. I want to see it with the damage out for as well. We had a little bit of overtime. We got to see this guy be nearly 10k alongside Square Melon. You know, you kind of expect it out of those two at this point. But, I mean, average it out for Zach and Codeine. The absolute last second merchants from this team to make it happen. So we've got ourselves a game 5. We've got a Slayer on recharge. We'll get some shock therapy for everyone as we'll be moving into that 5th iteration. Who wants to face off against good old wouldn't it be funny? Both these squads taking a moment, taking a breath. Can we appreciate how like Spetter like just going absolutely nuts late term in that game?
Yeah, I mean that was a game-winning play at the end. There's not really any other way to put it. The push into the enemy base, he did everything, and that's not to discount his teammates' contributions at all.
Yeah, no.
But that play single-handedly got them into a winnable position from what should have been an advantage for Felix Gato Banda. Once again, he was helped a little bit by a man on the inside in order to sort of prevent the momentum that they gained at the beginning there from spiraling into the victory. But, you know, all credit to Spetter there. He found his opportunity and he took it immediately. That's always what I really like to see from players, is just taking those decisive actions. Especially when you make sure to stack the odds in your favor as much as you can. Wasting that sniper ammo essentially eliminated the possibility of that play backfiring and him giving a sniper to the enemy team when he really didn't want them to have it. And so, essentially, there was no downside to it, and because he makes that play, they win.
Well, we go over to recharge. Some Slayer. This is basically Europe's home ground for having the most dramatic and cinematic stylings and sometimes even full-time slayers. Someone's got a date with the lower finals. Is it gonna be Zach and Coding on the come up, or can Felice find themselves happy cat banding into a rhythm that gets them beyond a game number 5? Let's jump into it. We've got Recharge live and online.
Yeah, we do see it's going to be a very early, just back and forth game, but Slink finding that final kill will get the camo into his armor, and he's just going to stand there and let himself blow up. But that's okay, because Speta is shooting cross map, looking to try and get some damage down on the map, ready to continue this game.
Always the early slays out in an open pit, and that done in about 35 seconds for these 10 kills to be acquired. I don't know where the shock rifle is, unless it's not been picked up as of yet, but that early camo fight really has kind of been the highlight, obviously. Manxie and company, as they're going to rotate from off of this gold pipe section. This is actually from a flank directly now moving into Feliz, but that check nade will expose their position. So if they act solo dolo here, they'll be double shot. They're going to be stacking up together, trying to at least drop a frag onto them, but it's good positioning and good just kind of playing one off of another out of Feliz. Just a single kill diff though.
Yeah, I would have liked to see maybe the use of that dream gun in red when you're pushing through there. Just guarantee yourself some damage, maybe break someone's shields, hopefully get that clean up. Instead he just kind of walks in, and he does bait the player into the grenade, but there's no one there to clean it up. Still going to be a lead though for Zach and Cody, and here you can see Evasalt trying to make use of that damn position. He's just about going to be able to survive despite some team shots. And I think we can expect to see the game slow down quite a lot here, as these players just aren't trying to make any mistakes.
I mean, they had that top whirlpool kind of little peekaboo situation from off of the grapple. You saw it about 2 to 3, so everyone basically on elevator side at that point in time out of Feliz. Everyone then from out of Zach and Coding squeezed in from that gold or red pipe, and then top side of control room. Very systematic. And now look where they have them all corralled. 4 players from Feliz. Top window, out of long haul, trying to move with that battery section, but Zach and Coding continue to pincer them from 2 separate sections, and that's why they've got a 6-kill lead right now. Shock rifle in the hands of Slink. That's a dangerous dude to give such a powerful weapon.
Yeah, Slink, not quite the hero of the hour in the previous game like Speta was, but he had a good map. And you can see this is an interesting position here. I wonder if he's actually completely hidden when he's behind those boxes. I'm not sure about the exact angle, but he's still looking to try and find a kill here.
Where Mullen wants to win this peak battle. They know that they have someone just off of those crates. They're going to try and run this one down because of the call-out that they were low. 9-kill lead out of Zach and Coding. If I remember right, it was a 50 to 22 Slayer. I think I'm correct on that differential. Zach and Coding know how to get themselves some Slayers. Oh, overexposed and overran is that run out. Suddenly it's a 12-kill run down, killing spree here for Manxie, and the confidence is riding high with Zach and Coding.
Yeah, and on the flip side of the map, Squaremelon is currently 2 and 6, Happy 3 and 6, Outcasted 2 and 5, and Sven 3 and 7. None of them really being able to get anything going at the moment. A very bad situation to find themselves in, and you know, we've seen them make Slayer comebacks before, especially in that previous game 5, but they weren't down nearly as far. However, finally, that 4 dead for Zach and Coding. This is the opportunity that the Cat Band has, I think, to flip the script on this game. If they can't make it happen now with that 4 dead under their belt, then I don't think they can do it.
I mean, they're at least keeping within traces, and they actually win a couple of races. They go 3 out, so 7 kills. Hold that thought. This is not all doom and gloom against Feliz Gato Banda. To be able to win this fight, do so. Spetter falls down. Don't want to think that this entire series was won off of just that previous objective. Zach and Coding trying to just straight win it with hands here in these Slayers, but they've been very, very effective at forcing Feliz to start with a stutter step. So, as they kind of corral from behind them, Manxie now in full support. All right, this is the craziest cat and mouse. We're just playing Ring Around the Rosies. Should be able to get it from off of that melee. The Killjoy comes in. So they're within distance. 8 kills is usurpable. But Zach and Coding still have themselves a nice cushion.
Yeah, they've shrunk it a little bit. They were looking pretty good for a second, managing to collapse on those spawners really nicely. didn't quite translate to long-term success, but Manxie Falls with that shock rifle should be a shock rifle for one of those players. I'm not sure how much ammo was left, but I think there was a bit. Now we're down to 6 kills. What was, I think, over a 10-kill lead at one point. Now down to 6. A very big comeback, but Zach and Codeine, I'm not giving up just yet.
I think at one point it was like 12 or 13 kills, which was looking a little bit too similar to a 50-22 game spectacular we had in game number 2. Luckily for Felice, they rebounded and they were able to take a moment to have a breath. That's where this recharge map really does shine, especially for this European region. It feels like everyone has measured it very well, and they play super methodically and calm. Got green gun. Oh, they're able to hit Square Melon. But luckily for them, they have a teammate to cover down, so no one drops. Camo's in the hand of Assault. Take from off angle. Oh my god, how did he live? He eventually gets traded. 6 kills still is the difference. Zach and Codeine, though, feels like they're going to be hitting 41st.
Yeah, I mean, losing that camo there, pretty devastating. I feel like those players trapped in tower were being held there so camo could get picked up and escaped with, and then Assault dies with it almost immediately, only managing to trade 1 kill. Not a very good situation to find themselves in, but they're managing to maintain this 6-kill lead. And getting this down to 6 was quite an achievement at one point, but we're closing in on the 40-kill mark, just like you said, and being 6 kills down at 40 is a very bad position to be in. In fact, even worse is being 8 kills down, which is where they find themselves.
Got to play perfect Halo from here on out if you're Felice, and that is going to be so difficult to do if you're running for your life. Manxie at 13-9, trying to be able to get the final tap into that coffin. They do so. 6 is the magic number, and it's as low as it's gone for Zach and Codeine in terms of having that lead. They continue to maintain that. 8 kills left before they have themselves a date, a rematch, going into that lower final. Felice Gato Banda. Gonna play this calm. Play for some of these angles, and they're jumping out early. Sven falls. 2 trying to run away. Oh my goodness, it's all gone wrong for Felice. The Happy Cat Band maybe putting some sad faces on those meowing mouths.
Yeah, I think Felice are probably wondering what happened. They were looking so good up until that last flag run of the map. And now all of a sudden the game's just slipped out of their hands. It's not completely unwinnable. Manxie being the last player alive puts him in a bit of a precarious situation. If they can somehow manage to roll some momentum here, they might be able to get back into it, but not managing to track him down, letting all of them get off spawn is probably going to be the end of that particular dream.
Gonna play this one super calm. If you're able to go into the bluster of it, they gave time for their teammate to rotate around. Down 4. Gotta have these trades better. They're gonna be pre-firing as much as they can. The comms are out, that someone is nearby. The camo is a bait. They need it to really get a solid play, but they also know if they go for it, Zach and Codeine will be there to crush them down. 4 minutes left to go. Clock is probably not going to be the major factor here. They're coming in through that other side of Hydro. You have 1 man in blue pipes. He could be 2v1 very quickly. They're actually being seen from off of ramp. They don't want to give up their life. That's a lot of damage. They're going to try and track them down. From other side of the stairway, they're disc down by 3. Make it 2. And suddenly a double kill comes up. Zach and Codeine doing just enough. Right when Felice Gato Banda was looking like they might be able to tie things up, Zach and Codeine put this one down.
So, I mean, we'll have to look in theatre, I guess, at some point to find out what happened there, but I'm pretty sure Speta was killed, stuck someone, and then that person also accidentally blew up a teammate. So I think Speta managed to trade out his life with a double stick. So a phenomenal win there for him. The hero of both of our last 2 games, actually, bringing Zach and Codeine across the finish line. Fantastic from him. And, you know, looking at the stat line, it's actually Manxie who's leading his team and the whole lobby, actually. 15 kills, 11 deaths, and 9 assists. But gotta highlight that individual play from Speta to close it out.
Solid work. My goodness. All right, so we are going to try and see that replay, even if it's just like the KD feed on the left. We'll see if that ends up being a thing. Well, it looks like they're going to go into theater, so we'll find out what that last little double was, because you and I were watching that pull up. Felice had a good, basically like a retreat to then get a double kill, got it within 2, but that little margin of difference ended up spelling in terms. So Zack and Cody, it was what? I think like a 10, you said like 10, at least 12 points up at one point in time. I think it was like 22 to 10. But Feliz never left the game until the final whistle.
Yeah, 23 to 10.
Yeah.
So it seemed that was a pretty, you know, it felt like an insurmountable lead, to be honest. At one point, it really looked like it was just gonna roll into it, and I couldn't believe how close the Happy Cat Band actually got towards the end there. I kind of said that I thought it was over once, you know, since they didn't manage to track down Banks and they didn't manage to put them in like a spawn cycle. I figured that was kind of going to be curtains, but didn't end up being. Here we can see exactly what we expect to see, and actually, that wasn't the game-ending play there. It was just another stick which happened to be involved. You can see here Speta moving down towards this piped area, sees two enemy gamers, get some damage down.
So it's right here off of their teammate dying. There's the stick. Oh, and they got blasted in blue pipes. That double kill from the grave is what ended it. Shout out over to our production to figure out what in the world went on, because that was just such a solid stick. That little pixel of difference for that stick versus it flying on by could have spelled a completely different paradigm. But the woulda, coulda, shouldas are in the books, and that means the stat line is there. We've got Zack and Coding again taking down Feliz Gato Banda for the second time today. They will be moving on to face off against Wouldn't It Be Funny in our lower finals. So we're gonna set that one up for you. That means that there's at least just 2 matches left to go. Lower finals and grands, and the possibility of a bracket reset. We'll find out all that and more here for the EHL Summer Cup right after this short break.
I know you said stay out of this shit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Enemy has the ball. Killing spree. No scope. Killing spree. No scope. kill. Enemy team score.
Took a little longer this time.
Double kill.
Finally open light.
Double
Every
kill.
time I look at the sky,
10 seconds.
reminds me it's 2,000 miles between us and its eyes. The distance is worse than I find. Is this what I want?
Double kill.
Everything's changing now. Breathing feels different now that
Killing
I'm on
spree.
a plane heading back to LA. Everything's changing
Snipe.
now.
Triple kill.
Everything's changing.
Snipe. No scope. Snipe.
Everything's changed without you.
Perfect.
That when I left, I'd be fine. Damn, it really has to say goodbye. 'Cause growing up, it's getting tough. My vision's blurry. I'm sick of this 2,000
Double kill. Perfect.
between us and this side. Distance is worse than I thought. Is this what I want?
Double kill.
Everything's changed without you. Even breathing feels different now that I'm on a plane heading back to LA. Everything's changed without you. Everything's changed without you.
Double kill.
Everything's changed without you. Everything's changed
Double
without
kill.
you.
Enemy captured your flag.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten.
Double kill. 360.
Sealed in pockets, filled with your secrets. To you, I am nothing.
Double kill.
I am
Enemy. Double kill. Enemy team score. Snipe. Enemy perfect.
Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction.
Double kill.
Your touch feels like
No scope.
heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You
No scope. 360.
billion reasons to keep
Double kill.
I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Double kill.
What's it gonna take for you to ever let it go? You got a dark side hiding like a ghost, but if you let me see through, I promise I will keep you close. Underneath the surface, fire below. Shallow breathing, scared to be known. I wanna care for you, know that you're lonely. I won't be scared of you if you can show me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the EHL Summer Cup. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Seal, and you may be noticing, some of you cleverly can read, and I appreciate that your education standards are way up there, but that we are moving directly into the grand finals. It's going to be Wanna Be Funny versus Majin. Zach and Codeine, well, they had a date with what all you guys love out there, and that's the World Cup. So they're going to be moving over to that. They just wanted to trounce Feliz Gato Banda and turn it into a festive game number 5. And they've decided, well, they're just going to let Majin Wanna Be Funny, or WIBF, have their time in the sun. So we've got a rematch between Majin and Funny. And Wanna Be Funny if this turned into a bracket reset. Potential? Do you think it's there?
I'd like to say yes, but realistically, we've not really seen any other teams, with the exception of the Zimmers on LAN, actually manage to take down Majin in a series. Like we've seen teams show signs of life. We've seen teams maybe take a map or two, but with the exception of that series where Majin were very much just messing around. Unwisely, taking their opponents far too lightly. I don't think it's realistically going to happen. Majin have been head and shoulders ahead of the competition for a long time, and I would love to see that change, but I'm not. I don't think it will this tournament.
Not a betting man on this one, but hey, that's why we play the game. There's always the potential for something to happen, and we'll be kicking things off with big potentials of an Argyle CTF. That will lead directly into our Recharge Slayer and a Strongholds live fire. So your non-typical, but your resurgence and return from the olden times of Halo Infinite will come back. 2 snipers, 1 mid-ground that no one wants to go to the high side of, and a lot of grappling to be able to push up and push in. Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if they were able to take out this early map? Maybe at least give us a 4-game series. You get to find out if Majin continues to be too scary for anyone to take down. Maps here for this this longer form, a lot of hallways to navigate, a lot of sniping to get through.
It definitely would be funny. It was pretty funny when Majin lost to the Zillids, to be honest. But like I say, I'm not holding my breath on this regard. I think Glory actually, obviously not a new addition to this roster, but I don't think it was Glory playing with them. No, I think it was Zove who played with Majin in Stoke the previous. So seeing Glory picking up that sniper rifle, interesting. Not Glory picking up that sniper rifle. Mighty's picking up that sniper rifle. Interesting to see. I like that play from TK2. Doesn't work out because you're basically just clay pigeon shooting with Mighty's there and completely on miss those. And a triple kill though for Finners.
Just kind of throwing everything into one hallway, and both teams taking their shots, seeing if they could at least force some immediate pressure into some of these sniping lanes. And that's exactly what goes down, eventually dropping out the last man with a big boomstick. Going to be picked up again by TK2 if they can be able to get rid of Glory from off of the hip. They chase him away. I think that's Mose that wants to run them down. And with some of those extra comms, they're trying to pincer them in. Mose is down in a 1v1 with them as eventually they fall out. They do chop them down. TK2 has moved up and taken a lot of space back to his own base. Still, it's just been a lot of early fighting here in the first 80 seconds.
Yeah, and so far, you know, wouldn't it be funny? Not off to a bad start. Holding Majin at bay, certainly. And a lot of multi-kills and other such shenanigans coming in favor of Wouldn't It Be Funny. They do get Majin 4 dead there, and now it's a flag run.
Seeing they run this lane out. Get that nice flag pull. Good defense out of TK2. Glory and SLG seeing what they can do, and they're trying to take it from these outside angles because as you run down that mid lane, you're so very exposed. The last thing they can possibly do is maybe get rid of their head, but they're not going to be able to do much with that as they at least chop them down. But that's going to be a first cap for Wouldn't It Be Funny? So they're taking their first laps.
Yeah, surprising to see them answering first in this series. And we'll have to see if they can manage to maintain that momentum. This can be Argyle can be a map that you can very much lock down if you've got good enough map control. It can be very difficult to start making progress. But I don't think Wouldn't It Be Funny would be making the right play if they did choose to try and do that. I think they need to try and keep that pressure on, keep trying to recreate the success that they've just found.
So far, Majin hasn't been able to get their first pull. 2.5 minutes in. Wouldn't It Be Funny has been winning a lot of these, and you only have 3 kills each for each Majin player. So that's it's taken them a mighty effort to kind of move upwards. I love the switch up. Shad falls 3 down for Wouldn't It Be Funny. SLG trying to at least impact some of these more defensive lanes, especially this one that's a direct plug to that front corner. Whew. Good combination alongside their teammate. Mighties and Bastos are out though, so that leaves it to SLG and Glory to do what they can. 3 bullets left in the old chamber, and they weren't able to get rid of the guy that was bouncing backwards. So they're going to try and reconvene, rejoin with Bastos. They realize that they are found out too swiftly out in bottom mid. Glory has to retreat. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Cannot do so off of the back smack from Fenners.
That could actually be both snipers in the hands of Wouldn't It Be Funny. You know, once again, it's got to be repeated. A good start for them against a very, very strong team, but it's worth noting that no one's really played Argyle recently. This map might not be one that Majin is super comfortable on anymore, not having played it a huge amount. Gonna have to see what keeps happening. Glory's gonna find that kill. Bastos and Mighties though do go down, and Finners! What a shot with the last bullet in that sniper rifle to get that flag on the go.
Guillotine chopping him down with a 50 cal bullet. What a way to get the execute. Now they do have their flag getting taken out of base. That's all of a delay tactic as they put this one just nearby. Glory's going to try and come up onto this opposite side angle of TK2, who gets taken down by that frag. Bastos wants to join and assist. You have all 3 players. I'm going to try and take this flag into safer waters so they can't just immediately return it. But that still is a flag not at base. Might be able to get the pull. They do so. So now one is being returned, one's being taken back, and Majin seems to have a response.
Yeah, Moze there finds a really important kill. Somehow Martin's flag hasn't actually been returned yet. It's still there. And Bastos is going to get this flag nearly to his own team's base, but he goes down. And Martin's flag is still there. It finally goes down, but Shad's going to be able to return his flag, and there will not be a capture on board for Martin despite all of that.
Too much of a slow turtle crawl to try and really get that one over the line. Feel like Majin had everything paved for them in a pathway to get it to back base, but that long hallway fight when they were chipping at him from behind, they took that one a little bit too slow. And so trying to be too cheeky about it. QT will fall into the hands of Moze. We may actually see a QT use y'all here, or here y'all, I'm sorry. Got to put myself out there somewhere, but Majin goes down to just a couple. Glory finds Moze, who hasn't quite actually used that to full effect. And this sniper in the hands of Glory, oh, they're just making him waste ammo up there. Bro.
Some rare misses from Glory there. Him not connecting with that sniper rifle at all is very surprising. Glory is, you know, famously a very, very good sniper. And, well, Moze maybe doesn't go where he wanted to. He gets a good amount of damage, though, considering the circumstances.
What was that red wall? That was looking very Tron-esque. Way down in distance. Okay, that's all the way to the back corner. Thank you so much, SLG. Oh! Shad, gets body blocked by that wall, and then that frag comes in and just blasts him away. So this defensive mid position from out of SLG. They've reset one of the spawns. He's going to try and be able to take away any of these sight lines and uses up the entire mag well. Might actually finish off this cap. Should be able to get it in. Solid work. SLG at 12 and 11 to allow that lane for his teammates to come back to.
Yeah, and we can see here this fight still continuing. Margin not quite comfortable yet with just getting that flag capture. You can see they're already trying to make space on the map, push up further, but TK2 with this QT is having a bit of an impact on the game. A lot of damage down, and manages to find that kill, even as the last one alive. Shuts down any attempt by Margin to try and rotate, to try and I've lost my train of thought. Just try and continue that flag run into multiple.
Got a grapple available if they want to kind of go high ground. They're going to be tracked down. Oh, nice repulsor instead. They actually left that one out, and they decided to create some space. Unfortunately, it was just enough time for their opponent to take them out. Tied at 1. Less than 5 minutes, and another cap will just be the end of it, probably. This map takes forever to really navigate. Majin has struggled to get a hold of just general control of Argyle. But the midpoint is slowly shifting, momentum being gained in this tug of war. Finners very low, doesn't matter. They dominate against Bastos. Snipers will come back up. Already primed in position is Glory. And Finners is actually trying to ruin them from behind if they can find this angle.
Finners there, just jiggle peeking Bastos so hard he actually manages to take him down. And Glory's now got this sniper rifle in his hands. It was SLG positioned in that front base that basically got that flag capture secured for Margin previously. You can see Mighties has found that first pick, so I would expect to see Margin pushing up the map, but that doesn't really seem to be what's happening. Finally, actually, we do see that push coming in towards the enemy courtyard side, but Finners finds a kill. Shad trades out. Suddenly, the pressure's on Glory to try and find himself a kill across the map. As he's just going to hang around this vent position, making sure his team doesn't lose it, but Finners finds another one on that map and almost gets taken down, but Glory gets tagged up from elsewhere. Doesn't manage to connect onto Moze. Will find that shot eventually. It's a sniper duel between these two, but Glory will lose it.
Glory chucking as many bullets as they possibly can out there, and this is just going to turn into a free cap. No! They get chopped from behind! Oh, solid defense. They get rid of the man that has the QT, I think. They've got SLG on top of the flag. They just need to be able to get a touch. It does not happen. So that sniper will change hands forcibly between teammates on Majin's half. Finners now sees their flag traveling towards them, so that'll be a benefit. if Wouldn't It Be Funny's defense is able to be applied. Mows, ducks, and limbos beyond the jet stream of a 50 cal bullet. So, Majin taking full use of this forward lean into red territory. Fenner's at 22 and 11. Seeing if he can be able to stand up with that commando rifle, just can't quite do it.
Yeah, a bit of a hero play from Bastos there to get that shot onto the flag runner. Finds another one as well on top of that. Bastos looking very good right now for Majin. He's 14 kills, 12 assists, but 19 deaths, dying a lot. Meanwhile, SLG dropping some pretty good numbers himself, 18 and 14. But Bastos here hanging around the enemy base is just being such a nuisance as kills are going down in favor of Majin. Wouldn't it be funny? 3 dead, make that 4 just for a second. And this fight's going to go in basically uncontested.
They had 1 man left to defend, and he was up lane, separated from any other spawns that were going to come in from his squad. And now back-to-back caps could be happening in quick succession as Majin already gets this next pull. With less than 2 minutes to go, Majin now has full control out of this Argyle CTF. Trying to see if they can land something onto Glory. Glory's not going to overexpose. In fact, Fenders has come from 2 separate angles. SLG with a little shoulder dip, showing him how to dance out there. And this flag is still in open waters. Mighty's trying to run away with it. They snap him from behind. No more left to be found. Shad has to chase after this flag. 1 little corner to turn. They pre-fly some of those frags. It won't happen. It won't matter. Majin, they come back in a big way. 3-1 to take game 1.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny? A missed sniper bullet from Bastos away from being 2-1 up on that map, but it will end 3-1. Felt like Majin, it took them quite a long time to actually find their form in that game. They really looked very unsteady for a lot of it. I think, just estimating based on the eye test, Slays would probably be in total in favor of Wouldn't It Be Funny because they were doing better for a lot longer. However, Majin, once they got that, they were so efficient, got 2 flags in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they were definitely kind of running it down. I want to say the early portion of that game. They're all right. Let's hit these lanes. Let's get the floor underneath us and let's start moving in. And for a while, that was just not working. Obviously, a lot of this happened in I think the first minute and a half. Everyone was like, all right, we're gonna snipe. We're gonna get a triple. We're gonna just make it happen. Fenners was on the benefiting form of that. At one point, they were 22 and 11. Their final 4 kills, they found no, or final 4 lives, they found no kills. So when your main top slayer on Wouldn't It Be Funny was finding 0, that's when everything eventually ended. So Majin kept things within distance, and they just kind of kept consistent. After that first cap, everything went Majin's way.
Yeah, I think you are right about Finners there. We saw that Finners actually managed to pick up a sniper rifle whilst that flag was being pulled, and Majin kind of dived on him, making sure that he was not gonna pull any shenanigans that might stop him from getting that flag capture. I'm not sure if that was specifically prioritizing Finners or specifically prioritizing the sniper, maybe a little bit of both, but it's obvious that Majin were taking the threat seriously.
Well, we go into a Slayer. You're on recharge. Trying to get that early camo, and it looks like it's going to go into the hands of Glory? Question mark. Regardless, only 1 kill off of this initial spree. My man is doing squats, absolutely trying to give him the jive, but Glory does have 2 kills, has that camo, and it's going to be a 4 down and 4 up here for Majin so far early.
Yeah, Glory does have this camo. He has the shock rifle as well. Wasn't very successful with the sniper previous game. We'll have to see if he can flip that script, but no. Shad will find the backsmack and the shock rifle, and this is an opportunity for Wouldn't It Be Funny to completely flip the script.
Still 5 down early. Our first kind of 10 kills, a higher percentage, obviously wrestling right now into the hands of Majin. On the follow is Shad, trying to get Bastos on his rotation over towards Elevator, and just trying to swiftly rotate is Shad. Having now half the amount of kills his team has been able to acquire beyond this first minute. Lots of fast positioning. I don't mind it, but it feels like it's trying to kind of force the issue where all of Majin is just receiving Wouldn't It Be Funny one after another.
Yeah, you'd have hoped that shutting down that camo snipe play from Glory would have potentially set up Wouldn't It Be Funny for a lead. But no, it maybe just sets them up to not be quite as far behind as they would be otherwise. But you know, looking at how the scoreline is, you got to wonder how bad it would be in that alternate timeline where they didn't manage to backsmack Glory, because it's really not looking very good. 16-7 right now off the start of this game. A 9-kill lead for Margin, and they're still looking to be dominant positions on the map, controlling all of these power spots.
You have at least a couple players dropping out there, but a 7-kill lead is substantial for this moment. Not quite the 12s and 13s we saw just a little bit ago, but I mean, that's where you continue to level up along this entire tournament, especially with these two getting a rematch alongside one another. SLG's going to press straight through those frags. Not going to worry about the blast damage as everything continues to be stonks upwards and improvements for Majin. TK2 looking for their first kill. Tough positions for them. Shad is trying to keep at least even Stevens, but I think the biggest thing that you can kind of expose is the assists. I mean, obviously, less kills, but you've only got 4 assists on the 11 from One to Be Funny. They're playing so segmented, and Majin is absolutely cookie-cuttering them straight into the oven.
Yeah, TK2 is yet to actually pick up a kill this game. Not able to even find that one on the board. He's not going to find that one either. Mikey's is 10-1 right now. Make that 10-2 as I do curse him, but to be honest, he was just channeling cross map then because he is 100% confident in there and winning this game. It's going to be a snipe and camo for SLG.
18-point differential in favor of Majin. SLG often does the dirty work for his team. Oh, and he's going to put a lightning bolt straight through someone's eye socket as they continue to run this one down. Steak is cooking. Oh, they get exposed. Running away. Teammate helps him out. Camo, I think, just depleted here for SLG, and no one knows where he is. Always just off your eye, on your flank. Can't find him. He doesn't check box. He will now. Extra little bit of damage. Does he get him on the stick? That'll fly past him. They're about to hit 40 before, wouldn't it be funny, even hits 20.
Yeah, and SLG, you know, you said it. You said it. The work he's putting in is dirty, as he's just getting so many kills with that shock rifle. 16-40, 17-40. SLG on a killing spree off the back of that shock rifle camo, and there's just nothing that Wouldn't It Be Funny can even do. 9 kills, sorry, required for Margin to win this game. This is an unwinnable one for Wouldn't It Be Funny, and it's just a GG go next situation.
Trying to play for what is happening in just a few, but need to find their mental setting and really reset it. If they can be able to at least get to 20, hey, count that as a small form win. Because at this point, it seems like such a mountain to climb to even get there. They finally acquire the big 2-0. But for Wouldn't It Be Funny in the gang, I mean, that's a tough scene already. At this point, they're just trying to stop the Steaktacular. They have cooled the jets of Majin, but Majin, systematic, automatic, and methodical so far here on Recharge.
Yeah, and to be honest, even stopping the stake might be too tall of an order. If you trade 1 for 1, you're still going to get stakes. You actually have to make a little bit of a swing in this game in order not to lose by more than 30. If that player can get away with camo, that could be something. TK2 manages to pick himself up a kill, which is good to see. He's gone 4 now, which is a lot better than the 0 he was sitting on not too long ago, but it's 49-23. It's going to be a stake. Bastos 11-6, Z-Mighties 14-5. Just crazy stat lines from everyone on Margin. Complete domination against Wouldn't It Be Funny, and with Live-Fire Strongholds being the only map left for them to make some kind of stand, it's a little bit concerning.
Well, the good news is we saw a 50-22 earlier, so it could be worse. However, for Wouldn't It Be Funny, gonna have to find a way to reverse sweep through this one. It's gonna be one tail of the tape at a time. And with Strongholds, Recharge, or sorry, Live Fire, this could be over in about 4.5 minutes, depending on how Majin takes over.
I think the bad news for Wouldn't It Be Funny is that they are playing against the CEO of Strongholds. SLG kind of wrote the book on how to play Strongholds in Halo Infinite back in the 2nd year of HCS. Pretty much that team took over the world as far as Strongholds went, and Wouldn't It Be Funny is gonna have to somehow manage to dethrone Margin on a map and mode that they are very, very confident on.
Well, the good news is that for both of our teams that are here in the top 2, they both at least get a little bit of cash, as I think it was a 225 pound, good old British sterling. So 150 goes over to first place and 75 over to second place. So someone's walking away with something on both these teams. Now, that's all copium and that's consolation. I want to see these guys continue to fight. We got a S7, we've got a camo, and we've got some ABC alphabet soup. You have to cycle around and circle in too. Can they simply get the job done? Majin wanting to run Europe as efficiently as they can. Wouldn't it be funny? It's a chance for them to do the funniest thing and at least force us into a game number 4.
Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if Bastos fell off the map then and just
Just be so funny. Be crazy. QT are into the hands of Bastos. He didn't fall off. Yet.
Bro didn't fall off.
Enemy team
No
score.
fall offs. Early scoring. As they already take over B, looks like they've got A. Soft triple cap as C is being exchanged.
Yeah, it's a triple cap before the camo's even on. The players here on Margin, I mean, I would have expected Mighty to actually be focusing on that camo, but it seems like they're so confident in the map presence that they have that he's not even going to bother. Just going to grab this sniper rifle, route over towards tower. Woo, finds that shot. For a second, I thought he might actually hit Bastos there. As Bastos did almost curve slide straight into that sniper bullet, but I think it would have connected either way, even if it was through a teammate. And wouldn't it be funny, has not been all 4 off spawn for a distressingly long period of time, and that's not going to start happening anytime soon. Oh. But Mighty's actually doesn't manage to find that kill, but it's still 3 dead for Wouldn't It Be Funny. SLG are looking to take down these players on A.
I would have given mad respect to him if he'd sniped Bastos through the helmet to hit the other guy, just to quiggly his teammate. You know, just get the job done. Why not? The trip cap stays online. All right, what's the fastest trip cap that's ever happened? I'm not sure, but we're trying to make it something crazy. Finners wants to use everything that's in this mag. C might get flipped. Everyone is just running it down. They forgot that Finners was on the back end of this. Oh, he forgot that he has no ammo in that cartridge. So the points continue to accrue for Majin.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a single point yet scored for Wouldn't It Be Funny. And I'm very much hoping they can at least get one. I feel like that's a nice little consolation prize. Breaking out of a setup put on you by Margin in a Strongholds game is pretty difficult to do. So despite the fact that 1 point wouldn't really translate to very much, it would be something of an achievement in my opinion. But you can just see how confident Margin is. The way they're all running together. Bastos! I don't even know if he did that on purpose.
Oh, he absolutely did. Dude was falling away. He's like, you know what? I still have a bullet here. Let me use it. BC hold right now. As Majin is actually down 3. Glory gonna rotate out. They've got nothing. He has no ammo. He has no ammo. What?
And he still gets the camo. No ammo, but still camo.
He's gonna get ammo from his opponent. What? And he gets a stick. Oh, what the BM? Points have begun accruing for Wouldn't It Be Funny.
Yeah, that was a thing that just happened. But you know what? I was saying that I wanted to see him get at least 1 point on the board, and they got 11, which is more than 1. So that's fantastic. However, Imagine once again find themselves in scoring position. It's 165 to 11 right now. TK2 maybe trying to decide what he wants to do in this situation. He's got the sniper rifle, and he elects not to shoot Mighty. He's possibly mistaking him for a peaceful protester over on A plat because he doesn't use that bullet in order to find a pick. But he does use it on Glory. And on Mighty's.
Okay. Just wanted the better clip angle. That's all it was. All right. Big investments for a couple of fat snipes. So, all right. Finding at least consolations into this game. Down 150 some odd points. It's a fadeaway onto Glory, and he does get him from top towers. So, solid work. Looking to find anyone that wants to challenge up into this tower, but the tower defense will be underneath. TK2 cannot connect. He's going to use the rest of what's in the magwell. Wouldn't it be funny? They're going to lose out on C? No, they'll reset it.
Yeah, beautiful let play there from TK2. Actually, they were threatening a triple cap for a second. They hit double digits at points, up to 33. Not gonna be able to win that 1v1 is Bastos. And wouldn't it be funny threatening to take the lead once again? Majin might actually have to start taking this seriously, because wouldn't it be funny and not giving up without a fight?
Not at all. On the B push, Glory's gonna make sure to stay just within eye distance if they use that QT. He's waiting, and they know if they go into this, it's gonna be a quick beatdown. So they're just gonna let that timer run out. He's gonna keep it in the back of his mind that someone could use that, but that eventually will be gone off of that cooldown. Glory trying to do everything he can and still gets a double. What? Wait, how did he get the first one?
I don't know. I don't know what he did. Did he throw a grenade?
Did he? I thought he was out. He kills the guy that's up on top green, and then the other guy just self-deaths. What?
Yeah, well, I mean, getting the one on green that he got was ridiculous. Getting both of them, you know, mind controlling that other guy to kill himself or something. I don't know how he did that, but it was incredible. And Bastos finding that double kill is also pretty incredible. Despite the signs of life we have seen from Wouldn't It Be Funny, it's all Majin at the moment as Bastos finds more kills. They're closing in on this 250-point finish line.
Nearing victory.
25 left to go. Bastos on the 17-9 burner. Trying to learn him something. Killing spree, aiming to flip A as both their other sides are actually under direct threat of being picked up. So he's going to run it down back over towards C. As they now also have that spawn for Sniper coming up. C does get flipped. Bastos continues to move. Sniper will be up now as that one will come in. They're coming over from A. Oh, and he rips his face mask off.
Bastos, beautiful use of that sniper rifle, the Frosty style charge out across top mid to pick up that sniper, and Bastos finds another one as well. Very little time left in this game.
Well, 10 seconds left to go. Wouldn't it be funny at half strength, and literally a killing frenzy from Bastos. Dude is a monster. He's a murderer. He's gonna triple kill. He's looking for the Ovi, and just before he can get it, he's put into a body bag, but he gets to lay and rest. 3-0 go Majin, as they'll be your EHL Summer Cup champions.
Yeah, I mean, not a surprising result, to be honest. I think we can probably agree. Majin there was definitely the favorite to win. Oh, he was so close. He was so close.
Oh, man.
I think that just went over his shoulder.
Yep. Sniffed it. He could see and smell the contrail off that bullet. Oh, 24-9 though. Hell of a final game from out of Majin, especially out of Bastos. Wouldn't it be funny? Hey, they get to walk away with some cash, but Majin will take the lion's share. And I mean, even though we end up getting where we were, didn't get to see the Zach and Cody matchup in the lower finals. I feel like wouldn't it be funny if they were putting up kind of their best second place to try and challenge the Kings.
Yeah, I think they did they did well to get to where they were. I think they obviously decided. Well, things ended up a little bit differently because Zach and Cody did forfeit, but I do think that Wouldn't It Be Funny most likely would have won that match anyway, which is also probably another reason why Zach and Cody decided they couldn't be bothered fighting it. Wouldn't it be funny, you know, things might have turned out a little different if they came in with that warm-up from the previous game, but they actually had a pretty great start to Argyle anyway, so I can't see it making that much difference. As it stands, Majin undefeated. Well, not actually undefeated, come to think of it, but, you know, still the reigning champions of Europe, is what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Majin's still doing Majin things, and then we'll give even more prominence for the rest of Europe to try and formulate a squad, find a way to get beyond Majin. But for today, that's what we get to see. A little bit of love over to our production, Drax and Infinity, doing fantastic work, and of course, our other casters with Wonder Boy, as well as Reed, and of course yourself, Seal. Glad to be back in the booth with you. It felt very short, but we had ourselves a solid showing all the same.
Yeah, I mean, I've been at it since midday, so I'm kind of tired.
It's also overheating for you. So make sure you guys continue to come back to good old European Halo. Appreciate you always coming and seeing us. And of course, have a wonderful Saturday. Enjoy the rest of it. Enjoy the World Cup if you're watching. A little bit of soccer, football, whatever you're going to call it. I hope that you have a wonderful time. That's Seal. I'm Hell Monkey Man. You've been awesome. We'll see you next time.
Everything that you do, everything that you do makes me feel alive. All the way that you move, all the way that you move, that you run the night. Everything that you do, everything that you do makes me feel alive.
Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Sniper. No scope.
Everything that you do, everything that you do makes me feel alive. All the way that you move, all the way that you move, that you run the night. Everything that you do, everything that you do makes me feel alive.
Killing spree. Enemy team scored. Double kill. No scope.